Chapter 76, Find the Portal. Due to Quinn's energy and most of his blood being used in the fight earlier, his body was now no longer naturally healing itself. He was too hungry to heal and would need blood. As Quinn looked at his system, a certain number stuck out to him, and it was all he could hear in his head, the number 13. With 13 points, that's 13 hours before I reach 0, and that's only if I don't use any of my skills or get injured along the way. He was really struggling with what to do. Should he sit and wait? Perhaps the school would send someone after him. Or should he walk around and try to find the portal? If he did, there was the chance he could run into more beasts on the way. I have no choice. I have to try to find the portal, Quinn said. This was his only option. In reality, he would have liked to think the school would have sent someone after him. This might have been the case if Quinn had a strong family backing him, or he was a potentially high-level user, but Quinn was none of those. He was an orphan with no family backing, and the school still believed he was a level 1 user. Someone with no ability. Why would they bother risking their lives for someone like him? It just didn't make any sense even to him. He had no choice but to soldier on. Before leaving the hangar, Quinn had to think hard about just where the portal would be. All he knew was that they had to place it somewhere safe. Somewhere the beast wouldn't be able to get to it. The shelter was a big place though, with many buildings. It wasn't as big as the city the school was in, but still big. To get from one side of the shelter to the other, it would take him at least 2 hours, and that was walking at a decent pace. As he walked through the city, he decided to tread very carefully. Even if he came across a basic tier beast, it would cause all sorts of problems for him. As he walked through the city, he went through at an incredibly slow pace. Once in a while, he would come across a building with beasts inside. Although Quinn's eyesight was incredibly handy in situations like these. The beasts too had good eyesight in the darkness, for they had lived on the planet, but his seemed to be even better than theirs. As he entered the buildings, there would be cases where Quinn had spotted them far up ahead in the darkness. He quickly would shift and hide in the shadows, or behind walls waiting for the beast to leave, and when he was ready, he would zoom past and around. With no direction to go in and just simply wandering around, Quinn had already used up 2 hours of his time exploring the place. 1150 horsepower. The hunger in his belly was starting to distract him, and it was getting harder for him to focus as his health had gone down. Then finally, Quinn had spotted another building that was relatively in good condition. It was a large dome-like shaped building, the training center, a place where travelers could come and test out their skills or practice with new equipment. The outside of the dome was made with special material, in case practice matches got a bit out of hand, and a stray attack would hit the outside now and then. It was capable of withstanding attacks from some of the strongest beasts and power-level users. No wonder it's in good condition, Quinn said as he looked at the building. It was the only other place Quinn could think of where the portal could be kept safe. The place was large, and had a sturdy outside that was yet to be destroyed. As Quinn got closer to the dome building, he noticed there were several mechs stationed outside that had been destroyed. Their cores completely ripped out. Mechs were a powerful device used in the war, but to power them they required an incredibly powerful beast crystal of a high tier. It was a strange thing, because the higher power levels preferred to use their own abilities, while the lower power levels could never afford to use such a thing. Most of the mechs were used by the military or private companies that hired low-level travelers to operate the thing. However, it was a double-edged sword for a low-level traveler. Usually, they would come with contracts. If the mechs were ever destroyed, then the user would be asked to pay for them. Of course, a low-level in their whole lifetime could never afford to pay back something as expensive as a mech, causing them to forever be a slave to the company. Just another one of the changes that had happened after the war with the Dalki. During the war, humans were brought together to fight the common enemy, but once the treaty was signed, the greed of humans were shown. If the Dalki knew how ununited Earth was at the moment, Quinn was sure Earth would lose the way it was right now. That's why he needed to get stronger, to protect himself. As he reached the entrance of the training center, he could see that 2 Rataclaws were standing out in front of the building. Before entering, he decided to walk around the large dome carefully to see if there were any other entrances, but there were none besides the first one he had seen. He returned back to the entrance and was hidden behind one of the destroyed mechs around 30 meters away from the entrance. Even though he had walked around for about 30 minutes, the Rataclaws remained there unmoving. He decided to wait a little longer, hoping that the Rataclaws might move. 10/50 horsepower. But as he saw the message bring his health down once again, he was only getting even more aggravated. The rats didn't look like they would be leaving anytime soon, and Quinn needed to come up with a plan. Chapter 77, Losing It All. As Quinn looked around him, he found a broken piece of the mech nearby. It was a long metal shape, looked similar to a pole, but he had no idea what part of the mech it was used for. He picked it up, and looked off into the distance. He aimed carefully at another mech that was destroyed, far up ahead, and off to the side of the entrance. Using all his strength, he threw the piece of metal a great distance. It was an amazing feat, and looked almost superhuman, of course. Quinn was only able to perform this because he had super strength compared to others. The piece of metal landed exactly where he was aiming for, making a large clang sound as it fell on the mech. The rats then looked up at where the noise was coming from and quickly scurried off in the direction of the sound. This is my chance. Quinn, using all the powers in his legs, bolted for the entrance. He had finally reached the dome-like building. The entrance was like a hallway surrounded by a wall on either side, and just a little further up were 2 steel doors. He tried pushing the steel doors open, but there was no luck. He noticed that the doors were undamaged, just like the rest of the building, meaning most likely it was made out of the same material. As he looked around the door for anything, he spotted another access code machine. He immediately rushed forward, placing his hand on the machine, and used his inspect skill. I hope these works. Don't let me down, system. An access code machine linked to the 2 steel doors. 346,246,000,000. However, 200 the machine, they shrieked and called out another 2 of its friends. As he heard the sound of the beast behind him, his hands started to shake. Come on! Come on! Beep! Damn, I must have put in a wrong number. His nerves were getting the better of him, and his concentration had been broken. He used his inspect skill once again, making sure he had the right code. He started imputing the numbers again when he suddenly felt something chomp down onto his leg. 950 horsepowers. I have no choice. He held out his palm and fired. Blood burst. As he looked down, it was one of the rats, and the other 3 weren't too far behind it. Quinn then swung his fist down as hard as he could at the rat, smashing its skull into pieces. The rat was forced to let go, but still wasn't dead. The other 3 were now too close, and he no longer had any time to input the code. Flash step. Then Quinn was suddenly behind them, but he was still too close to the 4 rats. Flash step only had a distance of 5 meters at most. The rats turned and all ran forward towards him. A shotgun-like spray of blood was released from his hand, and it had knocked back all 4 of the rats, killing the already injured one. 450 HP, 100 EXP. He then rushed forward to one of the rats on the ground, held both hands together, and slammed it down on another rat's head, killing the second one. 100 EXP. Now the other 2 rats had recovered, and were quickly after Quinn once again. Out of desperation, he swung his hands and activated his blood swipe, although this time, the blood swipes were strong and had killed each one in a single attack. 50 HP, 100 EXP. 50 HP, 100 EXP. 850, over 25,600 AX powers. With his time running incredibly low, Quinn didn't even bother to get out the beast crystals might be coming. He went up to the door, this time inputting the code correctly, and as he entered, he shut the door behind him, making sure it was locked. He was now in what looked like a reception area, a canteen of sorts with several seats and a desk at the front. It was in top condition compared to the rest of the city. In fact, it looked like an entirely different place. There were 2 hallways, one leading to the left and one leading to the right, both with the words Training Center written on them. With his health running low, he had less than 2 hours to find the portal. He entered the main training hall. It was a large room with several seats in the stands. It reminded Quinn of the game, as it looked similar. Everything was white in color and had a modern, empty look to it. But as Quinn stared at the empty field in the center, all he could see was disappointment. The arena down below was completely empty. There was not a single thing down there, not even a scrap of metal, never mind a portal. Quinn fell to his knees in despair. He felt like this was his last chance. There was no way he had the time to go walking around the city looking for another room with a portal. But he didn't give up yet. He lifted himself up the ground and searched around the training center. He searched in the preparation rooms, the offices, the gym, and even back in the reception area. But nothing. There wasn't a single thing he could find. He now laid there on the floor in the center of the arena, looking up at the ceiling. 1 over 50 HP. The pain in his stomach was too strong. His vision was now blurring up and he could no longer think properly or move. So this is how my life ends, huh? Quinn said. Mom, Dad, why did you leave me on my own? Why did you give me this book? I thought when I got this book maybe I might be able to change something, but I guess not. Then the final hour had passed. 050 horsepowers. HP has reached 0 due to hunger. Transformation will now begin. Chapter 78, New Destination. That night Vorden struggled to sleep just like every other night. He couldn't remember the last time he got a good night's sleep. Some nights he was able to sleep peacefully and dream just like any other person, but then there were times where his mind was sent to the back room. At that time no one was sat in the chair. No one was in control. Lately this was happening more and more frequently. In the black room the 3 of them would usually talk to each other, while the body rested, but he always had a worry when he was in that room. The chair was empty. At any point in time, any one of them could sit in the chair and take control. For now, Vorden acted as the gatekeeper, but that was only because the little one allowed him to. That's when he felt a slight tug on his arm. Hey, wake up, kid. It looks like you were having a nightmare, Lan said. As Vorden opened his eyes, he looked around and noticed that he was still in the pitch-black room. Oh, sorry about that. I hope I wasn't making too much noise, Vorden replied. Well, this is a scary place. A kid like you shouldn't be here on their own in the first place, so don't worry about it, said Lan. Do you mind if we swap for a bit? Lan then switched places with Vorden. While Lan lied on the uncomfortable hard floor, Vorden would look out of the gaps in the bookshelf, keeping watch. In almost an instant from behind him, Vorden could hear the sound of Lan's loud snores. Unlike him, Lan was able to get to sleep almost instantly. "Hey Vorden, so if you aren't going to kill him now, what about when we find the portal?" Rayton asked. "The advanced crystal he is carrying would be very helpful to us and no one would find out. You've seen how weak he is, and now we have his ability, it would be easy to finish him off." "While I'm in charge, nobody gets hurt," Vorden replied, getting annoyed. "Fine, but one of these days when we're in trouble, I won't be coming to help you, and when he sees you're doing a bad job, I will be put in charge instead, and I am not going to let you decide a single thing." When doing nothing, it was hard to tell how much time had passed. Vorden didn't even know how long he had been asleep for, and with the sky always showing black, he had no way of knowing. After waiting what felt like an entire day, it seemed like Lan had finally woken up. As he lifted himself off the ground, he continued to wince in pain and hold onto his ribs. "I'm telling you, I can't wait to get home," Lan said. Vorden turned around to look at Lan. Seeing that he was struggling to get up, he offered his hand once again and pulled him up from the floor. But as Lan got off the ground, his face suddenly dropped. In one of the holes he had made, all that could be seen was a single large eyeball looking through. Lan immediately went to his waist and grabbed a small dagger, throwing it at the beast's eye. Using all his strength and the added stats of the equipment he was wearing, the dagger flew right through the eye and out the other end, killing it in a single blow. Then when he pulled his hand back, the dagger flew back into his hand. "Let's get out of here!" Lan shouted as he kicked one of the shelves, knocking it over. As the two of them climbed on top of the fallen shelf, they could see that they had been surrounded. All around the library, on top of the ceiling, on the side of the walls, were multiple slug-like creatures everywhere. They had a single large eye on its head, and sticking out of its eyes were multiple tentacles coming from the beast's underbelly. "I thought you were keeping a lookout," Lan said. "I was, but the small space would only let me see so far." Vorden was a little distracted deep in his thoughts, but even so, it was hard for him to see beasts like these. For they were able to scale up the side of the walls and hang from the ceiling. They were completely surrounded, not just around them, but also above as well. A few of the slug creatures dropped from above, while the ones around them reached out with their tentacles. There were too many attacking at once. Lan then held out both of his hands with his palms open. Objects from all over the library started to vibrate. Slowly they were moving along and coming towards him, as if they were being pulled by an invisible force. Then shards of metal from all over came flying towards the two of them at an incredible speed. "Stick close to me, kid!" Lan commanded, and Vorden did as he was told. The pieces of metal from all over the library and a few pieces from outside had come towards the two of them, and formed a ball completely made out of scraps of metal surrounding the two of them. The beast from above fell on top of the metal ball, but no damage was done as they slid off. The tentacles from the slugs outside started to attack, and made dents in the ball. Loud clanging sounds could be heard from inside as they continued to attack. The force of the tentacle strikes were similar to someone swinging a bat, and it would only be a matter of time before the metal ball broke. Repel! At that moment, the ball exploded with an incredible force. Just how the scrap metal had been pulled together, it was now being pushed out. Little pieces of scrap metal were flung out so hard it had caused several puncture wounds in the beast's body, killing them all as it went through their brains and hearts. "Good thing this planet is covered in metal, huh?" Lan said with a smile on his face. "Come on then, let's not waste these crystals." The two of them went up to the dead slugs and started to carve out the crystals. At that moment in time when the slugs had surrounded them, Vorden had tried to activate his earth ability that he had gotten from Peter on one of the beasts, but there was no such luck. Which meant that he had at least been on the planet for 24 hours now. However, he still had Lan's ability handy. Touching him in the library had reset the time frame. So even if Lan was unable to fight or they got separated, Vorden would still be able to use the ability for another 24 hours. After gathering the crystals, Lan had handed Vorden half of them. "Here, take it. I didn't do anything. Look, these are only basic tier crystals. I could earn these in my sleep." "Fine," Vorden said. Although Vorden had agreed, he had no space to put the crystals anywhere. He hadn't brought a bag, a pouch, or a storage unit with him. After all, it was an unexpected visit. For now, Lan said he would keep the crystals until they returned back to Earth. Finally, it was time for the two of them to leave the library and search for the portal once again. The two of them made sure to not attract any beast on their way, and to their luck they hadn't come across any more dangers. Then finally the two of them spotted something. "You see that? Now if I was going to put a portal anywhere, I would put it in there," Lan said, pointing at the large dome building. "What is it?" Vorden asked. "It looks like a training center." "That's exactly what it is. And it looks like it was well built. The beasts around here haven't even been able to scratch it, and it's big enough to build a secret base underneath." The two of them continued walking forward with their next destination in sight, the training center. Chapter 79, Entering the Center. Just outside the large dome-like building, Vorden and Lan were preparing to enter. The front of the dome was an open field filled with all sorts of junk. It looked like a battle had taken place outside. They carefully made their way along the field of broken rubbish and mechs, keeping cover while inching their way closer and closer to the entrance. After looking left and right for any beasts nearby, and seeing that there were none there, they decided to make a dash for it. As they ran forward, they reached the hall and moved towards the door, but stopped just outside as something had caught their eye. Ian bent down to have a closer look at something lying on the ground. More dead Rataclaws. Another group of them even. Lan then dipped his finger into the black blood. Even though it was slightly dry, it seemed pretty new. It doesn't look like they have been dead for long. Looks like someone's already in there. Vorden didn't want to say anything, but he was hoping that it was Quinn. However, as he walked past the dead Rataclaws, if it really was Quinn, it seemed like the secret he was hiding from Vorden was bigger than he thought. A passcode machine, Vorden said as he spotted it off to the side of the door. Do you know the combination? Are you kidding me? How the hell would I know? Lan then held out both of his hands as he looked at the door. He started to concentrate. After a while, Vorden could see a vein bulging on top of Lan's head. Damn this door, it's so strong. Lan continued to use his powers, but the door was tightly shut and wasn't going to be so easy to break. But then, slowly, the door started creaking and the locks behind the door started to bend. But the sound of the metal door being pulled apart had attracted some unwanted attention. 3 Rataclaws started sneaking around, following the sound until they spotted the 2 humans by the entrance. Lan, you better hurry up. Just deal with the rats yourself, Lan shouted. As Lan put more strength into opening the door, part of the door started to bend. But as it started bending, the loud clanging only attracted more unwanted attention. Soon another 4 Rataclaws joined. There's too many. Vorden then quickly turned to the door and held his hands out as well. What are you doing? At least hold the back or something, Lan said, but suddenly the door was easier to move than before. It was being much more responsive. As Lan looked at Vorden, he could see he too was visibly sweating. It couldn't be. With the 2 of them using their powers, they were finally able to tear the door apart, creating a hole just large enough for them to get through. They quickly ran forward and jumped through the small gap. Now inside the building, they turned back around and held out their hands, once again focusing all of their power. The Rataclaw closest to the entrance leapt forward, and its head had just managed to get through the hole. Close, damn it! Vorden shouted. Just then, the door bent back, sealing the hole and slicing the Rataclaw's head off. A loud thump was heard as it hit the floor and slowly rolled away. The 2 of them, now inside and with the door shut, noticed something. It was incredibly dark inside the training center. There were a few small white LED lights that were placed on the floor up against the wall, but other than that, the lights above were completely out. As Lan took a step forward, he could hear the sound of glass cracking. Now, why would someone go to the trouble to take out all the lights? Lan said, these places are built to last hundreds of years with the power they have, and the outside looked like it was untouched. Maybe it was the person who came in before us. Maybe. Here, take this, Lan said as he chucked over a small pebble-like item. Vorden noticed that it was the same item that he had used when they had made their temporary shelter in the library. As Vorden tapped it once, a small orange glow emitted from the stone and surrounded him. What about you? Lan then pulled out another stone, tapping it before putting it on his waist. Now, are you going to tell me about what just happened? Or are you going to keep that secret as well? Vorden let out a little nervous laugh. No secrets. My ability allows me to copy other abilities. I copied it when I saw you use it at the library. Vorden had no reason to lie to the man. He already knew he could use the same ability, and what were the chances that Vorden had the same rare ability as the man? However, Vorden wasn't going to reveal the fact that he needed to touch the man to copy his abilities. That part he would keep to himself. That's kind of cool. I wish I could do something like that, Lan said. Come on, let's go. Vorden was surprised by the man's actions. He thought he might yell or complain that he had done something without his permission, but this was something that he hadn't experienced before. The 2 of them continued to walk along the dark hall. For now, there was only one direction they could go, and the LED lights helped lead them the right way. Stay, Vorden. This is your last chance. Switch with me now, Rotten said. If the portal's in here, I can save you the hard work and kill him straight away. Buzz off, will you? Fine, but that was your last chance. The 2 of them had finally arrived at the reception room. There were still small LED lights placed across the room, so at least they had a sense for the size of the room. Still, just like the previous room, the lights had been taken out. Each of the lights above were smashed in. He must have been a beast, Lan said. What makes you say that? Vorden asked. Well, a lot of beasts on this planet are on a cycle. For the year it remains dark, they go out and hunt. But when the sun comes out, they hibernate for the year. My guess is that a beast, sensitive to light, managed to get inside somehow and started to destroy them all. If it was a human that did this, they could have just found the source of power and shut them all off at once, or even just used a light switch. They continued to move forward until they had eventually reached the front desk. Now, all that was left was to enter the arena, and they did so, going through one of the entrances. When they exited, they had come out into the stands. Grah! As soon as they entered, fierce growls started coming from the hallway. Quick, turn of your stone, Lan whispered loudly. However, it was useless. They could hear footsteps banging against the floor as something came rushing forward from the arena and into the stands. Rack! A loud screech echoed through the entire arena, as the creature had spotted its prey and was now running full force towards them. Chapter 80 Bloodsucker. Transformation will now begin. As soon as this message appeared, a shooting pain could be felt all over Quinn's body. It felt as if his insides were burning with fire. The white of his eyes slowly started to fill with black, and his teeth started to grow in size. However, the pain didn't stop there. His body would jolt itself up and down as if something was trying to break free. His nails grew slightly larger, and his skin started to form around his body even tighter. The features of his bones started to show more, and his hair was falling from his head. Your mind is unstable. Your bloodlust has reached its maximum level. You are now a crazed bloodsucker. All stats will be doubled, health will be halved. While in this form all blood skills are unavailable. Although he had received message after message about what state he was in, Quinn was
any of them because his mind was no longer there.
A human figure remained, but what was now standing in the middle of the arena was no longer human. With a bold scalp and claw-like hands, the creature was hunched over. As it opened its pitch-black eyes and was startled by the light, it stumbled to the ground, as its senses were now super-heightened. Wreck! It then let out a loud piercing screech that echoed. With its eyes closed, it ran forward at an inhuman speed, and when it reached the side of the wall, it dug its claws in and started to climb up. It quickly moved up to the ceiling before smashing the light with its fist. The light was now no more. With the light taken out, the bloodsucker was able to now open its eyes. It could see just as clear as if it was day inside. It let go of the ceiling, causing it to fall to the ground. The drop was at least 30 meters to the top, but as it landed it bent its knees and walked off as it had taken no damage from the fall. The bloodsucker started to roam around the training center. As it entered each room, it continued to destroy the lights. It only had one thing on its mind: it was hungry and was looking for blood. After transforming into the bloodsucker, Quinn's thoughts, his emotions, everything that made him human were gone. His body acted on its own, and that single thought of blood occupied him. Finally, he had returned to the arena in the training center, and as if it didn't know what to do, it started walking in circles waiting for his prey. Then a few moments later, Vorden and Lan had entered the room, although they were quiet. Quinn could hear everything, their soft footsteps against the floor, and even their whispers to each other. His head turned and saw two bright lights. At first the light covered the humans, so he was unable to tell what they were, but when they turned the lights off, he could tell his meal had arrived. He could hear the sound of something running towards them, but it was too dark to tell what it was. Now that they had been discovered, there was no need to stay in complete darkness. Ian went to his belt to touch the stone, but before he had reached it, the beast was already upon him. Being in the dark had adjusted the two's eyes a little, and the LED lights going across the arena gave them little light. Now the beast was close enough he could tell it had a human figure. As the beast held out its claws, Lan too came out with his fists. You want to battle with strength then? However, the beast's hands had wrapped around Lan's fists and stopped them in its tracks. Then using its nails it dug into Lan's fist, drawing out blood. What monstrous strength, damn it, to meet a humanoid beast of all types here. As it smelled the blood fall from Lan's hands, it started to growl and screech even more. It opened its mouth, revealing two huge fangs. It then tried moving its head forward, clomping down its jaws, but activating all the strength in the beast equipment he was wearing. He tried pushing the beast back and managed to stop him a little. Then the beast lifted both of its legs off the ground and kicked Lan away, causing him to fly into the nearby wall. It started to rush forward as it saw Lan was injured, but before it could reach him, a metal chair from the stand came flying out from the side and knocked the beast away. Vorden quickly rushed to Lan's side and lifted him off the ground. Thanks, kid. What was that? Vorden asked. I don't know. I've never seen anything like it, but it looked like a humanoid-type beast. I don't know much about them, but all I know is they're one of the most powerful type of beasts to be discovered on other planets. This is my first time seeing one, Lan replied. The chair didn't keep the beast down for long, as the smell of blood was too strong. It attracted the beast, and as soon as it got up from the ground, it immediately started running in the direction of the two again. Turn on your lightstone, Lan said. Huh? Quick, the lightstone. As the two of them turned on the lightstone, the beast suddenly stopped. It covered its eyes and backed away from the two. It looks like I was right, said Lan. That beast must have been the one to take out all the lights. It looks like it's super sensitive. But the two were foolish, thinking the lightstones would be enough to keep the bloodsucker away from its prey. The beast didn't need to rely on its eyesight to know where the two were. The smell of Lan's blood was enough. From the stands, it started to rip out the chairs and proceed to hurl them at the two. Luckily, the chairs were made out of a metal material, so Lan and Vorden were able to repel them away. The chairs continued to be chucked at an incredible rate as each one was ripped from the stands. Then the beast decided to rush forward with its eyes closed. As it got close to the two, it started to attack them blindly. How does it know where we are? Lan said. Vorden, get out of there. Ratton said. What do you mean? Vorden asked. Can't you see, the beast is only attacking land, something is attracting it to land. With Ratton's words, Vorden decided to break away from land and ran down to the arena floor. And just like he said, the beast had completely ignored Vorden and continued to attack at land. We have to help him. Ratton switch with me. No, Ratton replied. We could die. You had your chance before. It's time you learn your lesson. Get out of this one yourself, Vorden. Then a new voice was heard from within. I will help you. Lan and the beast continued to do battle. Unfortunately for Lan, the only source of metal he could control in the arena were the chairs, and it took him some time to attract things toward him. He had 2 chairs out from the stands, and would use them as shield blocking the beast's attacks. However, every time the beast would hit with its fist, it would completely tear through the chairs. The attacks were too powerful. Then the beast leapt through the air with its fangs wide open. Ian had no choice but to shove his forearm into the beast's mouth, hoping to avoid a fatal blow. He screamed in pain. Blood is being consumed. 10 over 100. 14 over 100. Lan could feel the beast sucking onto his arm. He wanted to push and hit the beast off him, but as soon as the fangs penetrated his skin, it felt like he was under a slight paralysis effect. His body was unable to move. 25 over 100. I just want to find my pet Quinn, the little one said. As the beast was busy feasting on its meal, it was unable to notice the flying sharp object coming toward it. Like a spear, a metal flying object had come out and pierced the beast's shoulder. The blow was fast and powerful, knocking him off Lan. As Lan stood up, he looked into the center of the arena and could see Vorden standing there surrounded by multiple metal chairs from the arena. Chapter 81. The Little One versus Bloodsucker. The paralysis effect from the bloodsucker was slowly starting to wear off, and as it did, Lan lifted himself off the ground to have a look at just what was going on. In the center of the arena, the area was lit up by the small glow stone where Vorden was standing. But he wasn't just standing there on his own. He had multiple chairs that had been taken from the arena surrounding him. How is he able to use the ability so well already? Even I would struggle to do something like this if I was in top condition. Didn't he only copy my ability a while ago? As the bloodsucker lifted himself off the ground, he pulled the metal object that had been lodged into his shoulder and dropped it onto the floor. 25 horsepowers. Rack! The bloodsucker snarled out. Its attention was now fully focused on what had caused him pain. Instead of going in straight for an attack and charging in though, the bloodsucker dug its claw into the wall and started to climb upwards. How are we meant to see him now? Said Vorden. It's too dark and the beast can attack from anywhere. I have no time to play games, the little one said. He lifted his hands and started to crumble up each of the chairs into several metal spikes all looming above his head. Then he waited. The beast jumped down from above, and as soon as the little one could hear and see him, he immediately repelled all the spikes in that direction. However, as the beast was falling through the air, and the first spike came towards him, it spun around and grabbed the spike, throwing it back at an incredible speed. But the little one had prepared for this too. He had already gathered a pile of chairs from the arena and mushed them together to form a shield. He placed this on the ground so he could easily pick it up when needed. As the spike came towards him, he lifted the shield, but what he didn't expect was the blow to be so powerful that the spike had managed to still penetrate the shield he created, which was at least 6 inches thick with metal chairs. Ha ha! Ratton started laughing. Looks like I really missed out on this one. Did you see how strong it was? I would have loved to deal with this guy. Vorden, you would have been killed within seconds. Although the beast was able to throw back one spear, while in the air he was unable to move. The other spears that were targeted had managed to penetrate him, going through his body and sticking him to the ceiling of the dome. 1025 horsepowers. The beast no longer caring for the damage that had been done to its own body. It lifted its legs up against the ceiling and pushed with all its strength, allowing the spikes to completely go through his body. However, the hole marks that could be seen in his body quickly healed up. Although it didn't add to the beast's health, it would still allow him to fight as if he had never been hurt. He landed in the arena stands and began hitting a few chairs as he landed. As soon as it stood up, it began to rush forward recklessly towards Vorden's direction. This thing, why isn't it dead yet? Vorden said. A few more chairs had been turned into metallic spikes, and he threw them towards the beast once again. This time, the beast continued to run forward, and moved out of the way of each spike. Its eyes were slowly adjusting to the light that had surrounded Vorden, and now it could see the spikes as it left his side. As soon the spike left Vorden's side, the beast would react and move out of the way of each blow. Is it me, or did that thing just get faster? Vorden said. This is bad, the little one isn't at full strength. Ratton added. If only there were 2 more ability users nearby. The bloodsucker continued to move forward, avoiding each and every spike thrown at it. Then when it was close enough, it swung its claw out. The shield was raised, blocking the blow, but as the claw hit the shield, it was completely shattered, unable to be used again. Now with no more metal surrounding the little one, the beast was able to freely attack. As it took a step forward, though, it felt something sharp pierce into its foot. As the beast looked down, it was another metal spike. It looked in the distance and noticed that Lan had managed to recover. He had his hand held out and had thrown the spike out into the beast's leg. 7/25 HP. Suddenly, though, tears started to fall from the little one's face. Now that the beast was close enough, the light from the stone shone and revealed the face and clothes of the beast. The beast in front of him was wearing the same uniform. And although it didn't look exactly like Quinn, it had similar qualities in its face. He didn't know what happened to make Quinn turn into a creature like this, but he could feel that the beast and Quinn was the same person. "I've done it again, I've heard another one," the little one said. "What are you doing?" Lan shouted, "Kill it." Lan then crumpled up another nearby chair and threw out another spike, this time aiming for the beast's head. It came flying through the sky and was on target to hit, but before it did, it stopped midair. "No." The little one then moved its hand, throwing the spike to one side, then using its other hand it pulled the other spike out of its leg. The beast was now free to move around. It instantly looked at the last person who had hit him, and immediately started to run towards Lan's direction. Lan was still under the effects of the paralysis when he had thrown the previous spike. When he threw the spike, he had originally aimed for the beast's head but missed. He still managed to luckily hit its foot though. Seeing the beast quickly running towards him as every second passed, he panicked and started to fling out chair after chair, but the bloodsucker was too powerful. It simply knocked them away with its hand, sending them flying through the air. Lan then pulled out his trusty dagger ready to attack, but when he looked in front of him, the beast had vanished from his view. The next second he was staring up at the ceiling with his back on the floor. Then when he looked down at his body, his legs were now completely detached from himself, blood pouring from them. The bloodsucker then dragged the top half of Lan's body away into the hallway out of the arena, afraid that the other person might disturb its meal. Chapter 82. The Search for Irradium. The students had just been informed that the portal expedition that was meant to be going on today would be cancelled. Although many people didn't know the reason why, they had a good guess that it might have had something with the two students who didn't arrive in class today. Students didn't just not turn up to class for no reason. The city was their whole life. The school was their whole life. For the next 2 years, everything you did there would decide your future. Layla had been planning to confront Peter on the situation, especially since he'd been acting so strangely, but before she could even get to him, he had already run away. "Come on, Aaron. Let's go find out what he's hiding," Layla said, but as she took a few steps forward, she noticed that Aaron wasn't following her. "Aaron? I have no need to get involved in your affairs. I don't really care what happened to the other two. I hardly knew them before choosing to team up with them," Aaron replied. "Look at it this way, right? You said you wanted to create the strongest team in the class? Yeah? You and Vorden are clearly the strongest in this class, and if you want to outperform the others from the other classes, you're going to have to team up with each other. Our team is already registered, and I don't even know if they can find a replacement, so we might not even be allowed to take part in the expedition." After hearing Layla's last words, her eyes suddenly lit up. "What did you say? Let's go find that rat." The two of them, now working together, started to look around the school to see if there were any signs of Peter anywhere, but the two were unable to find him. They knocked on his dorm room door a few times as well, but there was no answer. The dorm room doors each opened via a fingerprint sensor on the door handle. So even if Peter was in his room, the two of them wouldn't have been able to enter. They could have waited outside, but the longer they waited, the more Layla started to worry about Quinn. If he was unable to get blood, she knew firsthand what Quinn could do. As they continued to search for Peter, they still couldn't find him, but they did find a group of people who might have known where he was. It was Earl and his group of 5 other boys. Haven't I seen them hang around with Peter a few times at breakfast? The group were inside one of the training centers. This one in particular was filled with testing equipment that they used on new students, and was also an area where students were able to practice on the machines. If they had increased their ability level, or obtained new skills, they could test themselves on the machines, write down the scores, and hand them to staff to upgrade the status on their wristwatch. If Layla was on her own, she would have never approached the group, but she had Aaron by her side. "Hey guys," Layla said with a smile as she approached the group of boys. Before replying, Earl took a glance at her wristwatch and saw that she was only a level 2. "What do you want?" Earl replied. Layla's eyebrows started to twitch hearing Earl's rotten attitude and tone in his voice. But she was used to this. She had her fair share of bad treatment at her own school. "We're not here looking for trouble, just wondering if you knew where Peter was," she said, putting on a fake smile. The group looked at each other and started to laugh. "Looks like they really aren't his real friends. I knew something was going on," she thought. "Peter?" Earl said. "I wouldn't be surprised if that kid tried running out of the city by now." "Yeah, Earl. I can't believe he actually did it. If I did that, I know I'd never be able to live with myself," one of the men standing behind Earl said. Earl immediately turned his head and gave a scorned look at the man. "Sorry, Earl," he said. "Anyway, buzz off you two. We're not saying a single thing. If you want to find Peter, then go find him yourself." Although Layla was annoyed, there was nothing she could do. She wanted to stand her ground and beat the information out of them, but Earl was a level 4 user, while the rest behind him were similar level to herself. She had no choice but to turn and head back on her search for Peter. As she walked off, the group started to laugh, but as soon as she passed Aaron, she realized she wasn't following her once again. "Where are you going?" Aaron asked. "To find Peter. These guys won't tell us anything." "I see no reason for us to find Peter anymore," Aaron replied. "What do you mean?" "Well, these people clearly by their conversation earlier either know what Peter did, or at least also know where Vorden and Quinn are." Aaron then started to walk up to the group of 5. "I don't want to waste any more time." Mist and frost started to form just above her hands, and suddenly, a fully formed ice spear had appeared. Before the other students could even react, she had already thrown the ice spear, hitting Earl on his shoulder and pinning him against one of the drums that were used to show a student's power. As Earl's body landed on the drum, the number started to rise, until it eventually stopped at 20. The group watching this knew she was strong, but the machine had only confirmed their fears. The group had no intention of fighting back after seeing Aaron powers. They knew their place was under someone like her. However, she didn't care. She then placed both of her hands on the ground, and a trail of ice started to appear, traveling across the floor, eventually reaching the group's legs and freezing them all in place. "Now which one of you is going to tell me what I want to know first?" Aaron said. Chapter 83, Your Choice. Layla, having witnessed the whole thing, was amazed. She knew Aaron's strength, especially after training with her and seeing her fight before, but it always seemed like whoever she went up against was no match for her. Although she had a power level of 5, she seemed to be much stronger than that. Layla had seen a couple of level 5 users before, but they weren't this skillful in using their abilities. Aaron then started to walk up to one of the students whose legs were frozen. It was the man who had let his tongue slip earlier, and Earl had given him a scolding. She placed her hand on his shoulder, and slowly the ice from his legs started to rise and cover his body. "Wait, I'll tell you everything. I don't know where Peter is. He was meant to meet us here a while ago, but he never showed up." "Why is Peter hiding?" Layla asked. "Don't tell them, Ben," Earl shouted, still stuck on the machine. "If you do, you're out of the gang." Aaron then gathered another ice spear in her hand and threw it once again, this time aiming for Earl's leg. It seemed like she had thrown the spear with more force. As the spear stuck into his leg, Earl screamed in pain, and the numbers once again started to rise on the machine. This time the numbers went beyond 20 and rose up to 30. The commotion was starting to cause the attention of other students who were busy practicing away in the arena as well. 30. I've never got a number that high. Just how strong is she? But Layla knew this wasn't her full strength. At the test site, her strength alone had reached up to the number 50. She was still going easy on these students. Aaron then looked at Ben and started to form another spear. "The next one goes in one of your holes, and I still need the one you're speaking from." Crazy was the only thought Ben had. Who cares if he was no longer a part of Earl's gang? As long as he worked hard in school, he could slowly move his way up the ladder. This was not worth the pain. "Wait, please, Peter. We're not sure exactly what happened, but we heard he pushed Vorden into a portal. That's all we know. We don't know why Quinn is missing as well." Of course, Earl was the one who was behind everything. He and his group had given Peter the instructions to push Vorden into the portal. When they had heard the news that 2 students were missing and confirmed Vorden was one of them, though Peter had done what he asked. Unknown to them, Peter hadn't actually pushed Vorden but Quinn instead. After hearing their answers, Aaron did as she said and walked away from the group. "Wait, aren't you going to free us?" Ben shouted. "The ice will melt in a couple of hours. Or maybe someone in the room with an ability can help you. That's your punishment for making me wait instead of telling this girl what you wanted straight away." As Aaron walked off, exiting out of the training center, Layla quickly followed behind her. "Thanks for that. That wasn't for you. I just hate it when guys think they're better than us. Better show people like that their place." Although Layla didn't completely agree with Aaron's methods, she knew she wasn't the type to abuse her power to those who were weaker than her. But Layla had something else on her mind. Did Peter really push Vorden into the portal? And if Quinn was missing as well, did that mean he went in after them? She dreaded the thought that there was the chance that the 2 of them could have ended up on some unknown planet. Even worse, she feared that Quinn might have grown too hungry and had no choice but to dine in on his friend. Just then, though, as the 2 of them were about to exit through the doors, the door opened inward and a familiar face was seen. It was Peter. Immediately seeing Layla standing there, Peter went running off, but Aaron had reached out and grabbed him by the collar, pulling him back. She then slammed him up against the wall, before he could even think about running away again. She placed her hands on his and started to freeze him. He was now held up in place on the wall. Seeing Peter here must have meant he was planning to meet up with Earl and the others, and judging by his strange actions, what they had said might have been true, but Layla needed to hear it from his own mouth. "Peter, tell us the truth. Did you really push Vorden into the portal?" she asked. "What are you going to do, hit me?" Peter replied. "Because trust me, I have already had my fair share of pain. Whatever you plan to do to me, go ahead. I guarantee you I have already experienced any pain you can think of." Erin then started to form a small little needle-shaped ice pick in her hand. Really? I'm sure there are a few places I could stick this in which would leave you wishing you'd kill yourself. Layla then motioned for her to put the ice pick down, and was starting to think Erin had other problems. Peter, I thought they were your friends, you know. Every day Quinn would ask about how you were to me. He told me that if I ever saw anything strange to come back to him. Why didn't you just tell him, or even just tell us what was happening? You don't know. What would happen if I told you guys? You'd go beat them up, then what? They would just come back for revenge. But do you think they would go after you, Erin or Vorden? No. Of course not, they would go after me. So you say you can protect me, but for how long? Could you keep an eye on me 24 hours of the day? And then what happens when I leave this academy, and you guys aren't there? My whole life has already been decided for me even before I arrived here. Peter then started to break down into tears. I didn't want to do it. I didn't have a choice. Layla had clenched her fist, and was ready to punch Peter in the face. She couldn't believe after all Quinn had done for Peter behind the scenes, and although she didn't like Vorden, she knew Vorden cared for him too. Seeing Peter's tearful face, she dropped her hand down to her side. You're not even worth hitting, Peter, you disgust me. She then turned and walked off and had one last word. You always have a choice. Chapter 84, Agent 83. Inside one of the meeting rooms located in the first-year building, a meeting had been called. Currently sitting at the head of the table was Nathan, and by his side was Faye, who had been in charge of the investigation of the missing 2 students. As they waited, several other teachers started to enter the room. Dell, who was Vorden and Quinn's homeroom teacher, Leo, who was the beast weapons teacher, and finally Haley, the school's doctor. Nathan didn't want word to spread out about what had happened since the first-year students were his responsibility. Therefore, he called his most trusted sergeant by his side to inform them of what his plans were. Faye, would you please inform the others of why they have been called here today? Nathan asked. Faye then stood up with a report held in her hand. As you have been made aware, 2 of our students have gone missing, and due to that, we have had to delay the first year's outing. However, if this was a simple missing persons case, we would not have called you all out here today. Faye then pressed a button on her controller, and a hologram appeared revealing a certain planet, and around it, there were 2 moons. The missing students seemed to have entered into a portal, but not just any portal, a red portal. The faces of the others started to drop as they heard the news. How or why we do not know, but one of the students was Vorden Blade, an original from a powerful family. The mission is not to bring him back alive, but to at least bring his body back. That way the family can say their goodbyes, and it should calm down their anger. What about the other student? Leo asked. The other student is not a priority. He goes by the name of Quinn Talon, a weak level one with no family and orphan. There is no need to worry about him. Do you know where the portal leads to? Haley asked. As you can see in the diagram, the red portal leads to an abandoned planet named Pioletic. It was one of the very first planets the human race had ever created a shelter on. It was safe for the most part, but as the place was filled with weak beasts. However, that was until a year had passed and nightfall had come. Beasts stronger than we had ever seen before came and attacked the shelter. We had no choice but to abandon the place, Faye explained. Why we've called you 4, Nathan said as he stood up. The 4 of you will head out through the red portal immediately. Don't worry, our latest reports say that the beasts that attacked the shelter have long since moved on. The place is mostly filled with Rataclaw scum and the odd intermediate beast here and there. Dell then slammed his fist onto the table. Why should we risk our lives for a couple of students who may have just jumped into the portal themselves? Would you like to be the one to go to the Blade family and explain to them why their son has died and gone missing? How even though we insisted on these watches to keep track of where they are, we still weren't able to keep an eye on them. This is an order, not a request. Meanwhile, Layla was still worrying over Quinn. Now that she knew he had most likely gone through a portal, her worries only started to double. Don't worry too much, Erin said. If Vorden is with him, he will protect his friend. Of course, unless they went through a red portal, that is. But she was more worried that Vorden might be used as an emergency ration during the trip more than anything. Without any food or water supplies with them, perhaps Quinn would suck him dry. As they were walking through the hallway, they noticed that a group of students were gossiping, and as they walked past, they heard Vorden's name being mentioned. What did you say? Layla asked. Would you mind repeating that? The girl looked slightly nervous as Layla was directly in her face. We were just talking about the missing students. Dumbo here has the ability of super hearing, and had heard in on the meeting saying that Vorden was stuck on a red portal planet. After hearing those words, Layla felt her blood pressure suddenly rise. Damn, maybe I shouldn't have jinxed it, said Erin. Do you remember anything else, the name of the planet, if another student went with them? Erin said, now shaking Dumbo, who was standing next to the female student. Yeah, they said the planet's name was Pioletic, and they said something about Quinn being there as well. Layla then got out of Dumbo's face and immediately started rushing towards her room. I'm sorry, Erin, I've got to run somewhere. Thanks for all the help. I wonder what that was all about. With her 2 teammates stuck in another world and nothing else for Erin to now do, she decided she would continue training while she waited for them to return. Layla had rushed off towards her dorm room as quick as she could after hearing about what planet they were on. As she entered the room, she locked the door behind her and placed a chair on the handle. Her roommate luckily wasn't in at the moment, which meant she was free to do what she had planned. She then bent down under her bed and pulled out a small little box. As she opened the box, a circular black sphere-shaped ball was inside. "I already checked the room for any microphones, and there didn't seem to be any," said Layla. "Guess the other families really did put pressure on them not to invade privacy so much." She then tapped the top of the sphere and a clicking sound was heard. A white ring started to light up and went around in circles for a few seconds, before it finally completely lit up. "Agent 83, what seems to be the problem?" a voice said from the ball. "Is it to do with the mission?" "I have found someone who will be a great help to our cause, however. It appears he is stuck somewhere. Would you be able to check if there are any agents on a planet named Pyoletic?" Layla asked. "Give me a few moments. I'm afraid all our agents have left that planet a while ago. Is there anything else I can help you with?" "No, that is it, thank you," Layla said. "Then may I wish you luck in your mission. May Pure be with you." "May Pure be with you," Layla replied. Chapter 85, Turning Back. On planet Pyoletic, it was still nighttime outside, and it still would be for another 6 months. The 2 moons shone brightly on the shelter, showing signs of a great battle that had once taken place. Inside the training center, in the dome-like building, a single boy was alone on his knees, tears running down his face. "Was that really Quinn?" Vorden asked. "What happened to him? He looked so ugly," Ratton said. "Shut up!" the little one screamed. The little one then immediately left the chair inside the dark room, leaving it open for Vorden to take control once again. As he left the chair, he went into dark space and sat down on the floor. He held his hands over his knees and started rocking backwards and forwards. "I did it again," he mumbled. "I heard another one." Now that Vorden was back in control, the tears had suddenly stopped. Vorden lifted himself off the ground and started walking forward. "You do know he will be like that for a while now," Ratton said. "I know, but we have more serious problems to worry about. If that really is Quinn, what happened to him? And can we even help him turn back?" Vorden then stopped walking forward as he had reached the torn-apart body on the floor in the stands. All that was left of land was his 2 legs that had been torn from the waist down. "Well, at least you aren't the one that has to kill him anymore," Ratton said. He then continued to walk forward, following the trail of blood. The beast had taken the top half of the body, which left a trail behind, which made it easy to follow. "Hey, wait, check the man's trousers. He had that advanced tier beast crystal, don't you remember? Now that he's dead, we may as well take it." Although Vorden didn't like disrespecting the dead and didn't often agree with Ratton, in this case it made sense to not let such a precious thing go to waste. People's abilities only went so far. Apart from original abilities, the ones that were known to the public went up to 8. But even beyond the level 8, there was a power difference between them all, and the simple reason for that was beast crystals. The equipment that could be made from different beast crystals could heavily sway the favor of the fight to one person. It was the whole reason why the Pure group was such a threat to begin with, even though they chose not to use abilities. After searching Land's trousers, though, there was no such luck, and no crystal was found. "Do you really think it's a good idea to follow that thing?" Ratton asked. "I need to see if that thing was really Quinn. You know, if I don't, the little one will punish us." Vorden then looked around and held out his hand, attracting one of the chairs from the stands and held it in his hands. He held it in front of him like a shield as he walked forward. "Like that's really going to do anything. Did you see the same monster as I did?" Ratton complained. "Why does he put an idiot like you in charge?" The bloodsucker continued to drag Land's body across the floor, looking for somewhere safe to eat its meal. It turned and turned several corridors, until it finally arrived at what looked like resting quarters. As it approached one of the rooms, there was a metal door in front blocking it, and next to it was another access code machine. The beast looked at the door and kicked with all its strength, causing the door to go flying into the back of the room. The room was mostly empty, as it was only designed for temporary stay. The only thing that was in there was a single bed, a sink in the corner, and a desk. It then went to the back of the wall before sitting down. It continued to handle Land's body like some type of rag doll, turning him around until he was in position. Then finally it opened its mouth wide, revealing 2 of its large fangs, and bit into Land's neck. 35/100. 42/100. Transformation will now end. As the beast continued to suck Land's blood, a notification screen appeared, slowly rising up. The number had hit 100. 100/100. Sufficient blood has been consumed. Your mind is starting to stabilize. Just then, shooting pain once again started to enter Quinn's body, only this time, it was starting to revert back to normal. His claw-like hands began to shrink down and go back to shape to what they once were. His incredibly tight skin softened around his body and face. His ears were no longer pointed, and his teeth too returned to normal, and finally the white in his eyes could be seen once again. As his body returned to normal, he started to huff and pant heavily. His whole body was sore, and his mind was ringing like crazy. Then images started to flash into his head. Everything that he had done while he was the bloodsucker. Even though he had no control, he felt like he was there every step of the way. Vorden? What's he doing here? Then more images started to flash into his head, and finally he remembered slicing a man in half. As he opened his eyes and the ringing pain had stopped in his head, he looked in front of him. He could see a half-torn, eaten man, with 2 large puncture wounds on his neck. That was me. First human killed. High-level user detected. Reward, instant level up. Although Quinn was still in shock that he had killed a human for the first time, he didn't have much time to think about it, as the system had hit him with multiple messages at once, and there were even more to come. Hey Quinn, are you alright? Is something wrong? Do you need anything? Vorden asked. But it was too late. Vorden had taken 1 step too many, and was now within striking distance. Congratulations, you are now level 10. Evolution process has begun. Evolution process. Just then Quinn's heart started pounding harder than before. His veins all around his body started to show as the blood rushed through. Quinn could feel every little part of his body, but it wasn't a nice feeling. It felt like his blood was made of spikes, and as it went through and around his body, he could feel it tearing everything apart. Just then, a footstep was heard entering the room. Vorden had arrived. Quinn? Chapter 86 Evolution complete. The room looked like a prison cell brawl gone bad. Inside was the top half of Lan's body on the floor, blood still oozing from the bottom half and his gut spilling out. If Vorden had never seen a scene like this before, it would cause a normal person to throw up all over the place. Then when he looked up, he could see Quinn kneeling on the floor in pain. It was as he thought. The creature that attacked him before was him, although he no longer looked like the beast. Anymore, it was clear, the damaged uniform, the dead body on the floor. Get away! Quinn groaned out as the pain continued to shoot through his whole body. Maybe I can help. I said get away. Quinn's voice sounded deep and dark, and as he lifted his head, Vorden could see his eyes were now glowing red. Hey Vorden, I think you better listen to the kid. He could be turning into that thing again, Rotten said. Quinn lashed out, flinging his arm at Vorden. However, he was able to lift his metal chair up in time, blocking the attack, but it didn't do much. The metal chair was immediately ripped by Quinn's hands, and the attack managed to craze Vorden's chest, flinging him backwards. Blood! Quinn screamed. Give me blood! The smell coming of Vorden's chest was so sweet. What did I tell you? That chair was useless, Rotten complained. Quick, seal the door shut. Vorden no longer hesitated, and using his abilities, he pulled the broken door back in place, and using all his powers quickly sealed it up. Quinn was no longer chasing after Vorden, but instead knelt on the floor crying in pain. Vorden stayed there with his hands held up holding the door in place. Fear that whatever was inside, or whatever was happening to Quinn, would come out again and attack him. The screams continued for a good 15 minutes, until they eventually died down and stopped. Quinn? Vorden called out softly, hoping not to startle him. Is everything okay? Yeah, Quinn replied. Just give me a few moments, I'll let you know when it's okay. The pain had finally stopped and Quinn really did need a few minutes to get a hang of everything. For the system was revealing so much new information to him in one go. Congratulations, evolution was successful. You are now a vampire. Level 10. Race, vampire. Strength. Level 10, Charm 5, Blood Family bonus. Just looking at his status screen alone, so much had changed. Quinn had yet to put his extra stat point, but it seemed like 2 more options were added to the stat screen. The first one being the Charm stat and the second being a Blood Family bonus. Although with no explanation. Quinn was clueless to what these 2 things did. But what he did understand was that he had gone from a halfling into a full-fledged vampire. Now, Quinn had expected this change might have happened as he continued to level up. He only hoped that it didn't happen so soon. For there was the worry, now that he was a vampire instead of a halfling, what happened when he stepped into the sun. However, there were even more messages to come from the system. Skill, Blood Ritual unlocked. 0 half members. New skill days. Skill has no cost, and can be used on the opponent to stun them between 0.2 seconds. This 0.5 seconds at a time. Must have direct eye contact with the opponent. The skill has a chance of failing, depending on the strength of the enemy and on the user's charm points. The more the skill is used on an opponent, the higher chance they have of resisting. 2 new skills had been unlocked, although there was no description at all for the first one, which just left Quinn confused. However, now he knew there was some use for the charm stat. But the messages didn't stop there. Shop has been unlocked. New tutorials have been unlocked. System level 2 will now activate. Just then a screen had appeared in front of Quinn, and once again it was the handsome blonde man he had seen the last time, the man who had taught him the hammer strike and the flash step. Congrats, the man said. You have now officially joined the family. I thought maybe a simple human wouldn't be able to make it this far, but it looks like my little experiment was a success. Now that the system has been upgraded to level 2, I had a good friend of mine install an AI system with my voice. It's amazing, right? Now you'll never feel alone again, and if you ever have a question about the system, just ask. What? Quinn thought. Why wasn't the system like this from the beginning? Now you're probably thinking, why didn't I design it this way from the very beginning? The truth is, you needed to be able to get this far on your own. From your own mistakes along the way, they can only make you stronger. For some reason, Quinn felt the urge to punch the man if he ever met him in real life. Now before I leave you, although the AI system will help you answer any questions you have about the system, it is not able to go beyond that, so here are my final recorded words. I'm sorry, but now that you are a vampire, others will come looking for you. They have already blended into society, so it's almost impossible to tell who is one and who isn't. If you want to live a life of freedom as I did, then get stronger, create a force of your own, and fight back. Good luck, my friend. With that, the recorded message had ended and the screen had disappeared. Quinn had many questions he wanted to ask the man, but he knew it was impossible. With the new system upgrade and the shop unlocked, he wanted to check out all the new things, but as he looked at the dead body in front of him, reality had hit him. I'm really not human anymore, am I? Quinn wanted to get stronger to protect himself and others from the abuse of those above, but now he had just killed a man, but for some reason he didn't feel sad about it. In fact, it felt like it was just something he needed to do to survive. Before Quinn was to check out all the new things the system had revealed, there was one more problem he needed to face, and it was on the other side of the door. It was time to confront Vorden. Chapter 87, Are You Scared? Around 10 minutes had passed since Vorden had last heard Quinn say anything, but he preferred this over the screaming Quinn. Before he felt like at any second, a rampage might start up from him, but right now, he was relaxed and no longer had his hand held up holding the door. He leant up against the door with his back propped up against it. Hey, what are we still doing here? Rayton asked. Any second now the guy could be eating us. I don't understand. But he isn't, is he? Vorden replied, Do you think he couldn't have eaten us just now, to be honest? I don't even think me holding up the door with my ability would have been enough to stop him. He then lifted his hand across his chest. The wound had dried up and was starting to scab over. Then movement from the other side of the door was heard, as Quinn started to lift himself up from the ground. Vorden, you still there? Quinn asked. Yeah, I'm here. You all right now? Yeah, I'm okay. You probably want to know what just happened, don't you? Well, I would be lying if I said no. Quinn then took a deep breath as he prepared to tell Vorden the whole tale. It was hard for him. Unlike Layla, who had been so accepting of it, not everyone was like her, and he was afraid of Vorden's reaction. He slowly started at the beginning about how he had obtained a book, and after using it felt different all of a sudden. Quinn then went on to explain the events at school, and even things that happened with Layla, all up to the point where he had arrived in the portal world, eventually turning into the bloodsucker. There were some details he decided to leave out, though. There was no reason for him to reveal that his ability was like a system, but only that he grew more powerful with blood. He also left out everything to do with the system, including the mysterious blonde-headed man. These mysterious was his own problem to deal with, and he only needed to tell Vorden what he needed to. There was silence between the two for a few moments as Quinn finished his story. Vorden was of course shocked by the whole thing. Vampires, he didn't even know there were such things, and if Quinn had told him this before, he would have thought he had gone mad. But Vorden had seen it. He had seen what Quinn had turned into, and Lan's dead body in the room was proof of that. You know, I knew you were different from the moment I met you, said Vorden. What do you mean? Quinn asked. Do you know how abilities work? Every person has a number of mutant cells inside their body that they can activate. The more cells a person can activate, the stronger their ability level. My ability allows me to replicate these cells from one person into my own body. That's why if someone is only a level 1 Earth user, I can only copy the same number of mutant cells from them. But when I shook your hand, I felt the different cells in your body, Quinn. Just for whatever reason, I couldn't replicate them. It tried and tired, forming and breaking down, but every time they would end up in failure. It was the first time something like that had ever happened. Are you scared of me, Vorden? Scared, Quinn. Everyone has their own secrets that they don't want others to know, some more so than others. It's understandable why you hid it. The government, military, and the big families would all be trying to get their hands on you, trying to use your power for themselves. Vorden then turned around and moved the metal door out and into the corridor. The metal door was placed to the side, and when he lifted his face, his mouth remained wide open. To his surprise, Quinn looked almost like a completely different person. He had a whole new energy surrounding him. Quinn had grown a few inches in height, his skin looked super smooth, and had gone slightly pale, while his face looked a little more masculine. Now this might be a tough one to explain, Vorden said. Before leaving the room, Vorden went to check on Lan's body. He continued to search and search, but could find no sign of the advanced tear crystal. Was he lying about it? But what he did see was 2 bite marks on the neck of Lan. Right now, Quinn looked completely normal, but looking at the bite marks on Lan's neck, it reassured him that everything Quinn said was the truth. The two of them went looking around until they had come across a toilet. Inside was a mirror for Quinn to look at himself. The changes weren't so drastic that you couldn't tell it was Quinn, but it looked like he had just gone on a 12-week model training course. They continued to walk around and ended back in the arena where the two of them fought. The two looked at the mess they had caused, Quinn thinking about when he was a bloodsucker, and Vorden thinking about the little one. There were scarps of metal all over the place, multiple broken chairs, and across the floor blood. For now, Quinn was full from his last meal, and he also had meant to fill up his blood bank. Based on Land's information, the portal was most likely to be in this building, a secret switch of some sort hidden somewhere, but the two of them had no clue where that would be. After searching around for a while and no success, the two of them sat down on the arena floor. Quinn asked why Vorden was even here in the first place, and gave the simple reply of, "I came after you." Although they didn't stay on the subject for long, as it seemed Vorden kept steering away from the conversation. Quinn assumed it had something to do with Peter, and right now that was the last person the two of them wanted to speak about. That's when Vorden's stomach started to growl. It had been a while since he had eaten the last food pill. "You hungry?" Quinn asked. "Aren't you?" For a second there was another awkward silence between the two. Vorden said, "You know, I do eat normal food as well." The two of them started to laugh and joke about a few things as time passed by. "It's a shame you can't use your abilities in school. If it was a normal ability, my family could offer you protection. The military wouldn't try hurting you." Although Quinn could try pass of the vampire abilities as something normal, there was the problem that there was no skill like it. They would immediately assume he was an original, and there was now something that worried him even more. On the video the system had shown, the blonde man stated others would now be looking for him. Were others referring to other vampires? If so, he needed to keep this a secret even more so than before. From the sound of the video, they didn't sound like they would be welcoming to him. Then something clicked in his head. There was something he could learn that wasn't a part of his vampire skills. The level 6 ability book, the Shadow Book. Chapter 88, A Voice Inside. While Vorden continued to search the arena for some type of secret exit, Quinn was pretending to look for one as well while walking around. Instead, he wanted to inspect the ability book he had received earlier from the metal container. As soon as he thought about his inventory, a screen appeared in front of him. Then, when just thinking about the item, the system would come up with a message. "Would you like to take out the level 6 Shadow Ability Book?" This time, rather than a monotone robotic voice the system usually played in his head, it was the annoying, energetic blonde man's voice. "Inspect. Level 6 Shadow Book can only be learnt by those that have been blooded." As Quinn used his inspect skill, a weird word had been added at the end. Blooded? Was that another name for vampires, perhaps? When Quinn tried the other ability books, he wasn't able to learn any of them. It started to make Quinn ask more questions about the book. Why did the military keep such a high-level book locked away? Was it because everyone had died, or were they planning to sell it off for the future? Either way, he had never heard of someone possessing a shadow ability before. Just then, the annoying voice was heard again. "So it looks like you want to learn more about the book, huh? Well, I can tell you if you want. Do you want to know?" The AI system seemed to be just as annoying as the man himself. "Please," Quinn said while gritting his teeth. "Your guess is correct. Blooded refers to those that have been blessed or cursed, whichever way you want to look at it, with vampire blood. It doesn't matter if they're a halfling, a vampire lord, or even a ghoul. As long as they possess some of the vampire's blood, they are able to learn these abilities." "Do you know why the book was here?" "I have no clue." The AI system had surprisingly answered in great detail. It was like the blonde man said. While the inspect skill was able to tell him information about items, his system would clarify things to him related to the system. Quinn was still unsure about whether to learn it or not, as he still needed more information, and it seemed like the AI was the perfect person to ask. "Is this the only ability book vampires can learn? And can vampires learn more than one ability?" "Just like humans. Vampires are only able to learn one ability. Whether or not there are other ability books out there like this, who knows? There may be some stronger, there may be some weaker." The AI system was only an AI system after all. Even though the man sounded intelligent with a stupid voice, it was limited to what it could answer. The problem was, if this truly was another ability that Quinn was unable to use in the outside world, he didn't want it. Another ability that the world didn't know about meant he would be targeted. However, the question remained if there even was an ability that vampires could use as well as humans. Quinn had asked the AI more questions hoping to get an answer it had no clue, and would just reply back with sarcastic answers. With that being said, there was one person in the room that was knowledgeable about these things, and he might just know about the shadow ability. Vorden. Although the system stated blooded were the only ones that could learn it, maybe there were other vampires out there that had used the ability before. As the two paced by each other while making their rounds around the stadium, Quinn popped the question. "Vorden, have you ever heard of an ability that uses shadows?" "Shadows. Honestly, my gut instinct would be no, or at least not the world anyway. But you were honest with me, so it's time I'll be honest with you," said Vorden. The two of them then sat down a few chairs apart in the stadium, one of the rows that hadn't been trashed from the fight. "Remember when I said earlier how I kept an eye on you because I couldn't copy your ability? Well, you're not the first one. or not the first one in our family, said Vorden. As you know, I'm an original, so our powers have been passed down from generation to generation for hundreds of years. In my great-grandfather's journal, there was a time he said he had come across another user with an ability. Now back then this was rare. The whole world still didn't know humans had super capabilities. But each time we would come across one, our family would log it, especially since our ability relied on others. For the first time, he had come across someone's ability he couldn't copy. So is that why you were so interested in me? Vorden's face started to go a little red as he was embarrassed hearing those words. When you say it like that, it sounds a little strange. I assure you I don't think of you in that way, Vorden said awkwardly, but then his face went serious. Now that I told you, tell me, how would something the public not know about would you know about? At the moment, Quinn lifted the ability book in his hand, which had the words shadow ability written across it. For a second, Vorden had to rub his eyes to check he wasn't seeing things. He thought perhaps Quinn might have learned something when he turned into a vampire about it, but to actually have the ability book in his hand itself. Whoa, you actually found it. I was sure it would have been an original skill, but there was. Actually an ability book. Well, what are you waiting for? Let's learn it now. We have all the time in the world, and we're stuck here doing nothing. Well, I really did want to learn it, but the problem is, if I did, others would be after me just like they would for the vampire ability. Vorden started to think long and hard if there was anything he could do to help him. Then his master plan had come to him. I think we can use the situation we're in to your advantage, said Vorden. The school must know by now that we have been sent to another planet. A red portal planet at that. There are things that have been undiscovered on these planets all the time. You can just say you found the book here, that you learned it for your survival. They all know you're level 1 trash. Vorden paused for a moment after saying those words. I mean, they all think you're just a level 1, right? I'll say while we were in the portal world, I protected you, and as payment, after learning the skill, you decided to hand the book over to me. That way the people will no longer be bugging you for it, but my family instead. Vorden smiled as if he had just cracked the toughest case in a mystery novel. Are you sure your family will be okay with that? For a split second, Quinn thought he had seen Vorden's face drop, but when he blinked and looked again, it was completely normal. Yeah, they'll be fine. With the plan are set, let's get to learning that ability book. I can't wait to see the faces of everyone when we get out of here. If we get out of here, Quinn said. Do you have to be so negative? Chapter 89, Unlocking the Shadow. Vorden and Quinn stood opposite each other in the center of the stadium. Not too far from each other so they could hear each other without having the need to shout. Now, what I'm about to tell you they would probably teach you at the school later on anyway. But I'm going to tell you now because it should be helpful when learning the ability book. Vorden then started to use the magnetism ability he had obtained from Lan. He pulled over a small bolt and began to levitate around in his hand. Everyone knows about the power level system. There are 8 levels in total. These levels are actually determined by how many mutant cells you are able to activate in your body, and not actually determined by strength. Let's take the Earth ability as an example. Someone with a low number of cells is only able to transform the Earth they can hold in their hand, while a level 5 Earth user might be able to lift the Earth from the ground without touching it. These type of ability books contain information on how to activate more mutant cells for your specific type of ability. But if the power levels don't actually determine strength, then why the test when we started school? Good question, said Vorden. The test the military gives you is actually to put you into the subcategories they created, the 1.1, 12, etc. This can sometimes be determined by what skills you have as well. Vorden then lifted up his wristwatch and showed him the number currently displayed, which said 6 on it. Quinn was suddenly confused because he was sure he had seen the number 5 on it before. These watches are the answer. The watches they put on us are able to determine the number of mutant cells in our body. Before even taking the test, they knew what level we were at. They simply just set the watches to an off mode the moment we arrived. When I use my ability, I also copy the number of mutant cells in their body, which is why the watch now shows the number 6. Quinn seemed to be learning so much. It just proved that the information that was revealed to originals compared to the rest was different. This also further confirmed that Quinn being a vampire wasn't an ability. The number on his watch had never changed, or maybe it was the fact that his cells were no longer human. Think about it. Not every test is able to determine someone's strength. Some abilities allow you to tell if someone is telling the truth. Some allow super hearing, and some can help you see into the future. Although these might not be strong fighting abilities themselves, they require a high number of mutant cells to activate in the first place. And now that brings me to your book, Vorden said, as he pointed towards it. Not everyone can activate a high number of cells. Some ability books are just too high for people to learn. They try and try, but they will never be able to succeed. To put it simply, their fate was decided for them at birth. It might take a while before we can tell if you have the ability to learn it or not. It sounded harsh, but what Vorden was saying was true. He had heard examples of rich CEOs who had bought their kids high-level ability books, only to be disappointed when they weren't able to succeed. Now we move on to the second problem. Even though you have the ability book, what about skill books? With no skills, you will most likely only be able to unlock 1/10 of its power. But don't let that get you down. The ability books and skill books are only shortcuts to learning these things in the first place. When the originals discovered their powers, they had no books, they learnt and discovered everything themselves. Quinn thought about everything Vorden had said. He further went on to explain that each book would explain a technique that could be used to mutate a specific type of cell. The higher the ability book, the more information it would reveal about the method used. Some abilities just didn't have lower levels and required people to have a high number of mutant cells to use them. There was another little bit of information he reviled but decided to not go into too much detail. It was the fact that your soul weapon also had something to do with the number of mutated cells in your body as well. This would determine how strong of a soul weapon you had. The example Vorden gave was Momo. Although Momo's ability wasn't too strong in a fight, his soul weapon was incredibly powerful as a level 6 ability user. Vorden had explained that learning a level 6 ability Book of the Bat would take months to learn, but while here they could get a head start. But Quinn thought differently. There was one thing Vorden didn't know, and it was his vampire abilities also worked like a system. He touched the book once more, and the system message popped up again. Would you like to learn the level 6 shadow ability? There was no going back after this. Yes. The book then lifted into the air and the pages started turning and flashing in front of him. Suddenly there was a sense of déjà vu. Vorden stood on the sideline and took a step back. He had never seen anything like this happen before. Then finally, once all of the pages of the book had been flipped, it disappeared and vanished into thin air. Immediately rushed over to Quinn, who was holding his head with his hand. What happened, are you okay? Vorden asked. Yeah, I'm fine. As the pain in his head slowly went away, he looked up, and in front of his vision, he was greeted with multiple messages. Congratulations, you have learnt the level 6 shadow ability. You have now unlocked the shadow skills tab. You have unlocked the mutant cell stat. 10 skill points have been added. New shadow skill dimensional storage has been activated. New skill shadow control LV has been added. Chapter 90 exploring the shop. The ability book had vanished once again, just like the old book he had received. This time he had also been given an entirely new tab that was dedicated only to his shadow ability in his system. Hey Quinn, what's wrong? Did something happen? Where's the book? Vorden asked. Quinn then went to tap his head a couple of times with his finger. Inside? Said Vorden. What, you mean it's inside your head? Quinn nodded. Vorden was surprised, but at the same time not. He had learned so many crazy things today, and this one was probably one of the least shocking. He could imagine that maybe whoever created the shadow book might have put a condition on it. Maybe once it was learned to vanish or disappear, it would also explain why many weren't found, or how none were sold on the market. Vorden didn't ask too many questions, and gave Quinn a few moments to sit down and rest. He didn't really understand what he meant by it was all inside his head. Of course, this was Quinn's way of getting around telling Vorden it was a system. Status: Race, Vampire. Ability, Shadow. HP, 55/55. MC, 100/100. Strength, 15. Stamina, 15. Agility, 15. Charm, 5. The first thing he decided to do was check out his stats screen. One of the messages had stated he had obtained a new stat called Mutant Cells, or MC for short. Looking at his MC stat, it currently displayed 100/100. System, can you explain the MC status to me? Ho ho, a cheery voice said. The MC stat is how many mutant cells you currently have in your bod. Every time you use your ability, the MC numbers will go down, but worry not, for it will auto-regenerate itself over time. Quinn then looked at the 2 stat points he had obtained. One form leveling up to level 10, and then the other from when he had consumed Land's blood. But when he tried to see what he could do with them, he was unable to increase his MC points, meaning it was a similar stat to his HP. The question was whether it would increase on its own like his HP. I can tell you the answer to that, the system said. The answer is no. Those mutant cells have a cap in your body. This can only be increased by a certain technique specific to the shadow ability. You would either have to find a higher level ability book or a teacher. With that said, Quinn decided to put his stat points into strength and agility, as he has been doing so far. Right now, he only had one skill that required the use of charm, and he didn't know how useful it would be. Strength 16. As he increased each stat point. He could feel the changes in his body. The feeling was starting to become addictive. But he was still a long way off from the others. Aaron, who was a level 5 ability user, was able to produce a score of 50 on the strength test. That was also without the use of any beast gear to improve herself. While Vorden was still giving him space and walking around the room, it also gave Quinn the time to check out a few of the other things he had unlocked earlier. First, there was a new tutorial video. There was a single video called Combination Skills. The video was a long watch as it took time to explain the process. Quinn didn't have time to watch it now and would watch it later. The next thing was the Shop tab. When selecting this tab, he was able to search by category, and there was a whole bunch of items, weapons, armor, rings, and all sorts, but there were no skill books or ability books. The only problem was, all of the items were grayed out, not allowing him to select any of them. To the side of the screen, it showed his inventory, where he had 16 basic tier crystals, one intermediate crystal, and also an advanced tier crystal as well. He didn't know when he had obtained them, but at some point he must have done. Was it while I was a bloodsucker? But Quinn couldn't remember killing anything other than Lan. It was the only explanation. When he had murdered Lan, did all his crystals transfer over into his system? The section to the right allowed him to select the item. He first chose the Rataclaw crystals. The shop auto-sorted itself and gave a message in the center. No items can be made with these crystals. Then, when selecting the other two crystals, items had appeared up in the center this time. Although these items were still grayed out, but Quinn now knew the reason why. 3 intermediate crystal required to create this item. The items required several crystals to make them. After searching through the shop more, he realized there were some weapons and items that only needed a number of crystals, while others were more specific and needed a specific type of beast crystal. When selecting the advanced tier crystal, the shop auto-sorted itself once again, and a ring was shown on screen. 1/10 advanced tier deathbat crystals. Effects. Allows the user to walk in the sun for 3 hours without being affected by the sun. This was a fantastic discovery. While Quinn was planning to create an outfit that completely blocked out the sun, there was a ring in the shop that had the same effect. The only problem was it required him to kill 10 of these deathbats, which were advanced tier beasts. Thinking back to how he had nearly died from the intermediate beast, there was no way he would attempt to kill an advanced tier beast. Then there was a second problem. Beasts, especially on the higher tiers, were quite specific to what planet they lived on. At some point, if Quinn wanted to earn the ring from the shop, he would have to come back to this planet through the portal. All in all, the shop was a good find. Quinn started to question the AI system further on how the shop worked, and he had explained that as long as he brought the items that it asked for, it would be able to auto-create it and give it to him. This was another excellent find, as usually after obtaining beast crystals, he would have to take it to a beast weapons crafter who would charge for the making of the item. Then a question hit Quinn's mind. Crystals could only be turned into one type of item, which all had the same effect. The quality of the item created would depend on the crafter, but if the item was destined to be a ring, a sword was unable to be crafted from the same type of crystal. Did Lan know what item the deathbat crystal would give him? And if so, why would Lan need such a thing? It might have not even been Lan in the first place, but whoever had hired him in taking down the deathbats. Chapter 91. Exploring the Shadow. With no way of getting any of the items from the shop, for now, he decided it was time for him to check out the Shadow tab. A whole new section of his system that had been added as soon as he obtained the ability. Underneath the tab was a list of around 10 different skills. Each one grayed out apart from the 2 skills he had learned previously. Below he could scroll down further, but everything just appeared as several question marks. The first skill. Dimensional storage. This skill will allow the user to store items into its shadow storage. As long as there is a shadow nearby, you can take out and put in items as you wish. This includes your very own shadow underneath your feet. If only I had this skill sooner, Quinn thought. Back in the storage room, there were many items that Quinn wished to bring with him. There were multiple skill books and ability books that he had already converted into XP and wouldn't be able to gain anything again. At the time, he wished to bring them with him to at least sell on the marketplace, but was unable to carry them. If he wanted to do that now, it meant leaving from the safety of the training center and heading back outside where the beasts were. While Quinn's system allowed him to store crystals and specific ability books inside, it did not allow him to store anything else. So the dimensional storage was a great skill to have. The second skill, Shadow Control LV. Judging by its name, perhaps the skill would be able to surround him like some type of shadow. Allows the user to control their own shadow. The description was short and didn't really reveal much, even if he could control his own. Shadow, what use was that? But the significant difference with this skill compared to the last skill was the fact that it had a level by the side. If it was like Quinn's blood skills, then as long as he carried on using it, it would eventually level up. Maybe even allowing him to create shadows or use his own shadows. Quinn then looked at the skills tab again. At the moment, he was able to see 10 skill in total while the rest were covered. Next to each skill was a number. Shadow Cloak LV. 10 skill points to unlock. There were multiple skills, but Shadow Cloak was the only one that he was able to unlock right now. He only had received 10 skill points, and wondered how he would be able to obtain more. He started to wonder if it would also be able to block out the sunlight, which made him feel so weak. His excitement got the better of him, and as long as he could unlock the other skills later on, what was there to worry about? You have successfully unlocked Shadow Cloak LV. This skill allows you to use your own shadow to surround you into the darkness. You opponents will struggle to see you depending on their level of perception. Best used in the shadow or at night. It wasn't exactly what he was expecting, but it seemed like it was a type of invisibility cloak, one that would work well on beasts that were weak but not those of a higher level. Quinn then stood up from the ground and was ready to test out his skills. He could see that Vorden was still walking around the stadium, seeing if he could find anything. It was hard for Vorden to see due to the lights being broken, and he didn't have the same type of vision as Quinn. That meant the whole room was dark. Perfect. Shadow cloak activated. -1 megacoulomb for every 10 seconds of use. His own shadow below started to lift up from the ground and slowly crept up his body, from his toes to his knees, all the way to the top strands of hair on his head. Now when looking from the outside, a strange foggy-like mist could be seen covering him. As Quinn walked around the arena, he could see that his MC stat was like a bar. While using the skill, it was slowly going down. He crept up slowly to Vorden in the stands going between the chairs, and it seemed his skill was working. While Quinn was stood around 10 meters apart, it looked like Vorden had no idea he was there. But then when he took another step closer, Vorden immediately jumped back and attracted a chair into his hand. Although Vorden was struggling to see what it was, he could feel strange energy disrupting the flow around him. The hairs on his body were standing up. Then when he concentrated, he could see something shifting in the air. Vorden went to repel the chair, throwing it in Quinn's direction. The chair flew right past and into the stands. "Hey, wait, it's just me," Quinn said as he deactivated his skill and could be seen duck down. "What the hell, Quinn, you almost gave me a heart attack. Do you not remember just seconds ago I was fighting to the death against you?" Vorden complained. "I've been on high alert since." "Sorry," Quinn said as he let out a little nervous laugh. "But man, you already know how to use the shadow ability already. And that seemed like a skill." Vorden asked, amazed. Usually it would take months to learn how to use an ability, and some skills even longer. Yet here Quinn was being able to handle everything straight away. "Like I said, when I read that book, it seems like all the information was inserted into my head. All I have to do is think about it, and I can do it." Vorden then walked over towards Quinn and took out his hand. "Do you mind this time?" Vorden asked. "Sure, go ahead." The two shook hands and the same message had appeared as last time. "An ability has been detected. Ability has been blocked." "What's the meaning of this?" Quinn asked inside his head to the AI system. "The system will try its best to do whatever it can to help the user. It will tell you when abilities are being used on you and all sorts." "Can I temporarily cancel the feature?" Quinn asked. "It's not really a feature, it's just informing you of what your vampire body is naturally doing. Besides, even if the boy could copy your ability, he wouldn't be able to use it." "What do you mean?" "That skill book you used is specific for vampire cells, inside your body right now. Are vampire mutated cells. This is the reason why he can't copy it. Your body structures are completely different. But you could always turn him into a blooded one. Would you like to activate skill blood ritual?" "Yes, no." Chapter 92 Blood Ritual. Quinn was wondering what the blood ritual was. After all, there wasn't much information revealed about it. But now that the system was offering for Vorden to become a blooded one, it all became clear to him. It was a ritual that would allow Vorden to turn into some type of vampire. Underneath the skill, it also had the number 0.5. This would assume that at most, he was only able to turn 2 people. This number might increase in the future, but for now that was how it was. "I can't just turn Vorden into a vampire. He would have to deal with the same crap that I had to deal with." Quinn thought, maybe I needed it to make myself stronger, but for Vorden who was already strong, there's no upside. A thought then came into his mind. The blonde man in the video had told him to grow his own army, and soon others would come for him. Was this what he was talking about? In the end, though, Quinn decided it wasn't his decision to make. Vorden had helped big time, and if he wanted to, then it was his choice, and it would be nice to have people to go through this with. "Hey Vorden, if you had the option, or let's say I could turn you into a vampire, would you?" Quinn asked. "I don't want to hurt your feelings or anything like that, but the answer would be no," Vorden replied. "Being weak for most of the day. Sure, it's fine while we're on a planet like this, but besides, what would happen to my ability?" Quinn waited for the AI to answer his concern. The AI actually started to seem smarter than he first thought. From what he said earlier, and also giving him the option to use his skill, meant it was listening in on everything that was being said. "Fine. I can see you're waiting for an answer. His whole cell structure would change, and he would then become a vampire. Or something like one anyway. Which yes would mean he would no longer have his ability. Not only that, but it might be a while before he could learn one as well." "What do you mean?" Quinn asked. "You didn't learn the shadow ability the conventional way. There's no longer an ability book to learn from. It would be nearly impossible for you to teach it to him. Then you would have to wait until you found an ability book compatible with your vampire cells." "Yeah, sorry Vorden, it probably would get rid of your ability," Quinn said, scratching the back of his head. "I just thought I would ask. You might have been one of those types obsessed with vampires." "There are people like that," Vorden replied. The two of them then started to head down the stadium floor, an area that was designed for combat. They had been looking around the room for an hour now, and it seemed like they were unable to find a place where the portal could be. They needed to make a decision. Whether or not to leave the training center and head outside to look for another place. But before deciding any of that, Quinn wanted to get the hang of his new skills. Vorden was also interested, and thought he might be able to help since he had experience with using elemental abilities before. The first test was his dimensional storage skill. Just like with his other skills, all he needed to do was think about it in his head, and it would activate. While activated, the shadow from his own body started to wiggle and swirl about a bit. It looked like an ocean continually moving. Using a piece of metal he grabbed earlier, he slowly pushed it into his shadow, and the object started to sink in until it eventually disappeared. That's kinda neat, Vorden said, watching. Can you get it back out? Quinn then placed his hand into his shadow. As he did, his arm sunk into it, but he could feel nothing. He then thought of the piece of metal, and suddenly he could feel something in his hand. He pulled, and out came the piece of scrap metal. The two continued to do more tests with the dimensional storage. Quinn found out that not only his shadow could be used to gain access to things, but also Vorden's shadow, or any shadow cast by the wall and buildings. When Quinn touched these shadows, they too would start to wiggle like his own shadow. The next test was to see if they could store items bigger than the shadow itself. Vorden gathered a bunch of chairs from the stadium and formed them into one giant flat metal circle. Then Quinn placed one hand on the circle while the other on his shadow to store the item. The shadow underneath his foot started to expand into the shadow created by the large circle. Eventually the whole thing dropped inside. It seemed like the size of the item did not matter, and the good thing was it didn't take up any MC to use it. The next skill is the one Quinn was looking forward to the most. Shadow Control, a skill that didn't say much in terms of description. Shadow Control LV. Active. Then inside Quinn's mind, something had clicked. He felt like he had a new set of arms he could control. The shadow underneath his legs was alive, and could freely move about. He lifted the shadow, and it was like a dark moving mist that continually surrounded him. I guess the skill is limited to just the shadow around you for now. It's like a level 1 Earth ability, said Vorden. I wonder why it needs so many mutant cells to activate and is considered a level 6. Using the shadow around him, Quinn was able to extend it out and lift the small piece of metal that he pulled from his dimension earlier. It was like controlling another person. After using it for a while, Quinn seemed to get the hang of it. He could move the shadow to go anywhere around his body, or he could form it into whatever he liked. Even weapons, but when changing it into a sword-like shape and trying to cut the metal, it did nothing but go around it. It seemed like the shadow sword did not have the same properties. Well, now that you got the hang of it, you want to spar a little? Vorden asked. Chapter 93 Rescue Team arrive. Having the shadow just active and moving about didn't take much MC. It only took about 1 point of MC per minute, which meant he could play about and activate the shadow for around an hour and a half if he didn't use any other skills. This didn't change, no matter what he did with the shadow. However, there did seem to be one downside. While he was using his shadow control skill, he was unable to cast Shadow Cloak, or even use his shadow dimension. The shadow underneath him was no longer there and was being controlled. If he activated Shadow Dimension, the shadow would immediately fall to his feet again. Now the two of them stood opposite each other, ready to have a friendly fight. Vorden this time had a couple of metal balls hovering around him instead of spikes. Be careful, Quinn. Although these might not be like the spikes, they can still do a lot of damage. It's alright, Vorden, my body can handle it. Not using his full strength, Vorden repelled the ball at a decent speed, heading towards Quinn. At that moment he lifted the shadow from his feet to form a type of wall. As the two made an impact, the ball seemed to slow down. It started sinking through the shadow slowly. Then part of it could be seen from the other side. Quinn stared at the ball carefully, and then when the ball had nearly passed through the shadow wall, it started to accelerate. Oh! The ball left the shadow wall and slammed right into Quinn's stomach, falling to the ground. Ah! Quinn shouted as he tried to breathe in some air. Well, I wasn't expecting that, Vorden said. Try again. Quinn groaned. Vorden then fired the second ball of metal, and once again Quinn lifted up his shadow shield, and the same result had appeared. Only this time Quinn moved to the side, allowing the shadow to stay where it was before moving the shadow. The ball then carried on moving forward and banged into the stadium wall. Let's see how physical attacks work, Vorden said, as he moved forward and swung a long metal pipe he had in his hand. Using the shadow, Quinn blocked again, and the same thing happened, however. Vorden was easily able to pull the object away from the shadow and attack in a new place. He also noticed that the shadow was only covering Quinn's front and was not big enough to go around his back. If he was to use his attract skill on one of the metal balls, he would easily be able to hurt Quinn right now. Vorden continued to attack with the metal pipe, and Quinn continued to block, moving the shadow in the areas where Quinn was attacking. That's when he released something. Every time Quinn would hit his shadow, his MC points would go down by a chunk or so. The same thing had happened when he threw out the balls. The stronger the attack, it seemed the more MC points would be used from the shadow. Then when Vorden was about to attack one more time. Wait, stop, Vorden! Quinn shouted. His shadow had vanished, and he had run out of MC points. The shadow acted as a type of shield. It wasn't solid enough to block attacks, but would be able to slow them down. Later, when Quinn's MC points were restored a little bit, he did a few other tests. If Vorden was close enough, he could use the shadow to grab onto him like an extra pair of hands, or even grab onto his legs, slowing him down. But there wasn't enough of the shadow to use it in both of these ways. He could simply either use the shadow to attack or to defend. Well, I can see why your ability is a level 6 now, Vorden said. I think it's more to do with how freely you can use the shadow, and my example would be the skills. Normally a skill would just be a different type of attack, but your ability, your shadows can actually be used to do entirely new things. A separate storage space, masking you in the night, and even as a defensive shield. It's almost as if you have 3 abilities combined into one. Quinn was happy with the results of the shadow ability, and hearing Vorden talk about made him feel even more confident. He couldn't wait to unlock the other skills in the shadow tab of his system. With the spar over, the two of them decided that once Quinn was fully rested and his MC points were back, they would exit out of the training center and go exploring again. After all, if they did nothing, they would soon start to starve, and Vorden didn't want another instance where Quinn got too hungry. It took around 30 seconds for Quinn to gain back a single MC point, so it would take around an hour for all of his points to be restored. Then they would make their move back to the outside. Outside, in the abandoned shelter, somewhere in the city between 2 broken-down buildings in the middle of the street. A specific area started to appear distorted. The space itself looked as if it was bending. Then little sparks of electricity were seen coming from it. Zap. Suddenly 4 people appeared holding hands together on the street. As soon as they saw where they were, they immediately let go. Is everyone here? Faye asked as she did a head count. The homeroom teacher Del was here, although he was still wearing clothing like he was ready to teach. Then there was the Dr. Haley. She was dressed more appropriately, with high-end beast gear all over. She didn't look like her usual self in her white robe, and looked almost intimidating. It was what one would expect, as her father was one of the generals of the school. Then there was Leo. He was wearing light armor that fitted tightly to the skin, similar to Faye. Both of their abilities focused on speed, so it was important not to wear something too heavy. All right, our goal is to find the children, Faye said. The rescue team had arrived. Chapter 94, who was stronger. When entering the portal, as long as there was one on the other end, it would throw you somewhere within a 1-mile radius of another, as long as there was already a portal set up on the other end. The reason why the group were holding hands is to ensure that they would all be teleported to the same place. Unlike when Quinn and Vorden entered the teleporter one by one, they were chucked to different locations. On Del's back was a fairly large rucksack that looked quite heavy. As he walked with the group, his footsteps stomped the ground and his back was arched. Why do I have to carry this thing? Del complained. Right now you're the weakest of us 4, right? Faye replied. So if you want us to protect you, it's best that you carry the portable teleporter. Del then looked at Haley, who was by his side, and even he had to admit she looked quite frightening for a doctor. She was in a full set of large beast gear. A frightening-looking chest piece that looked to have a face on it and spikes sticking out of the shoulder pads. On her back she was carrying a large single greatsword that was nearly the same size as herself. She almost looked like a professional traveler that went hunting in these types of places all the time. Rich people. That's what happens when your father is a general in the army, Del thought. Fine, I understand that, but why even the need to bring the portable teleporter in the first place? Isn't the teleporter fine on this end? Del asked. It's back up, Leo said. Look around you and look at this shelter. It was basically the size of a city. Don't you think they had people protecting it as strong as us? We might encounter a strong beast and have to make an emergency exit. Or there might even be beasts blocking the current portal. It's always better to be safe than sorry. Okay, with that said and done, let's head for the training center. It was the place the portal was last known to be, and we can see if it's safe or not. Leo will lead the way for us. I don't want to stay on this planet for long, and I don't want to find out what destroyed this shelter. Leo walked up front, and using his ability, the group were able to avoid trouble. In a way, although blind, his sight was better than the others. His ability allowed him to see an aura around things and see them in different colors. A beast's aura was always red, while humans yellow. It also allowed him to see the aura through most objects such as building walls and so on, allowing them to avoid any confrontation with beasts. However, if the group saw only a few Rataclaw that they could deal with, instead of taking the long route round, Leo and Faye would often head out and deal with them quickly. The two of them were both swordsmen. While Faye would use her longsword, Leo would use his katana blade, not even giving the rats a chance to live. As they continued to walk, Haley had a question on her mind after seeing the two of them deal with the rats. I always wondered, which of you two are stronger? Haley asked. The two up front suddenly froze, and Del looked at Haley like she had no sense of personal questions. Hey, you can't just ask something like that? Del whispered. Of course he was interested. Everyone was. These types of questions came up all the time. Faye and Leo were both of the same ranks. 2 of the 8 sergeants at the school. Talk always happened between the other teachers and soldiers about who was the strongest out of them all. This also happened regularly with the 3 generals. It's okay, Faye said. I can easily answer for you. It's Leo. I don't know if you two know this, but we had to practically beg him to join our ranks after the first war. Back then he was only a private, but he had made so many accomplishments, it was unbelievable. He had one condition when joining the army. I would like to become a teacher. Leo didn't say anything after that. In fact, he never spoke much in the first place. But Del was still wondering how it was possible. Leo's ability was handy, sure, and it might be a high-level ability, but that was only because it required a high amount of MC to use, not because it was powerful. While Faye had the ability of super speed, if the two of them fought, there was no way he could see her losing. In the end, Del thought she must have just said that to be kind to her senior. Faye was still quite young, after all, only in her late 20s. Finally, the group had arrived just outside the training center. We'll make sure the portal is safe first, and then after we will go out looking for the kids, Faye said. The entrance looks clear, said Leo. They walked onward and eventually saw the dead Rataclaws just outside of the entrance. Not only that, but the entrance to the place was completely busted. It had been bent and mismangled but was still covering the door. Faye went to the access machine and tried the code. The sound went off, indicating that it was unlocked, but the doors wouldn't move. They were too damaged. What happened here? Haley asked. Do you think it was the kids? I think you mean kid, Del added. Only one of them has an ability, remember? Ah, Vorden the original correct. His ability is to copy that of others. Although we don't really know how it works, it could be possible. If he copied a strong ability, then I could see him being able to kill these rats, said Faye. Well, if we find Vorden, we can go home, right? Del asked. Are you suggesting we leave and not bother looking for the other one? Leo asked. The mission stated to only find Vorden. Anyone else is considered a bonus. Would you risk your lives for one student? When I joined that war, what do you think I was doing? Leo asked. I was risking my life for the sake of everyone. For the sake of the human race's future, and you know what? That is these children. Enough, you two, Faye snapped. Technically, Del is correct, but I see you are passionate about this. We will scout the nearby area using your ability. If we find nothing, then we leave. Fair? Leo didn't say much and started to walk up to the door. He drew out his katana blade and readied himself. Isn't that door made out of glathrium? It's one of the hardest materials we know of. It's why this training center remained unharmed in the first place, Del said, chuckling at the idiotic attempt Leo was about to make. I'm assuming you wanted to know why Leo is stronger than I am, Faye asked. Leo slashed the door with one swing. No sound was made, and it seemed like the door wasn't even touched. Then a few seconds later, a vertical slash was seen in the door, and the top half fell backwards onto the floor. That's why, said Faye. Chapter 95, True Dream Family. After entering through the glathrium door, the group then went to lift the fallen part of the door up and place it back up. It was heavy, but with Haley's help, the door felt extremely light, and they managed to set it perfectly like a jigsaw puzzle. While it might not keep the beast out, at least, it would deter them from entering. Del, watching the whole thing, hated to think just how high a level of beast equipment Haley was wearing to be able to lift the door so easily. They continued to walk in the hallway, which was covered in darkness, although for Leo leading the way it made no difference. But while walking, Del couldn't get out of his head how easily Leo was able to break the door. It wasn't like Del was a student, he was a professor too. He had participated in the war back then as well, and never saw anything like what he saw today. Could it be a demon-level weapon? He thought. But he quickly came to the conclusion that it was impossible. At the moment, there were only 2 demon-level beast weapons in existence. One of them belonged to the army, while the other belonged to the group known as Pure. However, it was clear to Del that what Leo was using was at least a top-level beast-tier weapon. They had entered the reception area, where several doorways were leading to different sections of the training center. At the front, there was the reception desk with 2 hallways leading to the arena. Then there was the actual reception room, which could also lead you to the canteen and the living quarters. Wait, stop, Haley said to Leo and Faye up front. She bent down and studied the ground. Can you see what this is? It's blood, and leading that way, she said as she pointed to the living quarters. How can you tell which direction? It's coming from the stadium as well, Del asked. Well, the blood tail, you can see that it's heading in this direction, and there's a lot of it, almost as if someone was dragged this way. Come on, let's hurry. It could be one of the students, Faye said. They made sure not to rush, but quickly headed in the direction of the blood, following the trail. If there was a beast inside, they needed to make sure they wouldn't startle it. Leo also no longer took the lead, and instead, it was Faye. Usually, Leo's ability would allow him to detect auras and abilities through walls and such, but it didn't work through glathrium, and the whole place was made of it. Although he could still direct himself, he couldn't tell if there was danger up ahead until actually seeing it. They followed the trail until finally, it led them to the hallway, with a broken door outside and a ripped-apart chair. Faye peeked her head into the room with the broken door, and immediately turned away. Haley, I think you better take a look at this, Faye said, turning her head away. Haley took over and went inside the room, while Del also took a look and turned his head away. Did you see the body? Del said. Its body was ripped in half, guts spilling everywhere. Leo, who was standing next to him, turned his head and looked him in the eye. No, I didn't see anything. I haven't done so in a while now. Haley continued to examine the body. She went around the man's neck. Underneath his beast armor, she pulled out a colored dog tag. While holding the dog tag, she continued to inspect the body, and that's when she spotted something. Again, 2 bite marks on the neck, just like the other students. Haley thought, is there really a beast inside the academy somewhere? The same thing that killed this man? Or is it something else? Haley then stood up from the body and walked forward. Do you want the good news or bad news? She said. Just tell us everything, Faye replied. Well, the good news is it's not one of the students. Haley then pulled out the tag, which was attached to a chain, and dangled it in front of the others. The bad news is, he was from one of the big 4 families. Each person's face dropped as soon as they heard the news. Which one? Faye asked. The tag says True Dream. Faye immediately slammed her fist against the wall as she heard those words. Why them out of all the families? The big 4 families were the ones who had the power to rival the military. They were originals with immense power who chose not to share their abilities. However, the True Dream family were the most unique out of the 4. They had the closest connection with the military, enough to even have a seat at the council table. This was all because of the head of the family, who had the ability to steal others' abilities. If anyone ever tried to rebel against the army, then they would get a visit from the True Dream leader, and they could never use their ability again. The only problem was True Dream could only take away their abilities but not use them. So he needed a strong ally, and that's why he got close to the military. Then when he felt safe and protected, he started to gather his own men. The abilities he had taken, he would gift to those he trusted, and they were truly grateful to him. But there was always this fear in the back of his mind he could be betrayed by his own. With no powers for himself, he chose to stay by the military side. This fear kept people in line. This fear was what made people complacent with the system the military had today. Although many didn't agree with the cruel ways and the carrot and stick approach the current army had. They had no choice. We can leave him here for now, but it's best before we leave, we bring his body and take it to the True Dream family. It's a pain, but they should be thankful we brought back one of their own, Faye said. After leaving the body be, they decided to follow the trail of blood back outside and into the stadium. And that's when they spotted the 2 kids lying down on the floor. They're here! What luck! Del said as he ran forward. Haley, Faye, and Del immediately went forward while Leo was the only one who stayed back. For in the center of the arena he could see a color of aura he had never seen before, one which was purple. Chapter 96, I'm sick. Before the rescue team had arrived, Vorden and Quinn were both sitting down in the center of the arena. The 2 of them didn't have much to talk about, so they just chatted about their old lives at school. Quinn's life seemed horrible. He went on to explain how he was raised with no parents, and how he was bullied since entering school. The bullying wasn't really bad until the treaty was signed. When there was no more war, that's when people started to go crazy. However, whenever Quinn would ask Vorden about his school life, he would give a simple answer and ask Quinn a question. The first few times, he didn't really notice anything strange, but then Quinn started purposely asking questions that were harder to avoid. But again, Vorden seemed to avoid the question. Quinn decided to stop. It wasn't right integrating someone like this. If Vorden had something he didn't want to share, then it was up to him. Hey, I just noticed something, Vorden said as he pointed at Quinn's wrist. Quinn lifted his hand and looked at it, and even he was surprised by what he was seeing. The number on his wristwatch was still saying he was a level 1. So he would change when I activated my MC points. Well, that's what's supposed to happen. Vorden then placed his hand on his chin as he thought about it for a while. Do you think it's because you're a vampire? Just like how I can't copy your shadow ability, the watch might not be able to measure your type of MC in your body. Hearing this news, Quinn was actually a little upset. With the use and gain of an ability, as well as Vorden's plan, he was looking forward to being able to use his powers freely. As a level 6 user, people would no longer challenge him just as he walked around the school. But now, if he showed he had shadow powers, and the number on his wristwatch still indicated 1, they would be just as suspicious about him. They would say the watch was broken and get him a new one, but it would just be the same result. I think it's best if you hide your shadow ability for now, said Vorden. You've already hidden your vampire abilities for this long, you can hide your shadow abilities, right? Vorden could see Quinn was a little downhearted by the news he had given him. After learning what Quinn had gone through at his last school, it was understandable. In a way, Vorden thought he was helping him by getting revenge and attacking those second years, but it was just making him and Peter a bigger target. I'm so selfish, Vorden thought. Don't look so down, said Vorden. If we find someone in the school that's good at technology, we can get them to tinker with the watch. They don't need to find out about your cells, but just get someone to hack it, so it displays the number 6. Plus, look at the bright side. The military tournament is coming up, and it would be good if you hide your ability until then. Show everyone. On the big stage. Besides, if you came back with a level 6 now, they would be more shocked about how you learnt it so fast, so it works in our favor. Hearing those words did cheer Quinn up a bit. There was always a geeky person who was good at technology in the school, The only problem was approaching said person. Maybe this was something Layla would be better at doing. Just then the sergeants and professors had entered the room, and surprisingly the first person who ran up to the both of them was their homeroom teacher Del. He continued to dash forward until he gave the two of them a big hug. "I'm so glad you're both safe," he said with tears rolling down his face. Quinn and Vorden thought it was sweet, and didn't realize the homeroom teacher cared about them so much. But the truth was, Del didn't care about either of them at all. He was filled with tears of joy that they wouldn't have to stay in this scary place any longer. He felt like the longer he remained in this place, the more likely he was to die, especially after seeing Ian's dead body on the floor. Haley then came over to the two of them and did a general checkup to see if they were okay. "You look a little different from the last time I saw you," Haley said. "You remember me?" Quinn asked. "Of course I do. I remember you taking that girl to my office at that time." Not many people even remembered what Quinn looked like after seeing him the first time, which is why the other teachers had no reaction when seeing him, so he was quite surprised. "Boys your age do grow quick, you're looking like a man already," she said, smiling. She didn't know why, but as she was touching Quinn all over, she could feel his bulging muscles. His body was toned for his age, and a certain feeling was coming over her a little. "Looks like the charm effect is working," the system said. "It's a shame you didn't save up all your stats and put all your points into the thing. She would have confessed to you right here and now." At first, Quinn thought the system was joking, but looking at Haley's face, she really was taking a little longer to check up on him compared to Vorden. Suddenly she snapped out of it and took her hands away. After checking all their vitals were fine, she handed both of them a food pill. Vorden took the pill immediately while Quinn did the same. Although Quinn felt full, he decided to still take the pill regardless. However, as the pill went into Quinn's mouth and down his throat, he started coughing wildly. It was as if he was choking on the pill. "Is he choking?" Del asked. "Highly doubt it. The pill is around the same size as a pea, and it dissolved almost immediately." Quinn continued to cough with his hands placed on his knees until he threw up all across the floor. Faye, who was standing by his side, had a worried look on her face. "Haley, quick check up on him. There's blood in his vomit." Chapter 97. I've changed. Quinn hadn't eaten anything in the last 2 days. If this was the case with anyone else, then they would be starving with hunger. However, it wasn't the case for Quinn. Before eating the pill, he felt completely full, and he could guess the reason why. Ian's blood. The last thing he had eaten was the blood, and it was all he currently had inside his stomach. For some reason, as soon as he took that pill, it was like his body was rejecting it. Inedible substance consumed. 10 HP 5. Quinn had no trouble consuming foods before. Sure, his taste buds were bland compared to before, but he could always scoff the food down his throat no matter what it was. She rushed over to check on Quinn once again and placed him on the floor. She checked everything she could and even started to use her healing ability on his stomach. A soothing feeling came over him as the light emitting from her hands produced a faint glow. A healing ability has been detected. Unable to block ability. +1. +1. 55 fits HP. It was a relief to know that healing ability still worked for Quinn. In the future, it would be handy to have one in his circle if he was ever seriously injured. "Thank you, I feel much better. Your hunger grows." Although she was able to heal him back up to full health, the healing ability could do nothing about the food he had just spilt all over the floor. "Did you find out what's wrong with the boy?" Faye asked. "Not yet," Haley replied, "but I would need to take him back to the doctor's office when I get back." Just then Leo had returned carrying something over his shoulder. As soon as he entered the room, Quinn was able to tell what it was straight away. The sweet smell was calling to him. Blood bank used. 9100 milliliters. You are no longer hungry. After taking some blood from his blood bank, he no longer had the urge to go grab the body of Leo's shoulder, however. The sweet smell did still remain in the room. "Are we ready to head off now?" Leo said, staring in the direction of Quinn. "Is he looking at me? Can't be right, he is blind after all." "Now you two?" Faye said, looking at Vorden and Quinn. "When we head back, I want a detailed report of what happened. Although we have already heard the other side of the story, we would like to hear yours so it matches up." Vorden and Quinn looked at each other. "You mean you know someone pushed us into the portal?" Vorden asked. "Yes, the second year who was responsible came forward and admitted it. General Duke is dealing with his punishment as we speak." The two didn't know why, but someone was covering for Peter. Which meant that Vorden and Quinn's suspicions were right. Someone had asked Peter to do this, and it wasn't just anyone. Someone with a high enough backing to be able to cover up and get a second year to take the blame. The group started to walk around the training center with the kids in the center, and Faye leading the front. Behind them was Leo, and now Quinn was sure of it. Leo was staring at him intently. Then he remembered Leo saying something about telling if someone was using an ability or not. Could Leo have discovered Quinn now had an ability, but if so, why wasn't he saying anything? Then before he knew it, Leo was by his side and moved his head right next to Quinn's ear. "When we're back at the school, let's have a talk, just you and me. I promise I won't hurt you," he whispered. As soon as he finished saying his words, Leo went back to his position as a guard behind them. When Quinn turned around to take a look, he could see that Leo had a big smile on his face. Quinn was finding it hard to trust people these days, but with a face like that, he really couldn't see him doing any harm, and he wanted to know what Leo wanted to talk to him about. Worst case, if he was to meet, he would bring Vorden and Layla along. Finally, they had reached the reception room, the first place they had arrived at when they entered from outside. At the desk, there was a computer with a passcode machine next to it. Faye input the code which allowed her to turn and log into the computer. After she typed away a few things, a large mechanical sound could be heard coming from the direction of the arena. Well, we would have never been able to open that thing ourselves, Vorden said. Although Quinn thought differently. With his inspect skill, he could have at least got past the passcode machine, but he wondered if it would have helped him with the computer. The group returned from where they had just come, and this time when entering the stadium rather than just the plain flooring on the arena floor. Out from underneath, a large portal had been lifted and placed there. It looks absolutely fine, Del complained. Looks like I carried this thing for no reason after all. As the group walked closer to the portal, Quinn was beginning to hear his heart beat louder, and he wasn't the only one. What's wrong, boy? Leo said. It's nothing, he replied. But it was a lie. After throwing up the food pill, it was clear to him that his body had changed. After the last evolution, he could eat food and now he couldn't. So what about other changes? Before, when walking into the sun, he would lose half his stats. What if this time he just burned to ashes? Vorden, looking at Quinn, had realized the same thing. Hey, do you know if it's daytime or nighttime on the other end of this thing? I haven't seen the sun for ages. The sun should still be out for a couple of hours, Faye replied. But when you two get back, I suggest you rest. Quinn gulped after hearing those words. Oh, will you relax? The system said. Don't worry, the sun won't kill you. Really? Yes. Why would I lie to you, although it will have a different effect on you? Like what? Well, just wait and see. Chapter 98 back again. With the system telling him he had nothing to worry about, his heart started to settle down a bit. It had no reason to lie to him, other than if he was playing some type of sick joke, but then why would it do that? Although knowing the creator's personality through the videos alone, it was something he would totally do. The group stepped into the portal and exited out from the other end. As they opened their eyes, they could see they were in the training hall, the same one where Peter had pushed Quinn. Since they were indoors, no system message had appeared telling him his defects. But I thought the portal would send us to a random location? Quinn asked. That's actually only the case with red portals, Faye replied. It's designed that way so beasts are unable to know the location. Also, with a planet that has been undiscovered, which is usually the case with red portals, it's hard to pinpoint exact coordinates like we can on Earth. Vorden, you head back to class. There are some checks I still need to do on Quinn, Haley said. They did as they were told. Quinn followed Haley along while Vorden decided to head back to his dorm room. Del, you're free to go, and Leo, you come with me. We will report this back to Nathan, telling him the mission is a success, and I'm guessing he will decide what to do with the true dream body. The students were currently in the middle of their classes. Layla was sitting in her seat, hitting her pen constantly on her table. She moved it up and down in the middle with her fingers. It was something she would do whenever she had something on her mind. She was hoping one of her connections would be able to get Quinn out of there, but he had to be taken to a relatively unknown planet. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got, and all that anger was being directed at Peter. As soon as classes were over and she entered the hallway, she could hear all the other students mumbling away. Did you hear? Apparently, the missing students are back. Are you sure? Yeah, I saw Vorden walking back to the dorms, and Professor Dell was cheering out loudly in the hallway. Vorden's back, but what about Quinn? Layla thought. She immediately rushed over to the boys' dorm to see if the rumors she heard were true, but before knocking on the dorm room, she hesitated. The last time she had done something like this, she was strangled by that psycho Vorden. But she needed to know. She wanted to know if Quinn was safe. She gathered her courage and knocked at the door. A few seconds later, and the last person she wanted to see had opened it. It was Vorden. Look, let me just get to chase. Where is Quinn? Vorden smiled as soon as he saw who was at the door. He's at the doctor's office. Thank you, she said as she rushed off. Wait, Vorden shouted. As she turned around, she could still see a huge grin on his face. You're not the only one that knows anymore, he said. What do you mean? Layla asked. Vorden then started to walk over to her slowly. The grin on his face was beginning to get creepier by the second. I'm saying you're no longer special, and not needed by him anymore because I know. Layla turned and continued to run, and as she did, she had the final say. I guess you're still a crazy boy. She ran and ran until eventually she had finally reached the doctor's office. When she entered the room, she noticed that Haley wasn't there, but when she looked at each of the beds, she had finally found him. Quinn, she said, surprised. For a moment she had to look him up and down a couple of times. His jawline, his clear skin, and just something about him was pulling her towards him. What's going on? She said. Are you using some type of charm spell on me? She had read enough vampire novels to know what was happening. Although she was fascinated with Quinn because of what he was, she had never thought he looked handsome. But for some reason, her mind was now running wild with thoughts. "Can you turn this thing off?" Quinn said in his head. "Of course, but I thought you would like this," the system replied. "Of course I do, but if it's like this you won't really like me, it's just cause of the system." Charm stat deactivated. Suddenly, Layla no longer had the urge. But still looking at Quinn now, he looked different from before. And she had to admit he was now on the same level as Vorden with his looks. Although she didn't like Vorden, she knew a pretty boy when she saw one. "Are you okay? What happened?" she asked. While no one else was in the office, Quinn proceeded to tell Layla everything that happened in the portal world. "I'm sorry, I wasn't there," she said. "I said I would help you, but I couldn't." "Hey, don't worry about it," Quinn replied. "I wasn't expecting anyone to jump in after me, that's practically suicide." "He did," Layla mumbled, just quite enough so Quinn couldn't understand what she said. For some reason, she felt like Vorden had one-upped her on the loyalty scale. "Just remember, if you need any blood, you can call me. You don't have to rely on Vorden," she said as she rushed off out of the doctor's office. It was a nice feeling to have people worry about him. For the first time in his life, Quinn truly felt like he had friends. It was a strange feeling he had never felt before. No one had looked out for him when he was hurt. In the past, when he came back home all beaten up, he always had entered an empty room. No one would ask if he was okay or how he was doing. But ever since getting the system, things were different. After Haley had given Quinn the all-okay to leave the office, he finally returned to his dorm room. Inside, Vorden was busy playing on a handheld device. "Hey man, is everything all okay?" Vorden asked. "They didn't find out you were a..." He looked around the room before finishing the last words. "Vampire, did they?" "Yeah, everything was fine. She said she could find nothing wrong with me and my blood levels were normal. So she sent me back." As the two of them were talking away, a beep sound was heard from the door, indicating that it had been unlocked. The door opened and in came Peter. Chapter 99, Same Teams. With no one to talk to, or no one to help him out of the situation he was in, Peter would often go out for walks on his own around the campus. His mind was filled with regret, and Layla's words. In a way, he felt like he should have been punished for what he had done, yet Layla had just left him there. He felt even less significant than before. He wasn't even worth being hit. After walking around school a couple of times, he decided to head back to his dorm room as usual. But as he entered, he had nearly experienced the shock of his life. The two people who he had thought had gone missing, possibly dead on another planet, were in the room. "Guys," Peter started to say with his eyes watering up. "Get out!" Vorden shouted as he pointed at the door. "What?" "I said get out!" Vorden shouted again. "If you don't get out, Peter, I don't know what I will do to you." "But this is my room as well," he cried. "I don't care, ask him to change rooms, but you are not staying here." Peter then looked to Quinn for help, hoping he would say something. But Quinn just turned his head away as his body was shaking. He didn't like what was happening, but it needed to be done. What Peter had done was unforgivable. He and Vorden could have died, and if he really was still a level 1, he would have been killed by the first Radiclaw he had seen. Peter stood there, still in shock. He didn't know what to do. As soon as he saw the two of them, he was hoping everything would go back to how it was, before everything had happened. He wanted to tell them how sorry he was, but they wouldn't even let him speak. Vorden then went to his desk and grabbed a book, chucking it towards Peter, hitting the wall and falling onto the ground. "The next one is going for your face if you don't leave," said Vorden. "Peter, please just go," Quinn said. When Quinn spoke those words, it finally hit him. There was no redemption for him, no matter what he said or did, or even why. They had made up their minds. He was no longer their friend. He opened the door and closed it behind him as he left. Looking around, there was nowhere left to go. It was already nighttime. It was nearly curfew, so he couldn't go outside, and all the other parts of the building would be closed now. With nowhere to go and no one to rely on, he stayed in the dorm room hallway, curled up into a ball on the ground and cried himself to sleep. The next day when the two woke up in their beds, they could hear a commotion going on outside. As they opened the door, they could see a group had gathered just outside their room, and they were all circling around something. "What happened to him?" "Look, the floor's wet underneath." "Did he cry himself to sleep outside? I thought I could hear something last night." A boy from the group then knelt down and grabbed Peter by the hair, lifting his head off the ground and waking him up. "Hey, so it was you that was waking me up in the middle of the night," the boy said. Before deciding to do anything, the boy looked at Peter's watch and noticed he was a level 1. The boy himself was only a level 2. So he took this chance to show everyone he wasn't at the bottom of the food chain. "If you're going to stay out here like a dog, then you need to learn to shut up," he said as he lifted his hand and slapped Peter across the face. Peter was already defeated at this point. He didn't care what happened to him. What were a few slaps? This pain was nothing. What was the point of fighting back? He would only get hurt more. The only people who had bothered to help him in the past, he had tried to kill them. This is what Peter wanted. He wanted to be punished for his actions. As the boy lifted his hand to slap Peter again, He felt something grab his wrist. Then before the boy could even turn his head, he saw a fist right in front of his eyes. The punch was so powerful the sound of his jaw cracking could be heard, and the boy immediately was knocked out and collapsed to the ground. As Peter looked up through his watery vision, he could see Quinn standing there with a look of anger on his face. "I didn't do that for you," he said. "If anyone was treating someone like a piece of shit like that, I would have done the same." Without even looking at Peter, Quinn walked off with Warden and headed to the canteen. "Hey, who was that?" "I'm not sure, but he was kinda hot. I don't remember seeing him in school, do you?" "No, me either." After breakfast, the group was to go to their homeroom class for the usual morning lesson. Before heading to combat classes, everyone sat in their usual seats, which meant that Vorden and Quinn were sat next to each other with Peter on the side. "They really did come back. I heard they got pushed into a portal by some second year. It's amazing they managed to survive." All of the students were talking about the two who had gone missing for a few days. It wasn't the talk around the school, but was talked about frequently in Dell's class since the students belonged to their class. Dell had finally entered the room with a smile on his face as he prepared to give an announcement to the whole class. "Good morning, everyone. Now that everything is back to normal again, I am proud to announce that your first portal outing date has been confirmed and will now be moved to next week. So, please prepare yourselves as best you can. Oh, and remember to practice with your teammates. The same teams that were registered before will be used for this outing." This meant that Peter would be on the same team as the others. Chapter 100 Dreamland. Outside somewhere in the world, there was a city named Dreamland. The place was condensed, packed with buildings and skyscrapers everywhere, and there didn't seem to be a place of open land that could be seen. A large wall also stood surrounding it around 100 meters high. On top of the walls were several turrets and mechs standing guard day and night, patrolling for any danger. Because of these things, Dreamland was considered one of the safest cities to live in, but it came at a cost. Security was a significant issue, and so was habitable land on Earth. After the war, many of the old cities were obliterated and destroyed. Too much damage had been done. Parts of land gone missing, blown into small pieces. Too small for humans to live on. This was what caused the humans to create shelters on other planets. It was a lot cheaper than living on Earth, and often many travelers from different associations and families would live. They were protecting the place. But planet Earth would always be home to many, and it was hard for them to leave. They hated the fact if they lived on another planet, they might have to live in fear of beasts attacking them at any moment. Because of this, the few places left on Earth were only for the very top. There were only two ways to live in the city of Dreamland: to either be really rich, or to become a part of the True Dream family, swearing absolute loyalty to the leader and doing whatever was asked. In the center of the city, there was a skyscraper bigger than any of the others around it. The whole building had been made of glathrium, the hardest material known in space. Inside, on the very top floor, was a bald-headed man in a nicely fitted suit was sitting down in his large armchair at his desk. His name was Jack True Dream, the leader of one of the Big Four families. Just then, a female wearing business attire had entered the room. "Sir, there's been a report that one of our family members have died." "What rank was the traveler?" Jack asked. "Rank D, sir." Once students had left the academy, they were able to become travelers and either work for a faction, family, or as a freelancer. The world government issued these travelers with a rank depending on the difficulty of tasks they can complete. At some point, power levels didn't matter too much on the outside. The attribute that high-level B-Skier gave you was much more useful. It was more important how you use your ability in conjunction with the B-Skier. When starting out as a traveler, everyone started as a rank F. The more tasks you would complete, the more points you would be awarded. Usually it would take a couple years between each rank to level up. Ranks went from F all the way to A+. Because of the way the system worked, it was always hard to gauge an F's ability, but the strong would usually move quickly through the ranks. Therefore, travelers seemed to care less for power level, and often looked at rank instead. "Our rank Ds die often out in missions. Why the need to tell me?" Jack asked. "Well, sir, this one was received to us from one of the military bases, and it was one of our hopefuls' name, D-Lan." Jack sat there and thought about it for a while. It was usual for him to get reports from other families and organizations when they found the dead bodies of his family. They wanted to do anything to get on his good side. What troubled him, though, was the person who had actually died. To give a person an ability that he had taken away, he had to touch them and meet them in person. The low-level abilities he usually didn't remember too much. But he remembered giving Lan quite a handy ability. He had also only taken a year to go from a rank F to a rank D, and was hoping for better things for him in the future. "Send me the report. I'd like to take a look." The female then clicked the device in her hand, and in an instant, a holographic display appeared in front of Jack. He used his hands to navigate through the pages, and quickly read through the information. There were also some pictures attached of Lan's body. "Whoa, what a bad way to die," Lan said as he looked at the picture of his body cut in half. But then he spotted something that interested him, and started to zoom in, right on Lan's neck. "Alexa, bring me up the report of 2 years ago on Danny Fletchman." "Report has been found. his computer system said as it brought up another file. He looked through them once again and noticed that another family member had the same mark on his neck. Usually Jack wouldn't remember details like this, but Danny Fletchman was a level 8 user and was a B-rank traveler, one of the strongest men that the True Dream had in their family. When he had died, it had come to a shock to him, and no one knew who or what had done it. Could these two cases be linked somehow, he thought. Apparently they coincidentally came across land when they out looking for 2 students. I don't know much of the details. Do you know what military base they are from? The worker then placed her hand on her glasses, and images could be seen in the reflection. Words and articles started scrolling past her eyes. Military base 2, sir. Perhaps it's time I pay a visit to them. It has been a while, and I could find out more information. In the meantime, find out what you can about Land's last mission. Jack then stood up from his chair and closed his eyes. Inside of him he could see around 10 little flames swirling around his stomach, each of them looking slightly different from the others. It looks like I'm running low on abilities again. I guess it will also be a good chance to stock up as well. Chapter 101, Leo's Question. With morning lessons over and done with, it was time for combat lessons to start. Layla had come over with Aaron by her side to Quinn. They weren't exactly friends now, as the two didn't really talk much. In fact, Aaron didn't really say much at all to anyone. However, over the last few days after searching for Peter together, they started to hang around each other more often. They had also practiced as a team together beforehand, and for the first time, Aaron had actually called Layla by her name. These were all huge steps forward in Layla's eyes, and before they knew it, the two of them would naturally just be around each other. The three of them headed off to the Beast Weapons class while Vorden had already left for the Elemental class. Now sitting in the room all alone, was Peter just blankly staring at the wall in front of him. Even his fake friends were no longer talking to him at the canteen. Earl and his gang had been avoiding him ever since Aaron had threatened them. They had also already gotten their use out of him, and no longer needed him anymore. Peter continued to sit there and think back at all the stupid things he had done. If only he had done this differently, why did he decide not to ask for help? Why did he agree to help them at the time? It had hurt back then and felt like he was going through hell, but right now, he couldn't even remember what the pain felt like. As all these thoughts ran through his head, and he started clenching his hair in his hands. Every time a stupid memory came up, he would pull his hair, trying to forget it as if he was pulling the memories out of his head. "Why?" Peter shouted as he pulled out a clump of hair. "Why?" he said again, pulling out another. His hands were now filled with parts of his hair. He could feel something running down from the top of his head. He had pulled so hard and so much hair that blood was starting to drip from his scalp. As Quinn was just about to leave the second-year building to head to the Beast Weapons Hall, he paused for a second, right by the exit. This whole time he had been back. Not once had he set foot outside in the sun, and for the first time, he would be doing so now. He had asked the AI system repeatedly what the effects were, but he would never tell him. "Calm down, Quinn. You already know you won't die, so what's the worst that could happen?" "Hey, Quinn, is everything okay?" Layla asked, noticing he had stopped just by the exit. "Yeah, I'm fine," Quinn said as he took a step forward. Bang. Instantly the effect of the sun had hit him. The rays affected him more than ever, and a pounding feeling was heard in his head. He stumbled a little, but soon caught himself. It took him a few moments, but he finally adjusted to the sudden feeling. "You are being hit by direct sunlight. All stats will be reduced by 70%. 70? Are you freaking kidding me?" Quinn shouted in his head. Now calm down." The system replied. "I thought you would act like this, so I didn't want to say anything. At least I had a chance of fighting in the sun before. I thought if I increased my stats to at least 20, suck a few people here and there, I would be like a normal person in the sun. What am I meant to do now?" "Well, honestly, I never really had this problem before. Back at the kingdom we had plenty of items that stopped the sun from affecting us. Just take a look at your inventory. That ring you were looking at is given to the weakest of our men." The system was suddenly revealing a lot more information due to the outburst. Whenever Quinn would ask the system who he was, or if there were other vampires out there, he would ignore him and pretend he never heard. However, Quinn needed to deal with one problem at a time, and right now, and the sun was an urgent one. "Look, I can see you're depressed," the system said. "How about this?" He then opened up Quinn's menu and went to show him the Shadow Skills tab. Out of the 10 skills had been unlocked, but 7 were still grayed out. "You just want to be able to fight in the sun, right? You see the skill named Shadow Void. It costs a total of 20 skill points. I would recommend you unlock that next. The skill allows you to create your own space of shadows, blocking it from not only the sun but outside viewers as well." Although it wasn't a permanent solution to Quinn's problem, it was a solution. While Quinn struggled to walk, Layla quickly came over and pulled out an umbrella over his head. She had kept it on her at all times for situations like these. Hey, Vorden, looks like I'm needed more than you after all," Layla thought. Suddenly, Quinn started to feel a lot better. The sunlight is being blocked. All stats will return to normal. "Do you guys have to be lovey-dovey in front of me?" Erin said as she saw the two walking under the umbrella. We're not a couple, he's just feeling sick. The sun gives him heat stroke easily. What a wimp, Erin said as she walked off ahead. Quinn didn't know why, but Erin's words always seemed to sting a bit more compared to when others said it to him. The three of them had finally arrived at the Marshall Hall and no longer needed the umbrella. Once again as he entered, he started to feel his heart beating faster than ever. He was nervous. The reason was simple. It was because of Leo. For some reason, Leo had asked that the next time the two of them met to speak to him. Although Leo did say that he wouldn't hurt him, those words didn't exactly reassure him. The classes had begun as normal, with Leo asking the students to warm up by sparring with each other. But once again, Leo had asked Layla to step away, as Leo wanted to be his opponent. Leo then took Quinn to the corner of the room away from the others, making sure they couldn't hear their conversation. Thank you for saving me in the portal world, Quinn said first, hoping to get on his good side by sucking up to him. I was just doing my job. What happened to your gauntlets? There's no energy emitting from your hand. They broke in the portal world. I'm sorry, I'll pay you back. Leo raised his hand, telling Quinn to stop speaking. Boy, there's no need. Those weren't expensive in the first place, but for something to break some beast gear, you must have fought against some beast then. Quinn started to laugh nervously. He wasn't prepared for this, and didn't really know how to answer. Oh no. One of those rat beasts jumped at me, and all I did was lift my hand trying to protect myself. The beast wouldn't let go, so I had no choice but to take them off and run. I see, Leo said as he stood there silent for a moment. Quinn, do you know they say when someone goes blind their sense of hearing improves? Now let me be the first to tell you that is all a myth. However, my ability does improve my senses, and I can hear your heart beating ever so loudly. Quinn gulped, as he was afraid of what the old man might say next. Do you also know? They say that when a person is lying, their heartbeat changes ever so slightly and they start to sweat more. Now, Quinn, the truth is, I don't care what you are, but I only have one question to ask you. Are you on humanity's side? Chapter 102, The Marketplace. Quinn started to think about the question Leo had given him. It was clear that he knew something about him through his ability, and it was why he had asked the question in the first place. But rather than out him to his higher-ups, or try to deal with him himself, he was asking a simple question. If I answer this wrong, will he attack me? Or maybe even turn me in, Quinn thought. But judging by what he had said earlier, if Quinn was to lie, he would be able to tell. Everything about the current human society made Quinn feel sick to his very core. It wasn't just the government or the military, but the originals as well. When his parents were fighting in the war, why did they choose to reveal themselves towards the end, and only then share their powers then? Why did the military design this caste system that put everyone into categories? In a way, he wanted to see the current society fail. But did he want everyone to die? No. Did he want the Dalki to win the war? No, he didn't want that either. Now that he thought about it more, he was in an interesting position. He couldn't exactly call himself human anymore. If they found out what he was, would they accept him over to their side? Probably not. Humans were scared of the unknown. But two people already had done. Layla and Vorden did know what he was, and didn't stop speaking to him or treated him any differently. Quinn knew what his answer was. I'm on my own side, but there are people I want to protect on this side too. For a second, Leo just stood there silently. He continually looked at the purple flame burning around Quinn, and then he turned around and walked off without saying a word. I guess my answer was okay then, Quinn said as he let out a huge puff of air. He felt like any second now he was about to have a nervous breakdown. Get yourself a new weapon, kid, Leo shouted. You're going to need it for the portal expedition, and my offer still stands. Feel free to have a duel with me whenever you wish. The combat classes had ended, and Quinn didn't end up doing much in today's session. With no equipment of his own, he had to pick something else from the wall. But when he tried using a sword, he realized how much practice he needed before he could even become half decent at the thing. Using his fist just felt natural to him, especially since nearly all of his skills required him to use his hands. This meant more than anything that he needed a new set of gauntlets. Before leaving the Marshall Hall, he asked to borrow the umbrella Layla had, and decided to head to the library for the rest of the afternoon. There he would be able to use the public computers. On the way there, he opened up his system to check on a few things. Firstly, it was his crystal inventory. Right now, he had 16 basic tier crystals, 1 intermediate tier crystal, and 1 advanced tier crystal. The system shop had a set of intermediate gauntlets for him, and all he needed for them was 3 intermediate crystals. There was no requirement of what type. Then there was the advanced tier crystal that could only be used as a ring. He finally sat down on the computer and went on to the marketplace. He started his search to see what was the standard price for selling crystals. Right now, the basic tier crystals were useless to him. Before logging in to access the weapons section of the marketplace, he was to input his military ID number. This wasn't recorded by the system, but just proved that he was allowed to buy and sell weapons. The marketplace promised to scramble all information once confirmed and entered. If people were able to tell who was selling these items, then it would cause a big problem for the seller. Enter username ID. I'll just use the same one as my game. Blood Evolver. A standard basic tier crystal could be sold for 100 credits, an intermediate crystal 1,000, and an advanced crystal 10,000 credits. Right now, he was sitting on a gold mine. Some crystals sold for more depending on the rarity of them, or what they could be turned into. Next, he started to search for gauntlets. There weren't as many online compared to other weapons, but there was still plenty to choose from. He noticed that once you moved up from basic tier weapons, the description of each item would be quite significant. It would tell you what crystal was used to create the weapon, suggesting that it might have some other type of attribute other than strength. For example, some might have fire resistance, if made from a beast from a hot planet, or ice, resistant for one from a cold one. Let me give you a tip. The system said, place your hand on the computer and use your inspect skill while looking at the item. Quinn did as the system asked, and was surprised by the result. Suddenly, he could see the stats of all the weapons that were in front of him. But how? Quinn asked. The system you are using itself is like a computer system. It scans the information the computer tells it and puts it into numbers for you to easily understand, although it will only be able to tell you if the beast crystal is in the database. I tried my best to put as many different beasts as I could in there, but there may be some I have never seen. Quinn continued to search through the items, but something surprised him. None of them gave the same number of stats like the one in the shop. At most, the strength they provided was +5, while the intermediate weapon in the system was +6. Sure, it was only one strength of difference, but right now that was a lot. The second thing was the price of the gauntlets. They ranged from anywhere between 6,000 to 8,000 credits. This was because it included the cost of finding all the crystals, and also paying for someone to forge the weapon together. Even the basic tier weapons costs were around 2,000 or so credits. Quinn didn't even bother looking at any advanced tier weapons. He sat there and started to think for a while about what to do and what was the best option. Without a doubt, he needed a weapon before next week. In the end, he finally decided the best thing to do was to sell the advanced tier crystal, even though he was able to use it to create a ring that protected him from the sun. He needed 10 of the things, and not only that, it required a specific beast from a red portal planet. A place where students just weren't allowed to go whenever they wanted. It was basically useless to him right now, and the credits would be more helpful. Quinn then started to search for a deathbat crystal on the marketplace, hoping to figure out what price he could sell it at, but to his surprise, there wasn't a single deathbat crystal up for sale. With no clue how much to sell it for, Quinn decided to look at other specific crystals and priced it around there. He did the base price of the crystal plus around 2,000 extra credits, selling it for 12,000 in total. And done. Now all I need to do is wait for it to be sold, then I can buy 2 intermediate crystals and get the weapon from the system. Ding. It had only been a few seconds, but someone had already put up the money for the crystal. With it came a portal confirmation number. All Quinn needed to do was go to the storage unit and place the crystal in the teleporter. Once entering the confirmation number, it would teleport the item to the user on the other end. Somewhere in a dark room, a kid with his hair gelled backwards that looked to be a similar age to Quinn was on his computer browsing the marketplace. Come on. What happened to that guy? I paid him good money to get that crystal for me. I only need one more. The kid said. He never expected to find anything on the marketplace, but every day he would check just to make sure. However, the exact crystal he was looking for turned up. No way, and only for 12,000 credits. I have to buy this straight away. With no hesitation, the boy swiped his card on the computer next to him, confirming the purchase of the item. A man then appeared from the shadows and was stood next to the boy. Young master, if your father finds out you didn't get the crystals through your own effort, he will be furious. Every one of us had to go hunt those beasts as a trial for ourselves, the man said. Ha ha, my father thought he could stop me. Now with the ring I can finally leave this place. He then looked at the computer screen once again. Thank you, Blood Evolver. You have made my day. If I ever meet you in real life, I promise I will repay this debt. Chapter 103, Buying from the Shop. After sending away the advanced tier crystal, it didn't take long for Quinn to receive the money. The portal delivery box confirmed that the item was real with a scan, and then with a flash, it was sent. At the same time, Quinn's watch made a ding sound. He looked at his watch, and 12,030 credits were all his. Never in his life did he think he would be able to acquire this type of money. His original plan was to obtain the Earth ability from the school. Then he would work hard, and possibly be able to upgrade his ability to a power level of 3. After he could join a hunting faction and become a traveler, killing basic beasts and selling their cores. But even then, he would have had to kill 120 basic beasts to make the amount of money he had today. Before doing anything else, Quinn immediately put up the 16 basic Rataclaw crystals for sale. These didn't take long to sell either. There were always people and companies looking to buy them. If the beast crystals couldn't be used to make a weapon, they would be used as an energy source instead, powering up vehicles, lights, engines, and all sorts. Now the total amount of credits was 13,630 credits. He looked at the number again and again, and a smile couldn't stop appearing on his face. Logging back onto the marketplace, Quinn was now searching for 2 intermediate crystals. The shop stated that the gauntlets he was after didn't need any specific type, so he went ahead and purchased the 2 cheapest ones he could find at 1,000 each. It hurt him seeing his credits go down so suddenly, but this is what needed to be done. There was a need to spend money before one could make money. The better equipment would allow him to hunt stronger beasts and earn more money. Before heading back to the storage room to obtain his crystals, Quinn decided to search the marketplace a bit more to see if there was anything useful. He also looked at the items in his shop, but they all required specific beast crystals that were nearly impossible to find on the marketplace. That's when he realized the items in his shop seemed to be quite rare. Even when searching for a weapon or piece of armor similar, there were no matches found for these type of items. After searching and searching, he decided to fork out a load of money on a pair of black boots. He purposely chose a design that didn't look too fancy, but also gave him the best stats. That way, if others saw the equipment, they wouldn't think anything of it and wondered where Quinn was able to get the money from. After spending 8,000 on the boots, he now only had 3,630 credits remaining. As he walked over to the storage room, he couldn't help but have a skip in his step. Finally, he had arrived and entered the combination for both of his orders, and a few seconds later, a couple of large boxes had appeared in front of him. Quickly he lifted the 2 boxes and started to rush off towards his dorm room. As he entered the room, he was surprised to see Vorden wasn't there, nor was Peter sitting outside, although he was too happy to wonder what had happened to them. He placed both of the boxes down and immediately ripped into them. Inspect. Intermediate black-horned wolf boots. Agility +4. Defense +2. When boots are active, can increase the user's speed by 10% for 30 seconds. If hit while active, speed will return to normal. The boots were a solid black in color, while the top of them that covered above his ankles were slightly pointed to imitate the ears of a wolf. Other than that, they just looked like regular boots, which were perfect. Quinn could have bought cheaper boots, but what interested him about these were they had their very own active skill in them as well. Quinn had heard of such items having skills, but usually that was the case with higher tier equipment. It was quite rare for a piece of intermediate beast equipment to have an active skill, which was why the item was priced at the higher end. Next were the 2 intermediate crystals he had bought. He held each of them in his hand, and the message had appeared. Would you like to store intermediate beast crystals 2 in your inventory? After selecting yes, the 2 crystals started to disappear and suddenly vanished out of the palm of his hands. Now when he accessed the shop, the gauntlets that he was looking for were no longer grayed out. After selecting the item, a final message appeared. Would you like to create the best standard intermediate gauntlets? Cost 3 intermediate crystal. The naming of the item was a bit strange, but that still wouldn't put Quinn off. He was the only one that could see the name of the things anyway. After selecting yes, an image was inserted into his head. He could see the 3 crystals he had obtained in a black empty space. Each of the crystals started to slowly move towards the center of the room, as if they were being attracted by something. Finally, when the 3 crystals touched, a large white light formed in his mind. Then when the bright light dimmed down, all that was left were the grayish-silver gauntlets. They didn't look like anything special. In fact, it was hard to tell that they'd even been made from beast cores in the first place. But Quinn didn't mind. All he cared for were the stat points. Wow, this is amazing. It really did just form itself and appear out of nowhere. Inspect. When he opened his eyes and looked down, the gauntlets were there placed in his hand. Best standard intermediate beast gauntlets. Strength +6. Defense +4. When using the skills Blood Swipe and Blood Spray, attacks will be 5% stronger. He then immediately went into the shop again. But this time, something strange happened. He scrolled and looked, but the item he had just created was no longer there. If you are looking for the gauntlets, they are already in your hands, the system said, sounding half confused. I know that. Quinn replied, It's just, I thought I could make another one. If I bought 3 more intermediate crystals, then I could sell it online and make my money back. Unfortunately, each item in the system is a one-time item, the system answered. Once you have created it once, the item may never be created again. Suddenly, Quinn felt a little depressed. The reason he had spent his money so freely on the boots was because he hoped he would be able to make another pair of gauntlets and sell them online. Let me show you something cool, the system said. Open up your dimensional portal using your shadow skill and place both of the boots and gauntlets in there. I'm not going to lose them, am I? Quinn asked. Just trust me. Quinn had already done a few tests with the dimensional portal, so he was sure that he would be able to get the equipment back. He did as told and opened up a small shadow portal, putting both of the items in. Weapons and armor detected in dimensional space. New skill Shadow Equip acquired. Shadow Equip? What does it do? Quinn asked. Just try it out and see. Shadow Equip activated. As soon as the skill was active, clouds of shadow surrounded his hands and feet. He could feel something forming on top of his hands and legs. Then when the shadow clouds disappeared, the equipment he had put in the portal were now on him. It was like an instant equip, With this, Quinn didn't need to wear all his equipment beforehand. He could even hide high levels of equipment from the eyes of others and be ready for a fight any time. With the new equipment all set up and ready, Quinn was itching to test it out, and he knew the perfect place to test it. The VR game. Unknown to Quinn, though, the last time he played he had caused quite a stir. People claimed he was a hacked player, and one person in particular had been checking the game every day for Quinn to log in. Logan was waiting for him. This time when he logged in, he was going to find out just who this blue devolver was. Chapter 104 Combination Skills. It was getting late that day, and soon it would be nighttime. Tomorrow was the weekend, so once again, the students would be free to do what they want as long as they didn't leave the city for a couple of days. With this, Quinn decided to head back to his dorm and call it a night. When he arrived at the halls of the dorm, he could see Peter sitting up against their room wall asleep. As Quinn walked past and entered the room, he took a glance at Peter, who looked to be bruised and beaten. Not only that, but he seemed to have a couple of clumps of hair missing from his head. Is he still getting bullied? I wonder who ordered him to do it. Maybe Layla will know more, Quinn thought as he entered the room. He still hadn't forgiven Peter, and truthfully he never thought he could. But still, he wanted to stop incidents like this from happening in the future. To do that, he needed to find out who was at the top giving out the orders. When Quinn entered the room, Vorden was already inside on his bed relaxing. Hey, Quinn said, where have you been? I came back earlier, but no one was here. Oh that, Vorden replied. Actually, something has been really bugging me about the whole Peter situation. It's obvious someone asked him to do it, right? And they had already set up a fall guy to take the blame. But when I tried to find out what happened to that person today, not a single person knew. Everyone just kept saying the punishment was dealt with by Duke since he's a second year. Why don't you go to the first-year students he was hanging around with before? Maybe they know something. Yeah, I was planning to do that on the weekend, but we need to be careful. If my hunch is right, this would be involving someone at least at the sergeant level. Do you want me to come with you? Quinn asked. No, I think it's best if we investigate separately. Plus, if I get caught, it's harder for them to touch me, while for you, it's a different matter completely until we get level on your watch sorted. The face Vorden was currently making wasn't one of happiness, but it wasn't one of disgust. Go away and let me sleep. I know, Quinn said as he snapped his fingers. Why don't you ask Layla? Apparently when we left they ran into those friends of Peter's. Either. It was as if he was trying to put on a smile, but his body was fighting against him. Quinn, you do know me and her don't get on, right? Well, you know you're going to have to. We have the expedition next week. Use this as a chance to repair your friendship. I've already lost one friend. Don't make me pick and choose between you two, Vorden. Vorden then grabbed the pillow by his side and threw it at Quinn's face. All right, man. I'll try. The two of them then laid down in their bed to get some sleep. You're not actually going to try become friends with her, are you? Ratton asked. Just kill her and then he doesn't have to choose. We are his best friend. Done. Deal end off. With Vorden investigating the situation, that meant Quinn would be free to head to the VR room tomorrow. But before he shut his eyes to go sleep, he decided to have a look at the tutorial video he had unlocked when reaching level 10. Once again, the blonde man appeared, who looked like he was in some type of dojo. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Now in this video no new skills will be learned, but instead we will be creating our own. By now you should have also unlocked the skill Blood Spray and learnt the skill Hammer Strike. Although Blood Spray can be used on multiple targets, to do the most damage it's best if you are actually touching your opponent. What's even better is if you combine the two skills together. The blonde man then got into a fighting stance once again. He repeated all the steps of the Hammer Strike as usual, but right at the end when the force came out, he performed the Blood Spray attack. Rather than spreading out like it usually did, it was compact and came out together in a thick line. In the video a loud sound could be heard. Whoops. The blonde man said, Looks like I will have to make some repairs to the dojo. This move I call Hammer Spray. Now be careful because this attack will not only use up your stamina, but will drain you of your blood as well. Also, the Hammer Spray takes slightly longer to prepare, so it may not be optimal in all situations. But the point is, if you activate Blood Spray with a punch in your fist, it will be several times stronger. After watching and analyzing the video carefully, Quinn finally shut his eyes to get some sleep. The next day when they awoke, Quinn was greeted with his usual message. Avoid sunlight for 8 hours 5 EXP gained. 10 100s EXP. Quinn was glad that after he evolved his EXP points seemed to have reset. He hated to think how hard it would be to level up if his EXP kept doubling up all the time. In fact, it seemed like an impossible task in the future. As the two woke up, they started getting ready. That's when Quinn noticed something as Vorden changed out of his uniform. Hey Vorden, don't you use a beast weapon or anything? Quinn asked. When leaving the city just in case of an attack, people usually carried their weapons with them. Quinn was keeping his in the dimensional void for the time being. Actually, most of the time, I prefer to use elemental abilities, which kind of just get in the way with weapons. Although you're right, I should probably pick one just in case I get an ability where it would be useful. Well, is there anything you're best at, or anything you would want? I guess I always thought daggers were cool, but it might be a while before I can make my own beast weapon. My family don't like to send me money because they think I should earn everything myself. Vorden said, laughing. Quinn had actually planned to create a new weapon for both Vorden and Layla. They had both helped him so much, and he wanted to return the favor. Layla had helped him learn so much about vampires, while Vorden had even come in after him to the portal world. There was also the worry that other vampires or something else might come to attack them. If that was the case, they might go after those around him, so there was no harm in making them stronger. As the two exited out of the room, they noticed that Peter was still up against the wall sitting there. You can go in the room and sleep there while we are out, just make sure when we come back in, you're out of there, Vorden said. The two continued to walk off, until they had finally split ways. Quinn headed to the VR room, while Vorden started to head outside the building. That was nice of you, Ratton said. We can't become worse than what we are trying to get rid of, Vorden replied. Speaking of getting rid of people, here's your chance. Standing just outside the gate was Aaron and Layla. Both of them were no longer in the military uniform. They were dressed in their casual clothes for the weekend. Layla wore a stunning red dress, while Aaron was a bit more elegant. It was white in color with flowers on the bottom, and on top of her head she was wearing a large summer hat to block out the sun. As soon as Layla spotted Vorden, she turned her head away. Nearly every interaction with him so far while Quinn was away wasn't a good one. But then she started to hear the sound of footsteps getting closer and closer. No, he couldn't be. Is he walking over to us, she thought. Come on, Vorden, you're doing this for Quinn. You can do it, he thought. Now the two of them were within grabbing distance once again. For the first time, Vorden was stuttering in his life. But it wasn't because he was scared. It was because of Ratton yelling all sorts of things in his head. I need your help, he blurted out. The look on Layla's face was one she had never made before. Chapter 105 Blue Devolver returns. As Quinn headed down to the VR room, he was suddenly feeling exited. Now with his credits, he could spend as much time in the game as he wanted and practice the skills until he got tired of it. Eventually, though, the best thing would be for Quinn to purchase a capsule of his own. That way, he could play the game in his room and connect the players not just within the military camps. But just remembering the price of the thing made him shudder. 100,000 credits. To purchase the item, he would need 10 advanced tier crystals or 100 intermediate tier crystals. To get that sort of money would take him years. It was a shame Quinn thought that he couldn't use the system to reproduce the weapons again and again. If so, he would be able to have an unlimited supply of money. But it did make him wonder if there was any way he could exploit the system in some way. Then the idea hit him. He already knew all the items needed to make the weapons. In fact, the gauntlets he was using now only required 3 beats crystals. As long as he gave the items in his original gauntlets as a reference, a blacksmith should be able to reverse engineer and create something similar. Let's see, for the materials, then 2,000 for the blacksmith fee. That's 5,000 coins in total. Then if I sell it on the marketplace for 8,000 coins, that would be 3,000 in profit. Quinn quickly realized the problem with his plan. The profit earned from selling the weapons would not be enough to cover the cost of making the weapons again. He would either himself need a large amount of capital in the first place, or find an investor who was interested in the idea. I would be careful if I was you, the system said in a serious tone, different from its usual self. Do you remember when you searched for the items from the shop, how none of them appeared on the marketplace? Well, there's a reason for that, which is, these weapons and the blueprints that were used to create them don't belong to humans. Quinn didn't need to hear him say the name. He knew what the system was talking about. They belong to the vampires. I'm afraid if you start mass-producing these items and start selling them to the public, they will start looking for you. So I guess that rules out that plan. I never said you couldn't, I just said to be careful. For now, perhaps Quinn would have to put his money-making plan on hold. He still wasn't strong enough to deal with other humans, never mind vampires. And besides, he didn't have an investor or someone who could back him up anyway. Finally, Quinn had arrived at the VR center and went up to the counter. This time he deposited 100 credits into his account, so he would have 10 hours of playing time. He wasn't planning to play it at once, but this way he wouldn't be interrupted. It was early in the morning, so there wasn't a lot of people around yet. Besides, people didn't usually want to spend their weekends playing a game all day. Quinn made sure he was in between his own capsule and another. He looked around, and then when no one was looking, opened up his dimensional void to pull out his boots and gauntlets. He placed them both in the scanner, and when the process was finished, proceeded to put them away back in his dimensional void again. Welcome, Blue Devolver. After entering the pod, he was transported to the blank white space. The first thing Quinn tried to do was look at the ability list. He scrolled and scrolled, but it was as he thought. The game system had no such ability. He tried to use his shadow abilities just as he had done his blood abilities. However, this time they did not work. Can the system not record mutant cells? Is that why the abilities have to be manually inputted? Quinn didn't really know the answer to his own question, and to be honest, not many people would, so there was no need for him to worry about it for now. All he did know was his blood abilities worked in the game while his shadow abilities did not. But then there was also his new ability Daze that wasn't part of the shadow. Before going into matchmaking, Quinn wanted to make sure he had a hang of the new tutorial he had been shown. In the game, it didn't take up any of his health, and he could use his blood skills as many times as he wanted. He watched the video one more time as a reference before trying to perform the skill himself. On his first try, he was quite successful. Unlike the other skills, there really wasn't much to learn. It was more a sense of timing, activating his blood spray skill at the same time as his hammer strike. Quinn then started to just throw out a few regular punches while activating blood spray, only at the point where his arms would fully extend. Sometimes he would activate it too early, causing his arms to jerk back a little, and sometimes he was successful. The most important thing was to get the hang of the timing, activating it at that right point. After practicing non-stop for around 30 minutes, his success rate of using blood spray with his punches was around 80%. With hammer strike, he could get it nearly 100% of the time. But like the system had said, it took longer to charge up the hammer strike when combining it with the blood spray. Time to test out these new skills. Searching for same level opponents. The fact that Quinn was a level 1 still meant he was able to search for opponents at the same level as himself. To start off with, he just wanted some easy picking to test out his skills. But the second he started to search, his player ID had gone online. "Oh, I haven't seen him in a while," Nate said. I thought he might have stopped playing the game. Ever since Nate had fought against the Blue Devolver, he had gained an interest in the opponent, mainly because of the type of ability he had. Now spectating Blue Devolver. But he wasn't the only one keeping an eye on him. So was Logan. The forum post had long since died down, but it still bugged Logan that there could be someone taking advantage of the game he helped create. He had set up the system, so it would ping him as soon as the Blue Devolver went online. Then he could spectate his games without having the need to be on his friend's list. "Come on, let's see how you do it," Logan said as he waited for the Blue Devolver to find his next game. There was a part of him that was hoping the videos were fake. He needed to see it with his own eyes, whether or not someone was able to break the system. After searching for a minute or so, a suitable opponent was found. Each player's avatars had entered the game. Equipped with his new boots and gauntlets, his stats were as high as they ever had been. Strength 16 plus 6, Stamina 15, Agility 16 plus 4, Charm 5. The countdown began and the game had started. In an instant, Quinn rushed forward. With his new boots, he felt lighter and faster than ever. These things are amazing. The first fight was simply a test of everything he could do. While running, he decided to activate the skill from the boots, increasing his speed even further for another 30 seconds. He would run from side to side. His opponent found it nearly impossible to keep up with him. It was like looking at a fly. 1 second he could keep track of it, then suddenly it would change direction, and he would lose it. The user then prepared the water held in his hand and started to form a long blade with it. After running around the room for 30 seconds, the boots had finally worn off, and now Quinn was heading straight for his opponent. 5-minute cooldown before wind run can be used again. "He's really going to just run straight at me?" the user thought, and when Quinn was close enough, he swung his water blade across right at him. "I probably won't die if that thing hits me, but time to try it out." He looked at the user in the eye and for the first time activated his new skill. Daze has been activated. Your opponent has been stunned. Suddenly a fear had set into the water user's mind. A shiver was sent down his spine, and when he tried to move his hand, there was no response. Quinn then threw out his fist and right when it landed on the user's stomach. He activated his blood spray at the same time. The user was sent flying through the air, and a trail of splattered blood followed, leaving from Quinn's gauntlets. Winner Blue Devolver. It had only taken a single punch with blood spray to finish his opponent off. Looks like all my vampire abilities work here, not just my blood skills. Well, that's good to know. Logan had watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe it. It was true the user could use some type of red energy. It didn't look like any ability he knew off, but that wasn't the problem. Logan had even checked beforehand, and confirmed that Quinn had selected no ability before entering the game. He quickly started typing rapidly onto his keyboard, and searched for any information he could pull. Most of the information was scrambled for the user's safety. He couldn't find out who was in the pod, but he could find out other information. After typing away for a few minutes, he finally found the information he needed. User Blue Devolver login location, Military Base 2. "Oh, will you look at that? Seems like we're quite close after all," Logan said, smiling at his computer screen. Chapter 1. 06. No experience points. Up in the stands, Nate found it hard to keep his mouth closed after what he had just seen. The last time the two of them fought each other, Nate had come out as the winner, but now looking at the new Blue Devolver, he seemed so much stronger compared to before. But how? We only fought a couple of weeks ago. Was he holding back? Or did he really just get that much stronger in the short amount of time? The speed, the strength, and even that weird red energy seemed stronger than before. Nate knew he also still had the flash step and the hammer strike in his arsenal of skills. The more he watched this person, the more excited he started to get. After Quinn won his first match, he had a feeling that something was missing, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Wait a minute. Where's my XP? Before, when defeating an opponent, the system would reward him half the amount of EXP he would get for defeating a person on the outside, but this time there was nothing. Just to make sure, Quinn quickly searched for another level 1 opponent. His opponent was found, and in this match he wasted no time in dealing with the enemy. He dashed forward and cast Daze, stunning his opponent, and at the moment used Flash Step to get behind them, then finishing the opponent off with another standard blood punch. Blue Devolver victory. Again though, there was no system message for EXP. System, what's the meaning of this? Seriously, do you only like speaking to me when you have a problem? The system replied. Anyway, this was obvious, don't you think? You evolved, you're now a level 10, the experience needed was reset. In simple terms, your opponent was too weak for you, so the system didn't reward you any XP. Quinn cursed underneath his breath. Every time he seemed to be getting somewhere, and felt like he could really make progression. The system seemed to get in his way. Quinn then used the search function again, this time searching for level 2 ability users. He was quickly put in another match again. This time when fighting, Quinn wanted to still finish the match fairly quickly but was a little more cautious. He threw out a barrage of blood swipes to distract the opponent. Then running behind his attacks, he would use Flash Step to appear behind them, just in case they were able to block the initial attack. However, that wasn't needed. His blood swipe skill was now a level 2, and because his opponent had never seen such a thing before, he tried to hit it with his basic tier sword. As soon as the two had made an impact, his sword had shattered. The blood swipes hit his body and sent him to the ground. He wasn't dead yet but badly hurt. Then it only took one more hit to finish him off. Blue Devolver victory. But still, there were no experience points. Frustrated by the situation even more, Quinn went to quick search for his opponent, hoping it would find him a random user of a higher level that would at least give him some experience. As he used his inspect skill on his new opponent, he was now going up against a level 4 user with an earth ability. He was wearing a full set of basic tier equipment head to toe. Before the match had started, Quinn failed to notice the stands around him were getting filled. More people were starting to watch his games. After the last 2 opponents he faced had 2 quick losses, they decided to inspect his next few games. The users were able to search for the previous opponent they played against, and then inspect their matches. They'd also invited their friends, saying they had met a person with a strange ability they had never seen before, explaining how they lost in only a few seconds. Their friends had invited their friends, and now the stands were filled with around 20 different people inspecting Quinn's next match. It seems others are starting to notice you as well, Nate said as he heard them talking. Hey, so do you think this is that hacker? Oh yeah, I remember seeing a forum post about it a few days ago on their website. A user who used red energy. I thought it was fake though. Well, we will just have to wait and see. Quinn, looking at his opponent, was wondering just how strong he might be. It was the first time he was fighting against a user who wore beast equipment over his whole body, which meant he would have added stats from the equipment. Actually, there was another person. The system said, but you kind of ate him. Hearing those words from the system reminded him of when he was in the bloodsucker mode, and suddenly he felt a little strange. Thanks for reminding me just before a fight. 3. The match had finally begun. This time though, Quinn wasn't going to charge in on the get-go. He moved forward until he was within the 5-meter range of blood swipe, and swung a single attack out as a tester. The earth user then stomped his foot on the ground, and a solid wall of earth rose from the floor blocking the attack. However, the blood swipe was powerful, and managed to chip away at the wall. Seeing this, the user stomped several times more, adding to the first wall, making it even thicker. Eventually the red lines disappeared, and the attack was stopped, while Quinn was thinking how to make his next attack, and how to make it go through. A hard earth spear had risen from behind and stabbed Quinn in the back, causing him to stumble to the floor. 46/55 HP. Just then the earth user created another wall in front of him, then started to punch the wall. Damn, that's what I get for staying still. But before Quinn could even fully recover, several more spears had risen from the ground, coming straight for him. He rolled and dodged the first few before getting back up on his feet. This match was going to be harder than he initially thought. Chapter 107 Bloodhammer. Unlike the other users Quinn fought with before this one, he was more skilled. It reminded him of Vorden a bit. Creative and skillful when using his abilities, even though he wasn't the highest when it came to power level. Windwalk. Boots activated. Using the boot skill, he was able to increase his speed and avoid all the spears coming towards him from the ground. Wow, he's quite fast, isn't he? Someone from the crowd said. I think it's those boots, they look pretty plain, but they might be at the intermediate tier, or even the advanced tier. Although Quinn could finish the match by continually throwing out his blood swipe, he didn't want to win that way. Right now, this was an excellent experience for a battle in the real world, where he would have to be careful of losing his health. What an annoying little fly, the earth user shouted. He then lifted both hands together to create 2 long walls that went past Quinn. As he brought his hands together, the walls moved with it. Now you can only go in one direction. With no other options, Quinn had no choice but to run straight ahead, but he had a plan. Skill days. Days failed, user not stunned. Oh crap. Right now, Quinn's charm stat points were incredibly low, meaning it was unlikely for it to work against stronger opponents. The higher they were, the lower the chance it had of working. But so far it had worked every single time. Part of this was due to Quinn's luck, but the other part was the fact that they were only level 1s, and level 2s he was facing before. Several times. The parts of the wall came flying out at incredible speed. The attacks were too fast for Quinn to react in time. The pieces of rock ended up hitting him one by one and sending him back. 42 55, HP 38, 55 HP 34, 55 HP. But Quinn gritted his teeth and managed to not fall over, as the next set of rocks came towards him. He flash-stepped in front of them all, causing them to miss and go behind him. I guess even with his strange red powers, he just can't beat a high level. Well, did you see the other guy's strength? It must be because he's using a full set of beast gear. No way a normal level 4 user could hit a solid wall like that and cause those rocks to go flying at that speed. Well, I guess it was all just hype in the end. But one person thought differently. Come on, Blue Devolver, I could beat this guy in my sleep. I know you're better than this, Nate said. You know, your lack of experience when it comes to fighting ability users is really starting to show. The system said. Shut up, I know, Quinn said. Screw this. Quinn had enough. He started charging forward once again. The Earth user created another wall in front of him, and had done the same attack as last time, punching the wall, causing rocks to fly out. Let's see what's stronger. Matching each rock, Quinn started to throw out a blood swipe for every rock thrown at him. Quinn's blood swipe was clearly stronger, destroying the rocks and continuing to go forward. Seeing this, the Earth user had no choice. He jumped back, and had put up rows and rows of walls between the two of them, creating a barrier around 3 meters thick. Screw your wall! Quinn then started to make the motion of the hammer strike, bringing the energy up from his toes to the top of his body. That's it, that's the strike that was used against me, Nate said excitedly. But I don't think it's going to be enough. Why not use some more of the red stuff to weaken the walls first? Or break the walls to your side, which are thin, and get behind him. Nate was worried. Although it was clear the Blue Devolver was strong, it was also clear he was an amateur when it came to fighting. Take this, blood hammer! Quinn screamed as he let out the hammer strike, and at just the right moment activated his blood spray at the same time. The 22 strength, with the additional 5% and now combining the hammer strike with blood spray, created a powerful attack. As his fist hit the wall, it instantly started to shatter and burst into pieces all over the arena. Fragments of the wall came flying out into the stadium. Some of the audience members dodged, avoiding them, while others just stood there. Idiots, you do remember this is a game, right? The attacks from there can't hurt us. The strike continued to blast through the wall. This was something the Earth user had never expected. I'll just have to take the hit then, he said. But as the attack hit him, he instantly burst into blue particles, ending the game. Victory, Blue Devolver. At that moment, though, Quinn had collapsed to the floor. Combining all the attacks and using his skills from before, had taken up all his stamina. Soon after, though, he was transported back to his own lobby space, where his strength would be returned. The whole crowd was silenced. They didn't know what to say or what they had just seen. During the entire match, the Earth user hadn't been hit once. Even though he was wearing a full set of beast gear, he still lost. This would have increased his defense as well as overall strength, yet it was useless in front of the single attack. Just who was that guy? Someone said. I told you he was strange, and did you see his weird red ability? Yeah, I've never seen anything like that, did you? Hey, can one of you upload that and put it on the forum? Maybe an original has managed to get their ability in the game somehow. While the others were exited and chatting away, Nate's whole body was shaking. He had goosebumps and shivers running all over his body after seeing the last attack. That attack, it wasn't the same one he used against me. It looked the same but was different. He knew that if he had taken that attack head on like he did the hammer strike last time, half of his health wouldn't have gone down. It would have been the whole thing, and he would have been just as dead as the user in front of him. So you really did get stronger. Well, I will just have to get even stronger then. Back inside the lobby, all of his stat points had been returned, so Quinn was no longer on the floor gasping for air like he had just sprinted a whole marathon. The Bloodhammer strike skill took up a lot more stamina than I thought. Although he had performed the Bloodhammer skill several times in the lobby, while in the lobby the game did not take away any of his strength. Only during matches would his normal stats be used, and it was the first time he had used Hammer Strike in a game. But a smile was suddenly on Quinn's face. User defeated, 25 EXP gained. 4100 CXP points. Finally, after defeating a level 4 ability user, the system had rewarded him for his hard work. Although Quinn wasn't physically tired, the last match had taken a lot out of him mentally. It was hard to go into the match after the match when it was that intense. It was fine when the matches only lasted a few seconds, but it was different when it was like that. So he decided for today he would take a break. He exited from the pod and to his surprise, what looked like a little boy was standing in front of him. "Hello, Blue Devolver," Logan said. "Looks like we finally meet." Chapter 108, Logan and Android. The boy standing in front of Quinn was quite short. His height only reached to about Quinn's chest, and he had dark green-colored hair that had a middle parting going down both sides. But what was most noticeable about him was the enormous black bags he had under his eyes. But hearing the words come out of Logan's mouth took a while for Quinn to process. He looked around to see if there was anyone else around the two of them. But the few users who were using pods were either still inside or several rows away. "So how did you do it, huh?" Logan asked. He immediately walked past and shoved Quinn to the side and started inspecting the pod he was just using. He placed his hand on top of the machine and closed his eyes. "Doesn't look like any modifications have been made to the pod. Then how?" Logan mumbled. Then when looking at Quinn, he spotted that his watch had the number 1 displayed. "What? That's impossible, though. You use such powerful skills in the game. You should at least be a level 5. I could have sworn you were an original." In return, Quinn looked at his watch and saw the number 8 on it. The highest level the watch was able to display. At that moment, just looking at the number struck fear into his heart and he froze. "Should I make a run for it? If I do, will he attack me right here and now? I had so much trouble with the level 4 in the game, there's no way I can go against a level 8 right now. And he might be even higher than that," Quinn thought. Although the watches displayed up to a power level of 8, there were actually people considered stronger than that. The system was based only on the abilities the military could get a hold of, meaning the highest power level they were able to hand out was that of 8. But even within their own ranks and between other originals, some powers went beyond. So, by default, if a user mutant cells were beyond, it would display 8. "You're not thinking of running, are you? Because I haven't finished questioning you. I need to know how. How did you manage to break my game?" Logan shouted as he started to go off into a rant. "I could understand if you hacked into the system, but this. I just don't understand. I need to understand." Logan started getting closer to Quinn as he rambled like a madman. "Why do I seem to attract the strangest people?" Quinn thought. "If you don't want to answer me here, then you can go with me to my dorm room. There's plenty of time, and nobody will be able to see us." As Logan touched Quinn's hand to pull him over, something strange had happened. Ability detected. Alterations to the system are trying to be made. Alterations have been blocked. But the strangest thing was, Quinn wasn't the only one who was seeing these messages, Logan was too. He animatedly let go and touched his hand as if he had been scratched by something. "You? Are you a..." This was it. Before Quinn could do anything, his cover had been blown. Maybe Layla and Vorden understood, but there was no way a stranger would understand. Would he have to fight to the death to keep his identity a secret? Or would he use his shadow cloak skill to hide and run away? Maybe he could run to one of the portals and live his life on another planet. "Are you a robot?" Logan shouted. "Huh?" Quinn replied, confused. You have a system, my ability confirmed it. For the first time as well, I was rejected by a computer. You must be a robot with a powerful master and ability that goes above mine. Did Richard Ano create you? That would also explain the game. My system and the level 1 on your watch. A robot can't have any MC points. And those attacks must be programmed into your artificial brain. Looking at little Logan now, he just seemed like an excited little kid. He didn't seem threatening at all, but this did put Quinn in an awkward situation. Logan knew he had some type of system, and somehow he confirmed it with his ability. Was it better off telling him the truth, or coming up with some other type of lie? Quinn thought hard, but he could come up with nothing that would explain why he could use certain abilities in the game without reviling everything. He took a deep breath. "I'm not a robot, but for some reason one day I woke up and had this system ability. Maybe it was a gift from a god, who knows. The skills you saw are some of the things I can do," Quinn replied. "Is it an ability similar to mine then? I wonder who did this to you. Maybe they turned you into an android." Android technology has come a long way, but the use of AI systems inserted into their brain was banned. They were afraid that an ability user may come along who could take control of them all and use it against the army. But this is the first time I have seen an android as powerful as yourself. Quinn looked at Logan, who now wouldn't stop staring at him. Then a thought came to his mind. He had been looking for someone who would be able to help him out with the watch. It was clear that Logan knew a lot about machinery, and something like changing the number displayed on the watch would be easy for him. Can you keep this a secret?" Quinn replied. "Maybe the two of us can work together, perhaps find who did this to me. There are a few things I need help with." Logan was genuinely fascinated by this ability. He had never seen anything like it before, and the curiosity was already driving him mad. Maybe it was even an original who was able to pass on his ability like a computer system rather than training the person. But then why did the watch not display his level? This was why Logan could only assume Quinn was a type of android that didn't have MC points and didn't even realize it himself. Of course, It would also give me the chance to study you. Logan then put out his hand. The name's Logan. Quinn, he replied as the two shook hands. Ability detected. Alterations to the system are trying to be made. Alterations have been blocked. Logan then pulled his hand away again, almost immediately. That does not feel good. Maybe we avoid touching each other for now. Agreed. Quinn laughed nervously. Just what was the system? And who created it? Quinn thought. The only person he could think of was the man in the video. Quinn seemed to recall the blonde man stating that his experiment was a success, which would suggest that other vampires like himself didn't have a system. So then why did he? And why did his parents have the book in the first place? Chapter 109. Logan the Tinker. Just outside the school at the front gates, the unexpected had just occurred. Layla was struggling to stand as she had just heard certain words come out of Warden's mouth. First, I'm going to have to ask you to step back a bit, Layla said. And no touchy-touchy from you. I keep telling you, let's just kill this bitch right here, right now, Ratton said. Look, I'm trying to be reasonable here. Warden said, come on, Quinn said that you could help me. Every time she looked at Warden, she remembered when she was being chalked by him. It wasn't a good feeling, and her senses were still tingling all over the place every time he approached. If it wasn't for the fact that Aaron was standing by her side, she would have run the second she saw him coming over. But she had to admit one thing. Warden, for whatever crazy reason he had, seemed to genuinely care for Quinn. The two of them soon would also be going to the portal expedition together. It was important they tried their best to make up while they could. She let out a big breath and gave in. Fine, what is it? Actually, it's related to Peter. Quinn said that you two had spoken to him while we were away on the other planet. Did you manage to get anything out of him? No, I could tell that we wouldn't. It seemed like he was scared of something, even with Aaron there threatening him, which meant whatever he was scared off was a bigger problem than Aaron, Layla said. Well, I don't think we can get anything out of Peter right now. He's broken more than ever. Perhaps the only thing that's holding him on is this last bit of hope. I was hoping by outcasting him like this he would go back to the person who put him up to this. Wait, what? Layla said. You mean you're doing this whole thing on purpose? I understand he needs to be punished, but don't you think you're going a little too far? Too far, Warden replied. You don't even know what really happened there. Were you nearly killed by a blood-sucking beast, abandoned in a world full of monsters everywhere? Blood-sucking beasts? So did Quinn really. Just then, Layla stopped herself as she turned to look at Aaron by her side. She had gotten so heated in the conversation she had forgotten all about her. But as the two looked at Aaron, she was bent over looking at a trail of ants going across the floor. It seemed like she was disinterested in the whole conversation the two were having. Anyway, if you can't get anything out of Peter, then try a first-year student named Earl. He was the one hanging around Peter before this whole thing started, and it looked like the two were going to meet the day we met up with both of them. Earl, got it. Thanks for the help, Warden said. Oh, before I go, Aaron, do you mind if I touch your hand? Aaron stood up from the ground and looked at Warden for a few seconds. When they had first met, she had refused. She simply believed he was someone weak and below her. But she quickly came to realize that Warden was one of the strongest people in her class. I hope you use it well, Aaron said as she held out her hand. With her ability copied, Warden then turned away and walked off. He's a tough one, Aaron shouted. Even with my threats, he didn't reveal anything. Don't worry, Warden said, smiling back. I know someone who taught me a few things. Warden continued to walk off back into school. Hey Ratton, looks like I might have a job for you soon. As Layla saw Warden walk off, she still had one thought. Crazy boy. Quinn and Logan were in a different part of the school building than Quinn was usually in. They were in the dorm room area, but were in the floor directly above where Quinn would usually stay and sleep. The fact that they were in the same dorm room building meant that the two of them were in the same year, despite the fact that Logan looked like a middle school student. We're here, Logan said. As Quinn looked around, he noticed there were fewer doors and were further spaced apart. What is this place? Quinn asked. It's the very important person dorms. If your family make a generous donation to the military before coming here, then you get access to one of these rooms. As he opened the door, Quinn was amazed by the sight in front of his eyes. The room was twice the size of the one he shared with 3 people, and there was only a single bed. But that wasn't what amazed him. The whole room was filled with what Quinn could only call junk. There were piles of scrap metal everywhere, and lying across the entire place were gadgets, little spaceships, controllers, and all sorts. There were 2 things that stood out in the room. One of them was a large human seemed to be hooked up to a computer, and had large tube-like wires hanging from the top, and right next to that was a VR pod. One of the ones that cost 100,000 credits to buy. Logan's family was a rare case. Usually when getting rich it was to do with power. Those with strong abilities earned money by hunting, or from protecting others. However, Logan's family were one of the very few who managed to amass its wealth by making the VR game and selling the equipment. There were a few other families that were able to do the same, such as companies that built the spaceships and certain beast weapons. But a lot of them still worked under the umbrella of an original family. Logan then went to sit into his mechanical chair, that instantly sprouted a load of arms and started to give him a massage. "So what did you want help with?" Logan asked. Quinn was in a strange situation. Layla and Vorden knew he was a vampire but didn't know about the system, while Logan knew about the system but didn't know he was a vampire. However, because of what Logan knew, it seemed more comfortable to explain the system side rather than the vampire side. "I was wondering if you would be able to hack the watch for me, allow it to display a number of whatever I want. I should be able to do that easily for you, but first you need to tell me why." Quinn hesitated for a little bit. He had only just met Logan. He seemed like a nice guy off initial impression, but every killer or crazy person out there showed a nice face to someone at some point. "I think I know what you're thinking. You're worried that if the government find out about your ability, they're going to try to take you away and dissect you," Logan said. "Well, trust me, I won't be telling the government, the military, or anyone anything. I'll be honest with you, Quinn, I don't care about you, I care about the person who was able to input a system into your mind. To find that person, I need you to lead him to me, and before that happens, I'm not letting anyone take you away." Logan's words sounded a little scary and harsh to Quinn, but at least they were honest. Unlike other people where he couldn't tell what they were thinking, Logan was being completely transparent. "As you know, my system has a certain set of skills that I'm allowed to use in the game, but the thing is I actually do have an ability." Quinn then lifted the shadow and started to move into a giant hand, and used it to wave at Logan. If it wasn't for the fact that Logan was sitting down, he would have fallen down from the shock. "What is that? So you really are an original?" "Not quite, it was an ability the system already had, but for some reason, as you can see," Quinn said, pointing at his watch, "it doesn't register on the watch." 1,000 thoughts started to race through Logan's mind of why it might be. He wasn't interested too much in the ability itself. That stuff didn't interest him, but he wanted to know the reason why. "The watch is a simple fix, but if I do this for you, I was wondering if you could do me a favor," Logan said, looking at the wired tube machine. Quinn started to sweat looking at the thing. If he wasn't going to be experimented on by the military, he felt like Logan would be doing it anyway. "Don't look at me like that, the machine there is for the game. Will you let me put your shadow abilities in the game?" Logan asked. Chapter 110, Upgrading the Shadow. Quinn decided to think long and hard about Logan's suggestion. For him to be able to use his ability, he needed to follow and use Vorden's plan. This way, others wouldn't go after him. But before even that, he needed everyone to think his ability was just like everyone else. But the problem was, the shadow ability was linked to the vampires. Most likely, only vampires were able to learn this type of ability, and if that was to be added to the game, it would cause a big problem. "I'm sorry," Quinn said. "This ability, it's not mine. Do you know what happened to me recently?" "What happened to you?" Logan said, puzzled. Quinn went on to explain how recently he had gone to a red portal planet along with his friend Vorden, and while there he had discovered the ability book and learnt the skill only to have the book disappear. "I see," Logan said. "I guess I have been in my room too much. I didn't really focus on stuff going on outside. So because of your plan with your friend, you need the ability on the watch." Logan sat down, thinking for a while. The robotic hands had finished massaging him, and now behind him, coffee was being made from another machine. "Well, how about this? You still help me get the ability into the game, but I won't make the ability public. If you want, you can come up here and play the game on a private server, and practice using your abilities in the game. You won't have anyone to fight against, but you can still use your abilities freely while no one is looking. I get to study you a bit more, and you get to practice. It's a win-win." As soon as Logan finished talking, he turned around and started to take a sip of his coffee, letting out a sigh of relief. "Ah, the perfect temperature, so what do you think?" There seemed to be no downside if Quinn was to agree. The only thing was he would feel a bit like a lab rat being looked at all the time, but this solved a few of his problems. Before going to the portal expedition, Quinn wanted to unlock the Shadow Void. That way, if he was in a dangerous situation and in the sun, he would at least have a fighting chance to survive. "I say go for it," the system said. "If you want to unlock the shadow skill I told you about earlier, you will need to level up your current shadow abilities to gain skill points. Then you can unlock the Shadow Void. This is perfect for you." Although Quinn found the system annoying, it was clear that it was on his side, trying its best to help out the user. "All right, Logan, I'll do it." Logan jumped out of his chair and had a smile on his face. "Great, let's get to work." Following Logan's instructions, Quinn did as asked and got into the strange, large glass test tube. Once he was inside, the glass lowered, and now he was trapped in a small space. At the same time, Logan rushed over to his computer and started typing away. "Can you hear me all okay, Quinn?" "Yeah, little nervous, this is going to hurt." "Relax, you big baby," Logan said. "Now all I need you to do is slowly use your abilities while in the tube." Quinn proceeded to use his abilities as instructed. He started off with the shadow control and started to move it around in the tube. Numbers on the computer screen were scrolling about like crazy, but as Quinn looked over, it seemed like Logan wasn't typing anything. Right now, his eyes were closed and his hand was the only thing on the computer. Is it his ability? Quinn thought. There were some strange instances where Logan had mentioned a few things. He had touched the capsule Quinn was using, and said it wasn't hacked. And then when the two of them touched hands, he also could see the system messages. And now there was this. The test continued with Quinn demonstrating his shadow cloak skill, and also his shadow equip skill. The only thing he didn't show while in the test tube was his dimensional space. And we're done, Logan said, rubbing his eyes. He then got out from his chair and started to walk over to his bed. All the data has been uploaded to that VR capsule by your side. If you want to practice, then go ahead. I'm going to take a nap. I'm beat. After lying down on his bed, a few seconds later, he was fast asleep, smiling away. He's quite trusting to be able to sleep in a room while you're still here. The system said, if only he knew what you really were, I wonder if he would feel so safe. Looks like you're starting to talk to me now, even when I don't ask you questions, Quinn replied. After entering the VR capsule and entering the game, Quinn was transported to the white space. Just as Logan had said, there was no way for him to start a match as right now he was in some type of beta version of the game. When looking at the list of abilities, his shadow abilities had shown as one of the options. After selecting the shadow ability, Quinn immediately got to trying a few things. He used his shadow skills as usual, and while in the game his MC points didn't go down. What Quinn wanted to do was find out ways he could combine his blood skills along with his shadow control skill. Over the next week, Quinn continued to come to Logan's room every day to practice using his shadow ability. Logan had long done, as he promised, and had hacked into the watch. Now all Quinn had to do was tap the watch fast 3 times to switch between level 1 and level 6. This was all at Quinn's request because he planned to still keep it a secret just for a little while longer. Then finally, after a week had passed, he had achieved what he had set out to do. His shadow control skill was now level 2, and so was his shadow equip skill. Now the shadow equip took only a second to fit his beast gear on. As the system had said, every time he leveled up the shadow skill, Quinn had gained skill points. For each level up, he had obtained 10 skill points he could use on the shadow tab. Right now, 4 of the shadow skills out of the 10 had been unlocked. Shadow control level 2. Shadow cloak level 1. Dimensional void. Shadow equip level 2. Looking at the other skills, Quinn was tempted to unlock some of the others. Especially since one of the skills required 50 points to unlock, called Shadow Eater. But in the end, he decided to go with the system's suggestion and purchase the Shadow Void skill for 20 points. Shadow Void level 1 unlocked. Shadow Void, the ability to create a space surrounded by shadows in a specific area. The space created will last a total of 1 hour. Minus 50 megacoulombs points to cast the skill. 50 points, that's half of my MC. But there was no use complaining. In the end, it was a skill meant to help him use his vampire abilities. While using his vampire abilities, his MC points would slowly start to restore. Then he could switch back to shadow abilities. While in the VR game, Quinn tried to test out the new skill. However, when he tried using it, nothing had happened. Oh, I guess Logan needs to program any new skills into the game as well. As he exited the capsule, he realized it would be the last time he would see the thing in a while. Because tomorrow was finally the day. The day where the first years were to go out on their first portal outing. Chapter 111, off to a new plane. Finally, the day for the portal outing had arrived. All the first-year students had been told to gather up in the training hall, which was located on the east side of the building. Usually the training hall was restricted to military personnel only, which didn't include students. When Quinn entered the room, he noticed it straight away, because it was the same place he was in before he had been pushed by Peter. Nearly all the portals in the room had been pushed to the side of the hall, and only a single green portal stood in the center. The entire of Dell's class had arrived, which numbered around 50 students altogether, and currently, they were in groups of 5. They were required to stay in the same teams that they had registered for previously. In the center of each team was a large rucksack that had been handed to them. These contained the necessary supplies and needs for every team. There were food pills that lasted up to a month, water purifying pills, and first aid supplies to go with it. All right, boys and girls, Dell said as he stood just in front of the portal. I have some important information for you before you head in the portal, so listen up. When you enter the portal, the communication device on your wrist will no longer work. It is important when entering the portal you keep physical touch with the person next to you. Otherwise, you will be teleported to another location. Quinn and Vorden both already knew this well. Also, you will randomly be teleported somewhere inside the shelter. Do not be alarmed. The whole shelter is safe and guarded by the military and other travelers. The expedition is to last a week, and the goal is to bring back as many beast crystals with you as possible. The team with the most beast crystals at the end of the week will get the highest score. The highest tier beast you will see in a green portal planet is an intermediate beast. But this is rare. If you come across one, please avoid confrontation and head to a different location. Dell explained. Inside the shelter, there is a military base with a storage room where they will keep track of the crystals you have obtained. I suggest you do this at a regular interval so you do not lose all your crystals. Our class is the first to enter, and every hour another first-year class will be sent. I hope this class stays competitive as your teacher. Del continued to explain about the portal outings. He went on to suggest to other students to not travel too far from the original shelter they were based at. Although there were several shelters scattered around the planet, there was no one to guide them between each one. And not every shelter had a military base. The test was also to begin as soon as the first team landed on the planet. It was up to them to decide how they should pace themselves while hunting. The whole aim was to allow the students to get to the point where they could be self-efficient. But the last bit of information that came from Del's mouth was the worst news for Quinn. Please keep track of time and be well rested. This planet's day cycle is 72 hours of sunlight, before it gets dark for another 72 hours, so you will need to keep track of the time yourselves. And that is everything I need to say. At that moment, Vorden and Layla turned to look at Quinn, who stood there with his mouth wide open. Don't worry, Quinn, Layla said. I packed the umbrella. PFT umbrella, Vorden said. I got something even better. Vorden then reached into the bag to pull out some sun cream. I think this might do the trick, Vorden said. Layla immediately started to laugh as she pointed at the bottle. You idiot, that's not going to work. How can you be so sure? Vorden snapped back. Guys, can you please all calm down, people are staring, Quinn said. And sure enough, everyone around them was looking at the two in a heated argument. While Layla and Vorden continued to quietly argue away, Quinn was making sure everything was in the bag, and Erin was playing around with her beast sword. The only one who wasn't, and hadn't said a word this whole time, was Peter. He had made sure to stay quite a distance away from the others. One by one groups would be called up to enter the portal. But before Quinn group had been called, Quinn pulled Vorden to one side to ask him a few questions. Hey so, any news on who was behind the thing with Peter? Quinn asked. Nothing, Vorden replied. What, seriously? Yep, and when I say I roughed up the kids pretty badly, I really mean it. The only thing I found out from them was you weren't the original target, it was me, Vorden explained. Although I did manage to follow them, and it seemed like they were heading into the second year building an awful lot. I tried to get in to see where they were going, but no luck there. Perhaps I ruffled up a little too many second year's feathers. I see. Well, I guess maybe we should keep an eye on Peter for now. Hey, Quinn, Vorden whispered. Do you really not think this will work? Vorden then pulled out the sun cream he had brought with him. We already tried it, but thanks for looking out for me. Just then, the number of their group had been called, and they were ready to head into the portal. As Erin went to pick up the rucksack from the floor, another hand had reached for it. As she looked up, she noticed it was Peter. Please, let me help. Peter said, I don't want to be useless and drag the team down. Just let him do what he wants, Vorden shouted. The least he can do is carry our things. Standing in a row, the group stood behind each other, one in front of the other. Each was, holding onto the shoulders of the person in front. At the back was Peter, and Vorden at the front. Now remember, don't let go, Del instructed. In 7 days you are to head to the military base and return through the portal back here. One by one they walked through, and an odd feeling came over their body. Then finally, Peter was the last one to enter. All their senses were heightened as they went through the portal. Their minds felt like it was slightly spinning. Then after a few seconds it was over. When the group opened their eyes, they were surrounded by townsfolk chatter and all sorts. Rows of buildings and shops, market stalls selling food and weapons. They had successfully made it to the shelter. But one person wasn't happy about it at all. You are in contact with direct sunlight. Your stats will now decrease by 70%. Chapter 1-2 Planet Kaladi. Shelter they had just arrived at was just as big as the military base they had come from. It was a similar size to the old towns that human civilization used to have. The only difference was, there were no tall skyscraper-like buildings, and the biggest building in this shelter was a military one, which was only 3 stories high. The ground they stood on top of was hard and solid, a dry orange color, with no sign of green life. It was hard to imagine anything being able to grow on these lands. It was clear that hot, blistering sun had dried out the ground. It was the first time most of the students had arrived at another planet, and even for Quinn, it was a significant difference compared to the shelter he was at before. The streets were full of people walking left and right, with the children by their side. Stalls everywhere selling all kind of things, hot smoky meat with fresh fruit and veg. This looks even better than some places on Earth, Quinn said. I wonder why more people don't move to the shelters more. Freedom, Layla said. If you look around you, most of the people here aren't travelers or work for the military. Most likely all of them were low levels who could no longer afford to live on Earth. They were forced to move here, but I bet not many have ever left this shelter and gone outside. It means their whole life is this shelter. With power, it meant you had more choices. A high level was able to choose which shelter they wanted to live at and even have a place back on Earth. They could travel in between, and they weren't really restricted to anything. However, it wasn't the same for these people. They had to pick a place and never leave it. The shelters themselves were created and funded by companies or the military. The shelter they were at right now was owned by the government. As such, everyone was required to pay a credit tax for protection and to live there. Even travelers who would go out hunting, if they wanted to return back to Earth, would be required to pay a tax. while other shelters were owned by companies and factions, most of them owned by something known as the Big Four families. They were the strongest known originals, and usually their shelters were a bit higher class and imitated more of a city back on Earth. What this was the tier system. Each shelter was given a specific tier, Tier 1 being the highest and Tier 5 being the lowest. The higher tiers earned more money and were more protected compared to the lower tiers. The shelter they were in now was a Tier 4 shelter. The higher tiers had the power to protect it from higher-level beasts, so the tax cost more to live on one. When the group of 5 landed, they noticed that there was a circle drawn on the ground where they were, and the people walking around were doing their best to avoid it. "Come on, we better move," Vorden said. "Just give me," Quinn said slowly, as he was already starting to sweat buckets. Quinn, I'm sorry," Layla said as she rushed over and handed him the umbrella. "What's wrong with him?" Aaron asked. "Oh, he just really can't deal with heat and hates the sun. He came from really far up north, like really far," Layla explained, babbling. Aaron looked Quinn up and down, who now had the umbrella propped up over his head. "You might be even more useless than Peter on this trip. How are you meant to fight with an umbrella in your hand?" This was a major problem. Although Quinn now had an ability, and he could use it to fight instead of his vampire powers, he still had the weakness of the vampire. The sun. If he was to fight during the day, unless he used his skill Shadow Void, the sun would still affect him. But Shadow Void took up half of his MC points, not leaving him much to fight with. The other option was to use Shadow Cloak, which when he tested back at the military base also was able to block out the sun. The problem with this was he was unable to use his shadow abilities to attack while using Shadow Cloak. It was just a stealth ability. He could use his vampire powers, but that would defeat the whole point. Because of these reasons, Quinn still had to hide the shadow ability for a little longer until he found a solution to the sun. They did as Vorden said, and after a couple of minutes, another group of 5 students had landed in the same circle where they were. "How did you know?" Quinn asked. "Although the teleportation is random, it's not completely," Vorden said. "Think of it like a game with random respawn points. No one knows which point you will end up at, but they can tell where all the points are." "Well, where should we go first?" Layla asked. "Let's head to the Traveler's Hall. It's a place where they have information for travelers. You can also trade in your crystal cores for credits there, or just trade in general." They walked through the shelter and eventually reached a very large hangar-like building. It was an open space with no entrance, so people were free to enter and go as they pleased. From side to side it was filled with counters that were stationed with workers. Just as Vorden had said. There were blacksmiths here who could forge equipment, shops that sold little gadgets and things such as beast bait, and even a quest board. The quest board was mostly filled with other travelers looking to group up and complete a task together. Sometimes civilians asking for protection were on there as well, as they traveled from one shelter to another. "Looks like we're not the only ones here," Erin said as she looked at the groups. It was easy to spot the students as they were required to wear the military uniform. Although some of them had beast gear on, nearly no one had a full suit of beast gear with them since they were only first years. "What are they doing?" Layla asked as she saw them go up to the quest board. "It looks like they're asking for help," Vorden said. "Those from a rich family will just hire travelers to do the hunting with them." "But how is that fair?" Layla asked. "Since when have they cared about fair?" Vorden replied. "You know, those that have close ties with the military or have already sold themselves will actually be helped by the military." "Well, there's no point worrying about it," Quinn said. "All we can do is focus on us and do the best we can." "Says the useless one," Aaron added. The group walked up to one of the stalls that sold all sorts of items that would help with capturing beasts, or even killing them. Behind the counter was an old man with a digital monocle over one eye. "How can I help you, young soldiers? I guess it's that time again when they send you all out to do your first hunt. We were wondering if you could provide us with a map with all the hunting areas," Vorden asked. "Sure I can. That will be a total of 100 credits though." 100, Layla said. "Are you sure you're not trying to rip us off?" The old man started laughing. "Well, that will be 150 now because of the young lady's rudeness." Vorden brought out a single card that was golden color. Since the watches didn't work on other planets, each student was to bring their own money card to be used. However, the others noticed the color of Vorden's money card for it was very different from the rest of them. The different colors indicated how much money could be stored on each card. "Beep. Thank you for your business," the old man said. "Of course you're a rich boy," Layla said, looking at the gold card. "I don't want to hear another word from you. I may have a gold card, but I only get sent 200 credits a month. You just made me use up most of my allowance." "Guys, calm down. I can cover you for the map, Vorden, so don't worry," Quinn said. As Vorden heard those words, he smiled back. He thought Quinn was just being nice. There was no way he would have that type of money, after all. He only received 10 credits a day from the school. The group opened up the map, which was on some type of digital paper. On it, the map indicated where they were, and different areas around them which were color-coded. It went from green, orange, and red. The closer the color was to red, the more populated the area was with beasts. But then something caught Quinn's eye. On the top of the map it had the name of what planet they were on. Kaladi. When he fought against Nate a while ago in the VR game, he had asked Nate where his friend had obtained the strong, flexible cape. and the name of the planet they said was Kaladi, that they had forged it out of a winged creature out in the desert. If this was true, then he might have just found the solution to his sun problem. Chapter 113. You were changing. As the group scanned the map for guidance, they noticed that all the areas closer to the shelter were more green, while the areas that were a bit further away were redder. The one area which had the darkest red of them all was the harsh sandy desert. Is it possible for users to get a list of the beasts that are in that area? Quinn asked. The man we met at the shop earlier might have one. You could probably go ask him. Let me know if you need any credits. I have a few left. Vorden replied. While the group was discussing on where they should go, Quinn went back to the shop. As they guessed, there was a bestiary. It contained information on all the beasts in the local area. Quinn looked behind him to see the shopkeeper talking to a group of other students. The group seemed to be doing what Quinn's group was doing earlier. Excuse me, how much will a map cost? A student asked the shopkeeper. A map will cost you 100 credits. Does that include those that are registered with the base? Oh, no, of course not. That will cost you just 50 credits. The shopkeeper said with a slight laugh. As Vorden told him before, certain students had already decided that once their 2 years of service finished, they would then join the military. For the students that choose that, they would get special privileges compared to other students while out on missions. And that was especially true when they were in a shelter belonging to them. Annoyed by the fact their group was being mistreated, Quinn decided to pick up the book, which was sealed by a lock so that others couldn't open it and read it unless they paid for it. Quinn, however, had a suspicion that the lock would become irrelevant. Inspect. A book containing information on beasts belonging to the planet Kaladi. Teethworm, basic tier beast. Winged lizard, basic tier beast. Burning snake, intermediate tier beast. Please select one to find out more information. It was a success. That's what you get for trying to cheat us. As he looked at the list of names, Quinn was deciding which one of the three was the beast that Nate had talked about. Out of the three of them, only one had matched the description. It was the winged lizard. Winged lizard. Although this beast contains wings, it cannot fly. The wings are often used to spread above its head to intimidate other beasts from attacking. They are also the hardest part of the beast's body. The weak point of the beast is its underbelly. It can be found in the deepest parts of the desert. The description seemed to match the material of Sam's cape, but if Quinn wanted to make a full set of clothing from it, he would definitely need a large amount of beast cores. While he was there, he decided he might as well look at the other beasts. There was always the chance to encounter them, and if they did, it would be handy to know their strengths and weaknesses. Hey you, if you're not buying anything, then get out of here. I was just looking, Quinn said. The old man then walked over and snatched the book out of Quinn's hand. I said, get out now, or else. Quinn stared at the man dead in the eye. People like you deserve to be eaten, Quinn said out loud. What did you say? The old man then lifted his hand. I guess no one taught you to respect your elders. He swung his hand, aiming right towards Quinn's face to give him a big slap. Skill activated daze. User has been stunned. Suddenly, as the old man's hand was mid-motion, it was suddenly frozen in place. A second passed, and a shiver was sent down the man's spine. You're lucky that people are around, Quinn said as he walked away. Quinn's blood was boiling. It was people like him that allowed this society to work in the first place. They just watched and let it happen. And although the shopkeeper was weak himself, he still chose to treat the weak differently compared to the strong, rather than help others like him. Quinn, you're starting to change. The system thought. When Quinn arrived back at the group, it looked like they had already decided where they would head off to. Did you get the book? Vorden asked. No, it was too expensive, Quinn replied. The group had decided that for the first day, they would head to one of the green areas nearby. They were unsure of how powerful the beasts were, or what they were like. After defeating a few basic tier beasts, they would make their way into the red zone. Although Quinn was eager to go into the red zone to get his crystals, he was happy with the decision they had made. It was better to be cautious. They only had one life after all, and for the first 2 days, he would be at his weakest. 1 day of sunlight had already passed before they had come here, so there was only 2 more to go. As the group made their way towards their destination, Quinn and Vorden were in the lead, and were talking about different things. You know, while you were in that shop, Peter kept saying some weird things, Vorden said. What do you mean? Quinn responded, confused. Well, the truth is, Erin wanted to head straight to the red zone. She was confident that even if we came across an intermediate beast with the 5 of us, we should be able to take one down. But that's when Peter started to shiver. He was adamant about staying close to the shelter. Do you think they might plan to do something on this trip? Quinn asked. I doubt it. Unlike the red portal places, there are too many people here. Unless we went completely off the map, there would be no way they would dare to try anything. But the important thing is that Peter believes that they will. The group had finally reached the exit, where several guards were stood just inside of the wall. The whole shelter was surrounded by Galthrium, so the place was impenetrable to the beasts on this planet's attack. and even then stood up on the wall. There were two mechs stood side by side. After declaring they wished to go outside, the gates were opened and the group was free to travel. The area they chose to go to on the map was a small little oasis. There was a hill of sand, and just over it was a pool of water, and the first bit of greenery and plant life they had seen.
So they weren't the only group that was here?
And it looked like the other groups were already engaged in combat. The area was filled with beasts known as teethworms. They would travel under sand but were easy to spot, as a big lump of moving sand was coming toward you. When they were close enough, they would pop out from the sand and open their circular mouth, displaying thousands of small razor-sharp teeth inside. The worms were about the same size as an average dog, but were tricky to deal with for some, as the only time they would emerge from the sand was when they would attack. Peter and Quinn stayed in the middle, while they allowed for the others to attack the worms. Vorden and Aaron found it the easiest to deal with the worms. There was no need for her to even use her sword. As the worms jumped in the air, she would throw an ice spike through its mouth, and Vorden would do the same. Layla, on the other hand, found it a little more difficult. When they jumped from the sand, the attack was fast, and they would soon be inside the sand again. Even when using her telekinesis ability, her arrow was too slow. The arrow would hit the sand before even hitting the beast. The only way she could overcome this was to not use her ability at all, and just fire at the worms with no fear. Still, it would take a couple of arrow shots for her before the worms were dead. As Quinn saw the group killing basic beasts left and right, he felt a little sad. Not because he couldn't join in. He was happy that others were fighting, but the fact that all of these kills could have been precious EXP for him. As he had this thought, a familiar voice sounded in his head. You know, if you blooded one of them, you would be able to gain XP of all their kills. The system said. What, seriously? Yeah, as a vampire you are the one who blooded them, which means they would become a part of your family. Quinn thought about it seriously for a while. Although Vorden had already declined, there was still Layla. She had already asked him to turn her into a vampire, and no, he really could. The only thing that was holding him back was that she was a kind of second blood bank to him. But now Quinn could also rely on Vorden for that. Perhaps it was something he seriously needed to consider. Chapter 114, Weakest Link. While thinking about whether or not to blood Layla, Quinn decided he would leave it to her, and would ask her later. At a time when the sun wasn't out. If she became a vampire or something similar, she would have the same weakness as Quinn right now, and that wouldn't be good for the situation they were in. Not all beasts were hostile, but the teethworms were definitely that. The slightest vibrations would cause them to react, thinking food was nearby, springing upon its prey and attacking them. Although there were quite a few in number, they didn't have the hindsight to attack together. Unlike the Rataclaws, which were more difficult to deal with. The level of beast didn't generally mean how strong it was, but how strong of a crystal was produced inside its body. There were some basic tiers stronger than others, and this was the same as you went up a tier. Although it was unlikely a basic tier at any strength could match the weakest of an intermediate tier. While the group was busy fighting away on the outside, one of the worms managed to wiggle past their formation and was heading straight for Quinn. Damn it, that one went right past me, Layla said as she turned around and saw who the worm's new target was. Quinn! She shouted, but the worm was too fast. It had already locked on and jumped from the sand with its teeth wide open. It's okay, Quinn replied. As soon as the worm had reached the shade of the umbrella, Quinn grabbed the worm mid-air by the end of its tail. It continued to wiggle around, stretching its body, trying to bite at whatever it was in front of it. So ugly, Quinn said as he squeezed it tightly with his bare hands. The center of its body was strung like a towel as black blood fell to the floor. Basic beast killed. As long as Quinn stayed underneath the shade of his umbrella, he was at full strength no matter what came after him. For something as simple as a weak basic tier beast like a teethworm, he could deal with it just using one hand. 10 EXP earned. First teethworm killed, 100% bonus EXP gained. You are now level 11. 7200 EXP. Strength 16. Stamina 15. Agility 16. Charm 5. You have received 2 stat points. As expected, just like how the system no longer gave him experience points for fighting low levels in the game. It was now the same for basic tier beasts. Before Quinn would be awarded a 100 EXP per kill now, it was only 10%. However, there was some good news. It was the first time he had leveled up since becoming a full vampire, and he was now receiving 2 stat points instead of 1. He wasn't sure if this was the case if he leveled up again, but it wouldn't make sense if it wasn't. Stamina 16. Charm 6. 4. Quinn decided to put 1 stat point into his stamina. As he did, he felt a little energized. Then for the next one he put it into his charm stat. Although half a second didn't sound like a long time, Quinn realized when using it in the game how useful it actually was in a fight. The second reason was because he wasn't sure if there was any way he could increase his charm points other than through the free stats. Drinking different blood types increased his strength, stamina, and agility, but he was unsure if it would increase his charm points. When asking the AI system about this, he said it had been a while and forgot. The group had taken out a total of 9 teethworms together, and slowly the number of teethworms that were coming towards them started to lessen, allowing Aaron and Vorden to relax a little. Nearby, a mound was seen right next to where Peter was standing. "Was this here before?" Peter said, staring at the thing. The next thing he knew, out from the mound of sand another teethworm came jumping out. All panicked, Peter fell to the floor, and completely forgot about the earth staff he held on his back. But before the earthworm could reach him, a spear of ice came rushing from the side and killed it in one shot. "I knew I would be carrying most of this team, but I didn't know I would be protecting it as well," Aaron said. "You should at least be able to deal with this type of thing yourself." "Thank you," Peter said, "and I'm sorry, I'm just a bit nervous about the whole thing." Peter wasn't a horrible fighter. He had training from Vorden when the two of them were still friends and learned all the basics. If it was a one-on-one fight with an easy basic tier beast like the worm, then he should have dealt with it fine. But his mind was just far too preoccupied with other things. Even while the others were hunting, he would constantly look around them. Right by the oasis, another group had witnessed the whole thing and couldn't help but laugh at Peter's reaction. They were a group of 5 from a different class. The leader of the group was named Ben, and he wielded a large club on his back. After having a good laugh at the weak Peter, they continued to watch the group and noticed how easily Vorden and Aaron were dealing with the creatures. "Look at that, they're killing so many other things," one of them said. "Yeah, and they're leaving none for us. If we had an ability as useful as that on the team, we could do the same as well," Ben said. "Boss, watch out," one of them shouted as a teethworm jumped from the side. He reached out for the club on his back and was ready to slam the thing to pieces. Instead, an ice spear came out from the side and accurately stabbed it through its body and into the sand. It wriggled about for a few moments before stopping completely. "You don't mind if I take that one's beast crystal, do you?" Aaron said, walking over. "Sure, go ahead," Ben replied with a fake smile. While students were busy fighting multiple beasts, it was nearly impossible to obtain the crystals while fighting. It was best for them to fight first until the beast stopped attacking. Only then would they receive the crystals. This caused an unwritten rule to be made. If you killed the beast, then the beast crystal was rightfully yours. The teethworms were no longer jumping out and attacking, and now they had time to collect the beast crystals. "How much did we get?" Ben asked. "A total of 4, boss." "Seriously?" As Ben looked over, he noticed that the other group must have obtained over 10, more than double their haul. Then he noticed something else as well. The boy at the back of the group, Peter, didn't seem to gel as well with the others. In fact, it was almost as if they were treating him as an outcast. They weren't talking to him, and would hand him crystals to put in the bag every now and again. "You're only as strong as your weakest link," Ben said with a smile. Chapter 115, Red Zone. After a successful haul of 15 crystals plus the one that Quinn had obtained, they decided to head back to the shelter, but instead of telling others of the beast he had killed, Quinn decided to keep the crystal for himself in the system. All crystals that were handed into the military base would be counted toward their points. However, the military would keep 10% of whatever they gave in to be counted. So, instead, Quinn decided to keep the crystal inside his system, where it couldn't be found and sold later, just as Del had said to them. The sun was still burning brightly, and it didn't look like it would set any time soon, but they knew they had been out for at least 6 hours. Traveling to the location and getting ready beforehand, it all took a long time and was quite draining. They then headed straight for the military base, which was located at the center of the shelter. This was a square-like building that had several different departments, but for the next week, just in front of the building was a small stand for students. At the stand was a single adult soldier, and behind him a large digital screen. They handed the man the crystals they had collected, and after counting them, he took 2 of the crystals and retuned the rest back. The digital screen behind him then was suddenly updated. The name Layla could be seen, and the number 15 was displayed next to it. Out of all the numbers on the screen, Layla's name was placed in the middle. Towards the top of the screen were higher numbers, and towards the bottom were lower. Some groups hadn't handed in any crystals yet, and had a score of 0. "Hey, do you see that?" Layla said, pointing at the screen. Towards the top, a single group had managed to obtain 30 crystals. Almost double the number of crystals their group had. Although Aaron and Vorden were considered strong, that was only true for their class. This didn't mean they were the strongest out of the first years. There were still several other first-year classes. While looking at the board, Quinn also spotted Logan's name, who was second on the leaderboard with 24 points. He hadn't spotted him since this expedition, but knew he would be here since he was a first-year student. "I guess that's what a power level 8 can do. He must have some pretty strong teammates with him as well," Quinn thought. After finishing up, it was time for them to rest and sleep for the night. The soul leader behind the counter instructed the group where to go next. They did as he ordered, and were led to a building near the edge of the shelter. It was a 2-story accommodation block that was used just for students during their outing missions. A room had been given to each team. There were also several blocks nearby for other students, and it didn't seem like there were any residents nearby. When they entered, they were surprised to see how large the space was inside. It was a lot nicer compared to their rooms at the military school. They each had their own individual rooms. There was also a cooking area and a living room. The cost of living was cheap on shelters, so they were able to provide bigger spaces for the students. Before they were to head off to sleep for the night or day, they decided that they should have a group meeting on the kitchen table. The 5 of them were sat down, and Erin was the first to speak. "I would like to make a suggestion," she said. "As you all know, my goal is to come out as one of the top teams during this assessment. Right now, we're just above average, and I can't accept that. That's why I think tomorrow we should head into the red zone." Peter looked like he was about to say something, contest against the group, but using her eyes alone, she had shut down Peter, not allowing him to say a word. "I think we're strong enough," Vorden added. "But the problem are these two." The 2 people Vorden was talking about was, of course, Peter and Quinn. To be honest, Quinn wanted to go to the red zone too. Most likely the winged lizard lived there, but he had planned to go there when the day cycle had changed to night. He could use his shadow abilities, but would prefer to use it when nobody was around for now. There was still no way that Quinn could trust Peter to keep a secret if he knew, and then there was Erin, who he didn't really know much about in the first place. There was also the fact that he didn't know how many beast crystals he needed. If he had obtained them as a group, he would have to equally share them with the group as well. "I thought of that too," Erin said. "As you can see on the map, there is a safe zone just outside of the red area. Most likely it's a territory where 2 different beasts clash so they don't cross each other's path. The 2 can wait there while we go inside and attack." After hearing Erin's suggestion, Quinn didn't think it was too bad. If they were to leave him and Peter alone, then perhaps Quinn could sneak off at some point to hunt the winged lizards on his own. "Well, since the 2 of them haven't rejected the idea, it looks like we have a plan," Erin said. The group then went to rest for the night. They slept well as it was a tough night for them all, and for the first time they didn't feel cramped and had space all to themselves. What the group didn't know was another group was following them closely behind. When they woke up, it was time for the group to head off once again. They exited the shelter, and their destination was the red zone. "We just need to wait for the right moment," said Ben. Chapter 116 from the Big Four. The travel to red zone took longer than to the green zone on their map. It was located quite while away from the shelter, but the area it covered itself was fairly large as well. It would take 2 hours to travel and 2 hours to go back. With breaks, it meant they roughly had around 6 hours of time to gain crystals. After all, their abilities weren't unlimited. Eventually, the body would use up the MC cells they had, and they needed a period for them to recover back. When leaving in the morning, it looked like their group wasn't the only one heading for the red zone. There was a total of 4 other groups altogether. "That's our competition," Erin said, looking towards one of the groups who walked in front. "Which one?" Layla asked. "You see the boy at the front with the red hair? It's the trait of the Red Shield family. All originals who learn their magic acquire the ability of fire." "You mean he's from one of the Big Four? I didn't realize there was someone in our school like that," Layla replied. "Although he isn't anyone special from the family, he is still from one of the Big Four, and the numbers on yesterday's scoreboard proved it." "The ability of fire, huh?" Vorden looked at the red-haired student for some time, trying to think up of an idea. But the one that interested Quinn wasn't the fire user. Instead, it was Logan, who was also a part of one of the groups heading to the red zone. While the rest of Logan's teammates were walking through the sand, Logan was sitting on top of a strange contraption. It seemed like a moving chair, a personal device that he had built for himself. The legs moved like that off a dog, while the top half was just a normal chair. Inside the chair, he was sitting with his eyes closed, sleeping peacefully. "I wonder what his ability really is," Quinn thought. It had to be impressive to be able to get the second highest score. Throughout the whole time the 2 of them were together, Quinn still hadn't figured it out, and for some reason, Quinn felt like it was rude to ask. Most high levels would keep their abilities secret. If 2 people were to get in a fight, knowing their ability beforehand was a huge advantage. While the rest of the groups continued to move forward, though, Erin's group had decided to change direction, slightly heading off to the left. "I can't believe we're wasting time dropping these 2 off here," Erin shouted. "You don't need to babysit us," Quinn replied. "If you care that much about getting ahead of the others rather than protecting our weak asses, then go ahead and leave." After Quinn's words, Erin did just that and decided to head off back to where the red zone was located. "Are you sure you're going to be okay?" Vorden asked. "Don't worry about it. If trouble comes our way, I have a trick up my sleeve to fight them off," Quinn replied. "You see that building up ahead? It looks like an abandoned well of some sort. We will wait for you in there, and come get us on the way back." Before leaving, out of Peter's large rucksack, they handed Layla a few food pills and bottles of water that was placed in Layla's small bag. It would be just enough for them while they were away out hunting, and if they needed some more, one of them could always come back and get some from Peter. "Boss, it looks like the group have split into 2. Maybe the strong ones are heading to the red zone. Who should we follow?" one of the men said to Ben. "We stick to the plan," Ben said. "Our group won't be able to compete with all those big shots at the red zone. It was never our intention anyway. I managed to do some research on their group yesterday. It turns out that their group had 2 level 5 powers users, and wait for it, 2 level 1s if you can believe it." "Seriously? They must be like the only level 1s in their whole class," Well, now it makes sense why they have split off from the group. They would probably get in the way if they were to fight. If we take their crystals they got yesterday, then we will climb up from the bottom of the leaderboard. We should be able to finish off at a decent position for the test. Back at the red zone, Vorden and the others had finally arrived. Most of the groups had spread out from each other, making sure that they didn't get in the way of each other's hunting process. The red zone was filled with winged lizards, but the area was also slightly different compared to the rest of the sandy desert they had encountered so far. The area was filled with several large rocks that contained large holes on the inside. The holes were where most of the lizards would stay, but there were a few resting on top of the rocks as well. They were quite large in size and were about double the size of the teeth worms from earlier. Before hunting one of the beasts, the group stayed and watched patiently for one of the other groups to attack first. A single person would walk up to the group of lizards and send out an attack catching the attention of a single beast. Then the person would lead the lizard to the group, and they would all attack it at once. They were being cautious not to attract the attention of all the lizards after all. While attacking the lizard, it seemed to be a much more difficult foe compared to the teeth worm. The lizard would constantly block attacks from the beast's weapons, and certain abilities using the wings attached to its arms. Eventually, they would manage to defeat it. But while the other group struggled, one was finding it easy, and that was the one with the flame user named Berg. Berg's flames were stronger than the beast's wings, and it didn't matter what it did, it would be set aflame, and sooner or later the beast would die. Watching this, Vorden had an even bigger smile on his face. Now only if there was some other flame user in our group. Chapter 117, A New Fire User. After watching the other groups deal with the winged lizards, Vorden and his group decided to implement a similar strategy. Layla would be the first to approach one of the rocks, and then fire out an arrow hitting the foot of one of the lizards. After using her ability, she was able to take the arrow back out and swirl it around the beast's head like an annoying fly. The lizard followed the arrow easily, and now it was Vorden and Aaron's turn to deal with the beast. A trail of ice started to form across the floor, eventually trapping the lizard's 4 legs. Now that its movements were restricted, it was Vorden's turn. He created ice spikes in his hand and continued to throw them at the lizard, but even with its feet tied, its arms were still free to move. It blocked each one of its attacks, lifting its wings and shelling up like a turtle. "You idiot," Ratton said. "You know from watching the others that it won't work. Either shut up or help." Vorden shouted as he continued to throw the ice spikes. Eventually, Vorden knew the beast would get tired, and it wasn't as if his attacks were doing no damage at all. But proceeding this way would take far too long. Before he knew it, he could see Erin up in the air with her long sword held in her hand. As she fell to the ground, she sliced downward at the beast's wing. A large gash was made, and black blood started to pour out. A few seconds later, though, the wound that was created started to freeze. Slowly the ice began to grow until it completely froze the beast's left wing. Now, with one wing frozen in place, Vorden was finally able to throw an ice spear directly into its body, killing it. "Did we finally do it?" Layla said, looking at the thing. She quickly extracted the crystal and placed it inside her small bag for now. "This is a problem," Aaron said. "It is taking us far too long to kill a single one of them. Even if there are many, it takes 3 of us just to kill one. We would be better off searching for another group of teethworms at this point." Then they heard cheering coming from their left side. The group with Berg in charge had just finished burning 5 of them to a crisp at once. The look on Aaron's face was currently one with disgust. "Come on, let's just go into one of the other areas and find a bunch of teethworms to deal with." "Hold on," Vorden shouted. "I have a plan." Berg and his group had just finished killed their 8th lizards, and were currently resting for a bit. He needed some time to recover his MC points, before he could use his abilities again. "I still have a long way to go," Berg said, looking at his hand. Although his flame powers were strong, and he was considered one of the strongest in school, he couldn't say the same about his family. They would have been able to go on for a lot longer and create more powerful flames. Every original family was different when it came to teaching their members about their powers. They had their own methods, and for the Red Shields, it was all about discovery. After teaching them the basics, they had to learn about the ability themselves and get stronger. "Hey, Berg, watch out!" a voice from the side said. As he looked up, he noticed a human body was flying his way, and before he knew it, they had crashed into him. The 2 of them tumbled into the sand, and eventually stopped. "That bitch, how could she do that to her own teammate?" Vorden said as he lifted himself off the ground. "I'm sorry about that, do you need a hand?" Just then Vorden reached out his hand and lifted Berg. "Hey, what do you guys think you're doing?" another person said as he came running over. "You just barged into our leader." "Enough Lippy," said Berg. "I'm sure it was an accident." Lippy, who was also a part of Berg's team, was surprised by his actions. If a person usually did something like this, he would have burnt them by now. But the reason was simple. When Berg looked at Vorden's watch, it currently displayed the power level of 8 on it. Not knowing what Vorden's powers were, and the possibility there was someone of equal strength to himself, he didn't want to get into a fight. "We're sorry," Layla said as she came running over with Aaron behind. Our idiot teammate was being annoying and I just needed to throw him somewhere. Don't worry about it, Berg said. Accidents happen. After apologizing, the three of them decided to leave the group be and go hunting once again. Vorden, now having the flame abilities, was ready to burn some lizards. Why did you let them go off like that? Lippy asked. That person, he was a level 8 user. Let's keep an eye on them for a little bit, Berg said. Nearly everyone already knew of Berg's abilities due to him coming from one of the big four families. However, the same couldn't be said for the other high-level users, or originals. Keeping an eye on Vorden was keeping an eye on the competition. Berg had seen the group just go behind one of the stones. Although he wasn't paying much attention to them before, he was sure that their group was hunting on the same side of the rock like them. Why did they choose to move, he thought. The curiosity got the better of him, and he decided to go scout out and hunt a bit closer to where Vorden had gone. After walking around one of the large rocks in the center, he could see Vorden and his team. Just as Berg saw them, he could see Vorden burning one of the winged lizard using his fire powers. What, but how? Lippy said. Is he part of the Red Shields? No, I've never seen him in my life. It looks like we've got some questions to ask. Chapter 118, Fire vs. Fire. Before doing anything drastic, the group wanted to test out Vorden's new fire abilities. They did same as before, with Layla drawing out one of the lizards, and then Aaron freezing the lizard's movements. When they were ready, Vorden shot out a stream of fire from the palm of his hands. The beast screamed and howled in pain. After a few seconds, the beast caught on fire, and Vorden no longer had to supply it with energy. At this moment, Berg had just turned the corner and witnessed the whole thing. His mind was going crazy with use the fire abilities. Thoughts? Did someone outside of the family know how to? If that was the case, they needed to get rid of him before anyone else knew or found out. Busy carving out the beast to find its crystal, a fireball was spotted coming towards them. Look out! Layla shouted. At the last second, Vorden turned his head and fired a fireball of his own equal in size. As the two fireballs clashed, a small explosion was created, and sparks of flame flew out onto the sound. You must be dealt with. No one is allowed to learn the secrets of the flame, Berg shouted. Shooting out fire from the palm of his hands, he was able to propel himself forward while running, making him move at an incredible speed. Vorden readied himself, planning to fight back with anything Berg would use. If Berg shot out a fireball, Vorden would retaliate with the same. If Berg shot out a stream of fire or made a pillar of fire, then Vorden would do the same, only better. This was how Vorden had won all his fights before. His experience when it came to fighting was able to outmatch those that knew their own abilities inside and out. But then at the last second, Berg propelled himself into the air. A stream of fire was seen coming from the bottom of his hands and feet. It looked almost like he was flying in the air. Spinning flame kick. Using one of his legs, the fire would shoot out from the back of his heel, causing him to spin. Then with the other leg would let out multiple blades of fire. Damn it, I can't do that! Vorden shouted. As the blades of fire were coming towards them, Vorden lifted both hands, creating a small wall of fire. If Vorden thought he was safe, though, he was wrong. As the blades of fire touched the wall, it ripped right through and continued to go past. By now, Layla and Aaron had long moved to the side and become spectators of the whole thing, and the same could be said for Berg's teammates as well. It was clear that all of Aya's attacks were aimed at a single person, and he didn't care for the rest of the team. What is going on? Aaron asked. I don't know, but I do know Vorden knows how to annoy a load of people. Perhaps this is just one of them, Layla said. Although Vorden's flame wall was useless, he was able to see the point of when the flames would touch the wall, for they would slightly part away a piece of his wall just before the blades of fire touched. This gave him enough time to dodge every single one of the blades coming at him. This guy is pretty good, Lippy said, watching the whole thing from the side. The second Berg landed on the ground, he dashed forward, using the flames once again to propel him. Vorden fired fireball after fireball, but then Berg just covered his hands in flames and would knock them away. Looks like your fire is no stronger than mine, you thief, he shouted. Then with his hands covered in flames, he went for a punch towards Vorden's face. Vorden could see the punch coming towards him. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, he was skilled and had years of experience as well. He could see it coming and was planning to duck, but suddenly the fist sped up in an instant and knocked Vorden to the ground with his head bouncing off the sand. Vorden laid on the ground, unmoving with his eyes closed. Although Vorden was unable to see what had just happened, the rest did. When Berg threw the punch, he had done nothing special, but it was what had happened at the last moment. Berg had the ability to produce fire from any part of his body. The clothes he was wearing were specially designed by his family so they wouldn't burn away. As the last second, before the fist was to hit Vorden, he had produced a strong flame from his elbow, pushing his fist forward and giving it an extra boost. Vorden was used to elemental abilities, but had never come across a fire one before. It was an original ability, unlike ice, wind, earth, and water. However, none of these acted like the flames which came from the body itself. With the destructive nature of fire as well, it was why it was considered one of the strongest elements. What should we do? Layla asked. Should we go over and help him? I don't think they'll kill him, Aaron replied. There are too many people here he would have to silence. Well, he is from the Big Four, right? Would the school really do anything? The two of them at that moment looked at each other. To be honest, Aaron hated this feeling, but she knew when someone was stronger than her. Berg hadn't even taken a single hit from Vorden, and she feared if it was her, it would have been the same result. Standing right over Vorden's was Berg. He continually looked at Vorden's still body. Why isn't Boss doing anything? Lippy said as he watched. He couldn't explain it himself, but for some reason he felt like if he touched Vorden at this moment he would be the one lying on the ground. Then a few seconds later, Vorden's eyes opened. Inside the dark black room, Vorden had finally woken up. Whoa, man, you sucked, Ratton said. That guy really showed you. Wait a second, Vorden replied. If you're here, then who's in the chair? Chapter 1-19 No Chance. Quinn and Peter had been walking for a good 15 minutes as they headed to what looked like a little abandoned well. Something that was once used to draw water out. It was used at a time when the shelter was first being built by the workers. Although building works and such didn't take as long as they used to, especially since the introduction of Earth ability users. Some powerful users would charge quite a bit for their service, as they were able to construct building after building. While the two of them were walking, not one of them had said a word to each other, and Quinn was the type that hated an awkward silence between two people. In the end, he gave in and just had to say something. Why did you do it? Quinn said. Peter didn't have to ask what he was talking about. It was as clear as day. They continued walking for a while longer, until eventually Peter replied. I don't want to make any excuses. I know what I did was terrible. Everything, I don't even deserve to speak to you, but you don't understand, Quinn, I was scared. They had already gone for Vorden, and managed to catch him. Then they went after me, and enough. Quinn snapped back. I don't want to hear any more. You were right the first time when you said you weren't going to make any excuses. But then you went on to list a bunch of excuses. I'm not saying you didn't have a reason for why you did it. When someone does something wrong, everyone has a reason, be it good or bad, but after everything we had done for you, why didn't you come to us? Could you really help me, Quinn? Would you be saying the same thing if you knew who was behind everything? Peter asked. Did you give us a chance? Quinn replied. Do you know the saying, you miss all the shots you don't take? We were right there next to you the whole time, and it wasn't like stuff like this didn't happen before. You saw what happened to Vorden, did he change? And you should know more than anyone that I got the same treatment as you from my old school. The two of them had finally arrived at the village, and Quinn turned around to look at Peter. He could see his teary face, tears on top of tears running down, and he was using his sleeves to wipe everything away. When you chose to go against us that day, Peter, you were the one who had given up. You didn't try taking a shot and made your chances go down to 0. The two of them looked around the abandoned well. In the center was a giant machine used to draw water. It had rusted, and just from looking at it you could tell it hadn't been used in a while. The only other thing in the place were 2 abandoned buildings. One room was completely bare apart from a single window, while the other building had a couple of broken wooden bed frames. After taking off the rucksack and putting it on the old bed, Peter finally laid down and was getting some rest. He had managed to carry the large backpack all the way through the desert. And unlike Quinn, he didn't have supernatural strength to help him. The heat didn't actually affect Quinn much, no more than it did when he was a human. It seemed like the sun must have contained some other unique property that affected vampires. As long as he stood under his umbrella, he felt absolutely fine. Thinking about this, it reminded him he desperately needed those beast cores. But wanted to craft a special material, he couldn't rely on Vorden and Layla to gather enough. Then finally, he would be free from the restraints of the sun. I'm going to go exploring around for a little bit. Are you alright to stay here? Don't worry, I won't be going too far. Are you sure you're going to be safe? Peter said. Yeah, as long as you aren't behind my back, I'll have nothing to worry about, Quinn said jokingly. Sorry, that was a low blow. Quinn pictured the map in his head. He remembered the red zone was quite a large circular area. They had just come from the left direction, which was where Vorden and the others went. So as long as Quinn went right and forward, he should be in a different area of the red zone. With that, he decided to head off into the desert with his umbrella in his hand. Watching all of this happen was Ben and his group. It looks like the two of them have split up. You 3 go for the kid with the umbrella, take off everything, even his money card, and get him to transfer everything over. Me and Hugo will go get rid of the other one. They did as told, and 3 of their men went off to follow Quinn into the desert, while Ben and his friend Hugo had decided to enter the same building that Peter was in. Just as Peter was about to shut his eyes, he heard footsteps enter the room. Oh, what a surprise we have here, Ben said. I didn't expect anyone to be so far out here in the middle of nowhere. And when I looked earlier, it seemed like not a single person was around. In the desert, before Quinn had even reached the red zone, he could hear the sounds of people getting closer to him. His vision wasn't as great in the sunlight. It was about the only thing that was still affected while in the sun. But his hearing was always top-notch. Who sent you? Quinn said without turning around. That's none of your business now, is it? One of the students said. Now you better listen to what we say or else. Or else what? Quinn said as he turned. I'm sorry some people think I'm a bit slow. The students then lifted up their watches to each reveal their levels. One was a level 4 student, and the other 2 level 3 seconds. I hope you understand? The level 4 user said. Oh, I see, because you're a higher level than me, I should be scared now, right? I should obey everything you do because I don't want to be hurt. Skill active shadow void. Suddenly, from underneath Quinn's feet, his shadow started to spread. It grew and grew until it encompassed a large area in complete darkness. The shadows that formed the walls were continually moving. From the outside, it looked like a giant cloud storm. Quinn then tapped his watch 3 times and lifted it up for them to see. The number had changed. He was now a level 6. Chapter 120, The Little One's Name. Vorden stood there, standing in the sand. He hadn't moved for a few seconds now, and his head was facing the floor. From the top of his head, a trickle of blood was dripping down onto his forehead, and little by little droplets would fall to the ground. Why is the boss just standing there? Lippy asked. The truth was Berg couldn't explain it himself. Something about the person he was facing a few seconds ago had suddenly changed. He felt the same presence as when he was just about to face one of the elders in his own family. Then for the first time since being beaten to the floor, Vorden had moved. He lifted his hand and wiped the blood away before staring at it on his sleeve. You guys said you would protect me. Hey, don't look at me, Sil, Ratten said. Vorden was the one who got knocked out before I could even do anything. Maybe it's time for a change, Sil said. What, leave this person in charge? Vorden argued. If you do this, you will be lonelier than before. Even Quinn won't stay by your side. Quinn? Ah, yes, Quinn, Sil said as he looked around at where he was. I don't see any Quinn. This will be good. Ratten said, Hey Sil, that man in front of you is hiding Quinn from us. Sil then looked at Berg up and down and started to walk towards him, but his face wasn't peaceful or anything. It was like that of a demon. The anger could be felt, the emotion, everything. Berg could feel it just coming from his face. Stay back! Berg shouted as he covered his forearms and fist in flames once again. As Sil took another step forward, Berg was at his limit and knew he needed to attack now. Placing both hands together, he started to fire a pillar of flames from his hand like a flamethrower. As the fire came towards him, Sil swung his hands, lifting a pile of sand with it and dropping it straight on the flames, causing it to extinguish. When did he get my ability? Layla said, watching the fight. And why is it stronger than mine? I could never lift that amount of sand. Vorden's ability is strange, Aaron said. But if I remember correctly, he could control 2 abilities. Perhaps it has something to do with that. Seeing this, Berg too was shocked. He had thought Vorden was just someone who had learnt the family secret, maybe tortured one of their members into teaching it to them. But now, suddenly he was using another ability. How was this possible? While Berg was shocked by the whole thing, he started to feel an icy presence climb up from his feet. What is this? He said as he saw his 2 legs freezing. In an instant, he activated the fire to cover his legs, causing it to melt the ice. But all Sil wanted to do was stall him for a second or so, as he formed an ice spear and threw it directly at his shoulder. It landed and pierced Berg, but he couldn't complain long as pillars of fire were already rising from the ground. He has your ice abilities as well, Layla said. That's 3 abilities, just how strong is Vorden really? While using one hand to cast pillars of fire, the other hand would continue to throw ice spears. Berg could only dodge these 2 attacks for so long. Come on, he has to be running out of MC soon, Berg said. Inside the black room, Rayton was busy laughing. I bet you this guy thinks he can win the match as long as he waits for Sil to tire out. Well, that's not happening. Right now, Vorden contained 3 abilities. Whenever he copied a person's ability, he also copied the amount of MC points in their body. This was also the same for all the other abilities he stored inside his body. But Vorden's ability and cells were unique. As long as he had copied an ability, he would be able to change any of the MC cells into whatever type he wanted. Using the fire ability was a level 8 ability, Aaron's ability was a level 5, and Leo's ability was a level 2. This meant he had a huge amount of MC points to use, and if he wanted to, like earlier, he would be able to change all his cells into one type of MC. Which was why Sil was able to lift the sand to take out the fire, while Layla would have never been able to achieve something like that with her ability. As the fight continued, Berg could tell that Vorden wasn't tiring out. He needed to act fast. As fire came from his right and ice came from his left, Berg crouched into a fetal position and started to let the fire build up inside him. Then when the attacks were right by his side, he expanded his limbs and out came a sphere of fire, getting rid of all the attacks. But now Berg was panting and sweating hard. It was a last-ditch effort to protect himself, but he really didn't know what to do after this. Where is Quinn? Sil asked as he walked over. Layla and Aaron were too far to hear any of the words Vorden had spoken, but were worried that he might do something drastic. Crazy boy, I beg you don't do something crazy, Layla said. Wait, Vorden shouted. Rotten was lying. Quinn is safe. He's somewhere else. Let me take over, and I can show you. You damn rat, Vorden, Ratten shouted back. Now I'm going to get my ass handed to me. I'm tired, Syl said. Now Vorden had finally reached where Berg was standing. I don't want to make an enemy of you, but you attacked us first, Vorden said. Suddenly the feeling Berg once had, now was gone. When he looked at Vorden, it was the same as before. I'm from the Blade family. It's probably best if our two families don't get into a confrontation with each other. As soon as Berg had heard Vorden's second name, he finally understood. The Blade family weren't as big as the Big Four, but that was because they chose not to be. They were a secretive family that didn't choose to have much influence in the world. Because of this, not many knew about them. Berg didn't really understand why, but his father had always said if he was to meet someone from the Blades, to show absolute respect. Berg placed his head in the ground and started to apologize. I'm sorry, it's my fault that this all has happened. Is there anything I can do for you? Vorden thought about it for a while. He hated to use his family name like this, but he was sure at least the Big Four would know of it, but while he was using it, he might as well take advantage. It's okay, but I'm going to have you hand over your crystals you got today, and yesterday over to us, Vorden said, smiling. Of course. While Aaron, Layla, and the others watched the scene, they couldn't believe what was happening. They knew Vorden was an original. They even knew of his family name, but they had never heard of the Blade family before. But for some reason, someone from the Big Four was bowing down to him, apologizing, and even handing over their crystals. Just who are you, Vorden? Layla thought. Chapter 121 Naive. Berg and his group handed over the crystals they had obtained inside a bag. Vorden now had a big grin on his face. Just before he had split off with Quinn. Quinn had asked him to try to get as many winged lizard beast crystals as possible, saying he needed them for some reason. And right now, in the bag, there were 39 winged lizard crystals in total. After talking it over with Berg, Vorden eventually decided to head back to Aaron and Layla. Hey, boss, you're gonna let him go just like that? Lippy said as he saw Vorden walk away. It's okay. Berg said, we can always get more crystals. We will soon get our #1 spot back. But it's important to keep the relationship in our lives intact. That's the most important thing. Walking over with a skip in his step, Vorden was over the moon about his haul. As Layla peeked inside the bag, she couldn't believe her eyes. I don't understand. Layla said, how? Don't worry about that. I think it's best if we head back and hand these crystals in to be counted towards our score, and I'm a little worried about Peter. But aren't those crystals useless? Layla asked. Most of them have already been counted. Each crystal inside had a unique pattern to it. Every single crystal was unique, similar to a human fingerprint. When the crystals are counted, they are placed into a machine that assigns a certain code to each crystal. These unique codes are then added onto the team scoreboard. Once crystals were counted, students were able to do what they wanted with the crystals. Sell them for credits, turn them into beast gear, or even trade with them. But what they weren't allowed to do during this assessment were buy beast crystals. The whole shelter was under strict instructions to not sell any beast crystals to any students. This was to avoid a group from buying crystals and registering them under their points. But there was a reason why these unique codes were assigned to each team's codes. Oh, I guess you guys don't know, Vorden said. My brother did the same thing 2 years ago, so I have a little bit of insider information, I guess. Although the same crystals can no longer be registered for points. If the crystals belong to another team, the unique codes from their score will go onto ours. So while their score would drop, ours would rise. This information was purposely kept from the students, but was told to a select few. Either originals like Vorden knew of it, or those who had already registered with the military. Well, I hate to say it, but you actually did a really good job this time, Layla said while pouting. She knew when compliments were to be given, and this was defiantly one of them. Well, while we are ahead, why don't we keep on hunting? Aaron asked. The truth is I'm worried about Peter. Because of this, he might be targeted. Vorden said. If you knew about this, then why didn't we leave him at the shelter? Aaron asked. If we did, it would just be the same result. Perhaps even more so, people would attack him as soon as they saw him on the street. There was acutely a second reason why Vorden and Quinn wanted to bring Peter along. They were hoping to draw out whoever Peter was afraid of. Peter seemed pretty sure that someone was going to attack them on this expedition, and if so, Vorden and Quinn thought they could find some answers. No one would attack a fellow student like that, are you crazy? I understand when the second years attacked you. Aaron said. You were the one who attacked them. But why would they just randomly attack another student inside the shelter? Even if it meant getting their crystals, no human being would just attack another because of the test. And even so, people would rush over to help him. At that point, Vorden and Layla looked at each other. And both of them had the same thought. Aaron, you do know that Peter is a level 1, right? Vorden asked. What does that have to do with anything? She replied back. It was as the two had thought. Aaron was unaware of the treatment that lower levels received compared to everyone else. The truth was, Vorden and Layla already knew this to some degree. Most of the students at the school who were mid-range levels didn't experience much of the bad side, and this was true for Aaron as well. The two knew this was the case. Many of the students were just unaware of what happened, but they just didn't realize that Erin was one of them. Erin herself never mistreated low-levels, but just never paid them any attention either. She had one goal, and getting to know them would allow her to achieve anything. As the three of them started to head back to where the well was, the two of them began to explain to Erin just what really happened at the school. But not only at the school, but what happened on the outside world as well. But the strong would never steal from the weak, Erin said. Just what does that prove? We already know we are stronger than them. Would it make more sense to fight against those that are stronger than yourselves and try to improve as a person? Just what is there to gain from all of this? Erin just couldn't comprehend why certain people would choose to do such things. In the situation with Vorden and Berg, she could understand. The two of them had battled it out and had a grand duel. The loser Berg had gifted Vorden with the crystals as a prize, but neither group had aimed or started a fight with the sole purpose of stealing the crystals. Every person is different, Vorden replied. Honestly, if we knew all the answers of why people acted a certain way, then perhaps we wouldn't be in the situation we are in right now. At that very moment, Vorden's fear was becoming a reality, as Ben and his group had just spotted Peter inside one of the buildings. Chapter 1 and 22 Crash Landing. As Peter heard the footsteps enter the small little building he was in, he quickly realized that he had no way of escape. It was a small room with only one entrance, and the two men stood in front of him were completely blocking his path. He was trapped. Now this can be nice and easy for you, Ben said. All we want are those crystals in your bag. Peter then reached out for the earth staff that was placed on his back and pulled out in front of him. Really? Ben said, looking at the thing. Look, we can either do this the easy way or the hard way. I'm really not into hurting others like some of those sick psychopaths. All I want is a good score on the test. As soon as Ben stepped forward, Peter lifted the earth pole towards Ben's face and then using his ability transformed the end of it into a sharp tip. Please? Peter said. I can't if you take the crystals away. They'll hate me even more. Tears were now visibly running down his face and falling to the ground. They already hate me too much. I just can't have them hate me more. Peter cried. Peter stood firmly, not allowing the spear to move. It was pointed at Ben, who was standing in front of the other person just below his chin. Look, it's Peter, right? Ben said. Suddenly, Peter's face changed a little when he heard his name. Do you know why I know your name? We're part of the military too. In fact, Duke was the one who gave us all the information. I promise you that Duke will reward you if you hand those crystals over to us. Although Ben and his group did belong to the military, and helped Duke out from time to time. Duke had requested no such thing. Ben knew using his name would cause a reaction out of Peter. The low levels always ended up in Duke's hands one way or another, and it was the same for him. But by the time Peter knew Ben was lying, he knew Peter wouldn't say anything. He could complain to Duke, but what would he do? What would he care for a level 1 ability user while Ben was a level 4? Seeing the change in Peter's eyes, Ben thought his words were a success, but when he stepped forward again, Peter decided to go in for a stab. I said I'm not letting anyone take them, he shouted. As the spear was thrust forward, one of Ben's friends from the side lifted his hand, and with it, an earth wall was placed between the two of them. The wall managed to catch the spear in the center and snap it in half. Unlike higher-level earth users, Peter could only control the earth when he was touching it. As he saw the wall being placed in front of him, he immediately dashed forward and touched the wall. Using his ability, he created multiple spikes sticking out from the other end. While doing so, Peter closed his eyes, waiting to hear the screams from the other end, but they never came. Instead, a few seconds later, a huge club had been swung and smashed the wall into pieces, also hitting Peter and sending him flying back. The blow was so powerful that Peter didn't just crash into the wall, but caused it to collapse and was now outside covered in rubble. The wall wasn't very strong and stable from years of decay, and it wasn't very well built either. But still, to be able to knock a human through such a thing, an immense amount of power was needed. What a useless struggle. I would have thought someone like you would have been broken in by now, Ben said as he walked through the hole in the wall and stared at Peter on the ground. Peter was barely conscious. A small trail of blood was appearing from his mouth, and his whole face and hair were covered in debris from the wall. Please, don't hate me, Peter said. Peter's mind was a mess. He didn't even know where he currently was, or even who was in front of him. I'm sorry, Peter, this is just how the world is. At that moment, Peter passed out. Ben went through Peter's bag and took the 15 crystals that were obtained in yesterday's expedition. They then also took Peter's money card, which was white in color, the lowest possible card you could get. They decided to leave everything else intact, the food pills, the water purifiers, and the first aid supplies. Although they were thieves, they were just doing as the system suggested. They weren't cold-hearted murders. Ben and his friend had decided they would head to the shelter together, but before heading back, they would make a stop at the oasis to hunt some more teethworms. That was the meeting point to meet the other three who had gone after Quinn. As they were walking, one of them spotted something large and black in the sky coming towards them in their direction. It was flying in the air, and it seemed like black smoke was coming from the back. "What is that?" one of them asked. "I don't know, I think it's a spaceship, but I've never seen one designed like that before," Ben replied. The black object drew closer, and it was roughly the same size as a large car. Then finally just in front of them in the sandy desert, the ship had crashed. It continued to skirt across the sand and was heading straight for them. "Get out of the way!" Ben shouted. The large black ship continued to bump and skirt across the sand until eventually it had come to a stop, around 50 meters from their direction. The spaceship was black in color, but it didn't look like it was made of a type of metal material like Earth ships. Instead, the outside was bumpy and looked scale-like, as if it was carved-shaped sphere, using the outside of beasts. Then in the center was an oval, but the glass was too thick to see through. "Do you think they're okay? They're lucky the ship didn't blow up," he said. "I wonder what happened." But while Ben's friend had no clue what it was, Ben was visibly shaking with fear. He had seen images of one of these before. "Run, run now," Ben shouted. The sphere-like shape opened up and outstepped what was known as a Dalki. Chapter 123 Shadow Void. Out on the sandy desert where the area was mostly covered with rocks and sand, one area looked different today. From the outside it looked like a dark cloud that was continually moving and shifting, creating a large dome-shaped space. "What is this?" one of the men said. The three from Ben's group were now surrounded by moving shadows. Although the inside of the shadow void wasn't pitch black as one would think. The shadow seemed to give off a slight purple light that allowed the interior to be seen. "Did you see his watch?" another one said. "He was actually a level 6. We need to get out of here." It was the first time Quinn had cast the Shadow Void skill. He was unsure of how big the area of effect would be, and whenever or not he could deactivate it once the skill was used. If something like that was seen at the school, it would have caused alarm bells to ring. Inside the Shadow Void, Quinn could feel a connection with the shadows. It was hard to explain, but it was as if it was created using a part of his own body. Quinn looked at his stats, and as the system had told him, everything was normal. There was no weakness to the sun. While Quinn was busy checking his stats, one of the men tried to make a break for it. He ran to the edge of the Shadow Void walls. This was bad. If the three were to escape from the Shadow Void, then Quinn would lose his advantage. Out of instinct as Quinn saw this, he lifted his arm and started to shift the wall of the shadow into some type of arm. When the man was close enough, he tried swinging his dagger at the arm. But when it made contact, his arm started to slow down, and he immediately pulled it back afraid of what was happening. MC points 48 100ths. 50 points of MC had already been cast to activate the Shadow Void, and it looked like if he used shadow control on the outside walls, it would use up his MC points. However, the others didn't know this. They felt like they were trapped, and if they were to go close to the wall, the arms would once again appear. One of the students, the level 4 user, had a mohawk. The situation around him was starting to frustrate him as he felt more and more trapped. "Screw this guy," Mohawk said. "You saw the number on his watch change, right? He's probably a fake, and besides, being a level 6 doesn't mean he has strong abilities." The other two, hearing Mohawk's words, gave them a bit of confidence. "Yeah, you're right, and he doesn't even have any beast gear," one of them said. Out of the three of them, one of them held a crossbow on his back, while the other had a set of daggers around his waist. Mohawk, who was in the middle, had a chest piece that gave him extra strength. "Get him!" Mohawk shouted. The crossbow user pulled out his bow and started to fire bolt after bolt towards Quinn. Shadow equip. Shadows started to form around Quinn's arms and legs, and suddenly they were covered in beast gear. As the first bolt came towards him, he lifted his hand, deflecting the bolt onto the ground. If Quinn wanted to, he could have used his shadow ability to block the bolt. But right now it was best for him to use his vampire abilities because he would soon be able to replenish whatever blood he was about to use anyway. "What? But that was a beast arrow. It wasn't just made out of metal," the crossbow user said. "Just keep firing the thing," Mohawk shouted. He did as ordered, and arrow bolts started to fire one after another. This time, as they came forward, the other user, who had remained still, had gathered what looked like a small hurricane in his hands. And then at the right moment, he brought his hands forward, and a gust of wind came out with it. But it wasn't his aim to do any harm. It was to support the bolts, making them faster and more powerful. "Let's see you deal with this." Opening his palm facing forward, Quinn waited until the right time before using his skill. Blood spray. 55/60ths HP. A spray of blood left the palm of his hands and knocked each of the arrows out of the air, causing them to break and fall to the ground. "Now it's my turn." Quinn activated his wind walk on his boots to further increase his speed. While doing so, he used the inspect skill on each one of them. The crossbow user had the ability to duplicate items, although each item that was duplicated would only be half the strength of the original. This was how the crossbow user was able to continually fire out the arrows. The other student was a wind ability user, and lastly, Mohawk was a level 4 earth user. Just like the one he had faced in the game once, only this one didn't have a full set of beast gear equipment on. First, the annoying one. With Quinn's added speed with the boots and his reflexes, it was nearly impossible for the crossbow user to hit him, and then when Quinn was close enough, he cast out 4 blood swipes swinging out his arms. With no defense, the 4 attacks each hit him dead in the chest, causing large cut wounds across his chest, and to be thrown onto the floor. 51/60 HP. Next was the Earth user who was by his side, and this time Quinn wasn't giving him no chances. 1 second Quinn was in his view. The next moment Quinn had performed flash step, and at the same time hammer strike, dealing a blow right on the chest. His chest piece started to crack until it eventually broke away. Then blood spewed from his mouth as his insides were ruptured, and he too fell to the ground. 46/60 HP. Suddenly a sharp pain was felt inside Quinn's back. As he turned around, he could see the wind user holding the small little daggers in between his fingers. "I got you," he said. He threw another dagger, and it came out too fast for him to react, hitting Quinn's stomach. 42/60 HP. Quinn then looked at the dagger and pulled it out of his body. As he did, the wound slowly started healing as the skin could be seen coming back together, until finally, there was nothing left apart from a hole in his military uniform. "You monster," the student shouted. Continuously throwing blades, he managed to hit Quinn repeatedly. Making sure to cover his face with his hands, Quinn rushed forward, not caring for the small blades hitting his body. 38/60 HP, 34/60 HP. His HP continued to go down, but Quinn didn't care. Without realizing it, the student was moving backwards out of fear. He continued to move backwards until he finally felt something grab onto him from behind. As he looked down around his waist, he could see the shadow wrapped around his body. He tried to fight against it, and it was working, but he was only moving ever so slowly from the shadow. It was as if time itself had slowed down for his body while touching the strange substance. "Now tell me, who sent you and why did you attack me?" Quinn asked. Chapter 124, Increasing the Charm. The wind user was trapped inside the wall of shadows, but it was a strange feeling. It wasn't like he couldn't move, but instead, if he tried moving, his movements would be incredibly slow, like he was stuck in some type of glue. In his panic, he had completely forgotten about his ability. With his mind now thinking straight, he used his hand to cast a wind blade, cutting a piece of the shadow. It quickly separated and then started to reform again in almost an instant. The moment the student had cut the shadow with his wind ability, Quinn's MC had decreased 4/100 MC. It also seemed that while Shadow Void was active, he would be unable to gain back his MC points like he initially thought, which meant he had to be even more conservative if he was planning to use his shadow abilities along with the Shadow Void. But just like when he used shadow control on his own shadow, whenever the shadow was attacked, his MC points would lower slightly. The student cast wind slash after wind slash and was slowly able to move more. Then finally, he was free. "I did it," he shouted, but when he looked up, Quinn was there right in front of him. He grabbed both arms of the wind user and twisted them inward, so his palms were facing towards his own face. Then Quinn kicked both feet of the user, causing him to fall to his knees, and once again the shadow had grabbed onto his legs. With the elemental user, the ability to control the elements came from their hands and feet. This was different for fire and some other elements, but this fact was true for the basic ones. "Now I want you to answer my question from earlier. Why did you follow me?" "I'm so sorry," the wind user said with a stutter. "It was all Ben's idea. He said that we would be able to take care of you level ones and take your crystals, added to our team's points." The wind user was deadly frightened. Not only had he never seen such a strange ability before, he was still trying to decide if the person in front of him was human. It seemed like he was a person with multiple abilities. He could control the shadow, shoot out red aura from his hands, and on top of that, he had supernatural healing, and now with the wind user's arms twisted, he felt like he had superhuman strength as well. "This Ben, does he work for anyone?" Quinn asked. "I mean, we all work for the military, but no one told us to do anything, if that's what you're asking." Quinn couldn't be 100% sure if he were telling the truth or not. But judging by his reaction and how frightened he was, Quinn felt like his words were true. "You know, if you increased your charm stat a bit more, you would be able to get these weak-minded people to tell you anything," the system said. "Are you kidding me?" Quinn asked. "No. There are certain skills in your system that will only unlock once you get enough stat points. One of them is a type of mind control for the charm stat. It's quite handy. If their mind is weak, you can replace their memories, get them to spill the beans, or even if it was really high, you could even get the person to kill themselves. Of course, that would only be for the very top of vampire classes." It seemed like the charm stat was becoming more and more dependable. At first, Quinn thought it was just an annoyance that only allowed him to get girls, but that didn't seem to be the case anymore. "Do you know how many points in charm I need to unlock this skill?" Quinn asked. 10 points are needed for the influence skill. 140/200 EXP. Right now, Quinn gained 20 XP for defeating the level 3 student and 40 EXP points for defeating the level 4 student. Then there was also the 2 daily mission he completed, bringing him up to 140 EXP. Even if he did defeat the wind user in front of him, that would only bring his experience points up to 160. It wouldn't be enough to level up. When using his inspect skill at the two around him, one was blood A type while the other two were blood O. The blood O stat allowed him to put a point into anything he wished. Still, he was unsure whether that included the charm stat or not, but it was likely. But even then, he would only have 8 points in his charm stat. He needed 10. The reason why Quinn was so adamant about unlocking this skill after hearing about it from the system was because he didn't know what to do. The 3 users here were from the same school as him, and they had seen his ability. It would have been fine if it was just the shadow ability, but they had also seen his blood abilities as well, and his incredible healing. If he could, he wanted to avoid killing his fellow students, but it was something that would have had to be done. In the end, they were the ones who attacked him, and it was a secret he couldn't afford to be let out. But could he really do it? Technically, he had killed already, but back then he wasn't sane of mind. Quinn would even argue that it wasn't really him but something else controlling him. But killing someone while he was fully sane was another thing altogether. Just then, from the corner of his eye, Quinn saw something forming from the ground. The sharp object shot out like a bullet, and Quinn managed to move his head and dodge at the last second. Suddenly, heavy breathing sounds could be heard. When Quinn looked at the wind user in the shadow wall, he could see that an earth spike had impaled right through the wind user's neck. Blood was flowing down the spike as the student struggled to breathe. More spikes started to appear from the floor, and when Quinn looked ahead, he could see that the earth user had regained consciousness and was barely standing on his feet with his hand held out. "Die, you bastard," he shouted. Thinking about the spike, Quinn felt like he had just avoided death. Sure, he had plenty of health points remaining, but if the spike had impaled him through the head, he was pretty sure he wouldn't have been able to recover from something like that. "You just tried to kill me," Quinn shouted, "when I was just thinking about sparing your lives." Humans are truly disgusting, Quinn thought. For some reason he thought if he could change maybe, they could too. They were still young, and only students. They had time to change their ways. In a fit of anger, Quinn sent out blood swipe after blood swipe. The earth user tried to raise a wall between them, but the wall was far too weak. The second the blood swipes made an impact, the wall was smashed, and the blood strikes continued to hit the user. Quinn continued to fire out blood swipe until a message had appeared. A level 4 human has been killed, 80 EXP gained. At that moment Quinn stopped. Chapter 125 Influence 210 200 EXP. Congratulations, you are now level 12. 2865 HP, 2 free stat points have been added. 10400 CXP. Quinn wasn't thinking correctly and purely attacked out of anger. The fact that someone had almost killed him, he just reacted, and what happened was not part of his plan. But just like when he looked at Lan's dead body, Quinn felt nothing looking at the earth user's body lying there lifeless in the corner. Then from the back of the shadow void, he could hear a groan. "Pilexvimi?" It was coming from the wind user, who still had the earth spike lodged in his throat. The color in his face was now turning pale. If Quinn were a healer, then perhaps he would have been able to have done something, but he had no such abilities. At least not something that could heal at this level. After biting his victims and noticing the marking on their necks healing quicker, Quinn decided to do a few tests with Layla before coming to the planet. What he had found was that his salvia seemed to have some type of healing ability. If he was to cause a cut mark on Layla to draw blood, then rubbed his spit on her, the mark would heal quickly, but it was clear his spit wouldn't be able to save someone from something like this. Walking over to the wind user, Quinn looked at him. "Your own friend did this to you. No, you did this to yourself when you tried attacking me. I will put you out of your pain." Casting his blood swipe from above, and at a close range he managed to cleanly cut off the wind user's head, and now he was no longer in pain. Level 3 user killed, 60 EXP gained. 7400 CXP. So I really do get more EXP for killing them. Just like with the earth user, Quinn had obtained double the number of points after killing the victim. The reason why he received more for the level 3 was most likely because he hadn't knocked out his opponent yet, but straight out killed them, allowing him to earn 60 EXP points instead of 40. Looking at the bloody mess, instead of feeling sick like a regular person, his stomach started to growl. Your hunger grows. During the fight, he had used up a lot of blood and had been stabbed several times, and right now the sweat smell coming off the body was only getting stronger. But his mind felt conflicted. He felt no emotion when seeing the dead, and the mangled bodies didn't affect him. Even before, when he was a halfling, he still had a little sympathy, but now he hardly felt any. I guess I really am no longer human. Walking over to the body, Quinn lifted the dead wind user's arm, and using the tip of his clawed gauntlets, he made a cut across the wrist. At that moment, the sweetest taste had entered his mouth, and his body started to feel re-energized. 65 HP, 1 free stat point has been added. Blood type O has been consumed. Before doing anything else, Quinn checked if the free stat point could be put into his charm skill, and just like he thought, it could. He then went on to the next body, the earth user, and had done the same. This time there was no need to consume a large amount of blood since Quinn's health was full, and he had already eaten his fill. Putting his equipment back in his dimensional space, he dipped his finger into the blood and gave it a little lick. A blood type has been consumed. +1 strength stat. The last person was the crossbow user who also had the O blood type. He was already bleeding across his chest. The wounds weren't too deep. It seemed he had passed out more from the impact rather than the wounds themselves. Blood type O has been consumed. 1 free stat point has been added. After getting everything he needed, he could finally increase his charm points to 10. Charm points, 10, new skill, influence has been unlocked, depending on the user's charm points and the mental strength of the opponent. The user is able to influence the person or creature to do their bidding. This includes things such as memory loss, information extraction, and so on. Must make direct eye contact with the target. Looking at the bow user on the ground, Quinn was tempted to just end his life there and get the experience points. However, he felt like he really would have lost a grip with himself if he did. In the end, he decided to try out his new powers, and if it didn't work, he would have to go through with it anyway. Lifting the user up off the ground, Quinn slapped him across the face a few times, until the man eventually woke up. As soon as his eyes opened, Quinn activated his new skill. Skill influence activated. Skill successful. Around the user's eyes, a small red circle could now be seen, and his body went slightly stiff. "What do I do now?" Quinn asked. "Just say whatever you want, and it will happen." If you ask him a question, his brain will process the information and answer. If you tell him to forget something, he'll forget it. You can even replace the memory, but that's a little risky, to be honest, and doesn't work well if he gets pulled in for questioning. Quinn did as the system said and gave out his instructions. "I want you to forget everything that happened today. You never saw me, and you never met me. You just came out to hunt some beasts, and I want you to go back to sleep." "Do you think that's enough?" Quinn said. "Yes, if you can, I would bury the bodies under the sand. Eventually they will be eaten by the beasts in this area, but when he wakes up he will have no clue what happened, and can only assume it must have been a beast." The color around the man's eyes returned to normal, and he quickly went back to sleep as Quinn had ordered. After burying the bodies into the sand, he started to look round the place for his umbrella. Eventually he had found it, but it wasn't good news. Sometime during the fight, the umbrella must have been destroyed. With his MC points only half full, he would just have to bear the sluggish movements in the sun for now while he recovered. Quinn then tried to cancel the shadow ability, and slowly from above the shadows started to shrink and disappear. The fight had lasted about half an hour, so he still had another 30 minutes of the shadow void left if he wished. But if he left the shadow void up, his MC points would not return. The shadow started to slowly clear and shrink back until it all went right underneath Quinn's feet. "You are being hit by direct sunlight. Your stats have been reduced by 70%. Immediately he felt sluggish, and his head started to hurt. Once his MC points had returned, he was sure to use Shadow Cloak to cover himself and get out of the sun. Then just as Quinn was getting ready to set off, he spotted black smoke off in the distance. Isn't that next to where Peter was? Chapter 126 followed the smoke. Vorden and the others started to make their way through the dry, harsh desert. They didn't encounter many beasts on their way back. It seemed like the desert beasts were much more of a territorial creature. The map was quite accurate in indicating where the beasts were located and where they were not, and as long as they were outside any of the colored zones, it seemed like they wouldn't run into any more beasts. Eventually, after walking through the desert, they could finally see the small well area in sight. "That's where Quinn said to meet them, right?" Layla asked. "Yeah, they said they would be here." But just then Vorden stopped and looked down at the ground. Rubble from one of the buildings could be seen everywhere, but what shocked him most was Peter. He was crawling across on the ground towards them. His legs had been hurt, and possibly a few of his ribs broken. The only thing he was using was his forearms to crawl along the floor towards them. "Peter, what happened?" Layla asked as she came rushing over and knelt down by his side. But Peter continued to move forward, using his forearms, completely ignoring her. "I have to," Peter mumbled. "I have to get back those crystals. Otherwise those guys will hate me. I can't live anymore," Peter said. Then suddenly Peter had come to a halt as his hand seemed to hit something. "Peter, you've done enough," Vorden said, as he knelt down and placed his hand on his shoulders. Peter was half conscious the whole time. Yet there was one thing in his mind keeping him going forward. He had dealt with the gruesome pain of being tortured, but he couldn't deal with everyone hating him. He realized now that back then he had chosen the wrong decision, and he wanted to change that. He wanted to change himself. The others hated him, so what, because he hated himself even more. But when he had heard Vorden's words, something in his mind had clicked and he had snapped out of his half-dazed state. He looked up and could see Vorden bent over in front of him. Immediately tears started to run down his face. "I'm sorry, Vorden," Peter cried. "They took the crystals. I tried. I really tried to stop them. I promise." "I know you did," Vorden replied. At that moment, all the energy had left Peter's body, and he had completely collapsed, passed out on the floor. "What do you think happened to him?" Layla asked. Aaron had ignored Peter for the most part, and went straight for the bag past him. It was laid on top of the rubble. It's gone, Aaron said. They took our crystals. Well, I guess it was pretty clear what happened then, Vorden said. Wait a minute, what about Quinn? I don't see him anywhere, Layla said. Well, it's not like we can ask Peter what happened, Aaron replied. They probably took him away too. Although it was possible, the other two doubted it. Both of them knew before heading out to this expedition that Quinn had the shadow ability, as well as his blood abilities. It sounded like if there was ever an emergency in the sun, he was pretty confident about fighting. Unless the group that attacked them were high levels, they just couldn't see Quinn losing in a fight. Vorden also believed that it was unlikely to be a group of high levels. Otherwise they would have confronted them without waiting for Peter to separate from them. Was it perhaps one of the group of people working for the second years? No, they wouldn't hurt Peter like this. Even if he refused to work for them, they would probably kill him in case he told anyone, but instead, they left him alive. Vorden thought. Out from the bag, Aaron had pulled out a little first aid box. It looked to be made of metal like a small briefcase, and had a small standard red cross on it. Then she placed it on the ground and pressed the red cross. The little suitcase started to transform into what looked like a little droid. How can I be of assistance? The droid asked. Student Peter Chuck over there, administer whatever you can to make him feel better. The little robot then scouted off and started to scan the area until it had eventually found Peter injured on the ground. It started a scan and brought out small tools patching up Peter wherever it could. Will he be okay after this? Layla asked. He should be. That robot can deal with some pretty serious injuries. It's like having a personal doctor with you, Aaron replied. As long as he isn't near death, he should be fine. But I do have to warn you guys, we only have one of those things. Once the medicine has been used to treat any infections and such, it doesn't really have the supplies to treat us again. I'm surprised you actually let Peter use it then, said Layla. Aaron didn't actually want to use such a precious item on Peter. She felt like it was useless. Peter would eventually heal on his own anyway. This would just speed up the process. But after hearing the words of the others and seeing Peter in pain like that, it made her realize that perhaps the others weren't exaggerating about the mistreatments of others. Just then, Vorden spotted the sign of black smoke off in the distance. Do you think that's them? Probably one of them using their abilities, said Vorden. It doesn't look too far away, and we can get our crystals back. But what about Quinn? Layla replied. Why don't we split up? Vorden suggested. We can't just leave Peter out here. I'll stay with him in case anything happens. When he's all healed up, we'll go looking for Quinn. You two can go get our crystals back, but if it looks too tough, then fall back and come to the well. Layla didn't like the sound of Vorden being the one to rescue Quinn, but it seemed like the only thing they could really do. If Layla was to go out on her own and a powerful beast appeared, she could get seriously hurt. They could send Aaron to look for Quinn, but she didn't know his secret, and that would mean she would be stuck with Vorden. With them agreeing, it was the only thing they could really do. Vorden stayed with Peter, while the two girls headed off the area of black smoke. Chapter 1-27, The Dalki. On Earth, on one of the very few pieces of land that still existed, was a reasonably large tower that had been built. It was on a small island, where the only thing on it was the tower itself. The tower was so large and grand in size, that if someone was to stand at the top of it, they could reach the clouds. But its purpose wasn't for anything grand like tourism. Such a piece of equipment as grand as this could never have been able to be built before. But thanks to Richard Ano and his team, they managed to finally finish it after the war. This sole tower's purpose was to monitor the activity of each of the planets on the other side of the portals. It needed a strange source to power it that only Eno knew of. It was the same source of power used to power the portals. With this, they were able to get a clear view of what the area looked like. They had mapped out each planet the portals led them to in that solar system. There were still many planets left unexplored, but they kept good track of those with shelters on. But today, unlike any other day, red alarm bells were ringing inside. The people were rushing all over the place. In a single room, they had about 200 employees all looking at a computer screen of their own. Then there was also the main monitor that resembles a cinema screen. Sir, it looks like there's been a breach on one of the green portal planets, one of the men at the computer said. Standing at the back of the room was a man who looked to be in his 50s. He was mostly bald with hair just sticking out of his sides, and he had small round glasses on his face. Although he was not one to seem intimidating just from looking at him. When he spoke, his words gave a certain feeling of trust. Inside the monitoring room, he was the only one wearing a lab uniform rather than a military one. Bring up the information on the big screen in front of you, he ordered. They did as asked and managed to pull up a small video. It was of a black flying object that had entered the planet's atmosphere. It looked to be slightly injured even before arriving on the planet. There are meant to be no Dalki in this area. This is near the start of the solar. The Dalki's planets were mostly at the back. The Dalki and humans shared the planets in this specific solar system. When they had entered, half of the planets had already been conquered by them, while the other half remained empty. Although not at war with each other currently, the two were at a race with each other to see who could conquer more planets. Each planet had several different resources, and that included the different beasts that lived on there. From time to time, this would still cause friction between the two, and a fight would break out. That was why the large observation tower was built in the first place, in case any of the Dalki ignored their upper command and decided to attack. Send a message out to Dalki Station, ask them if it's from any of their known battalions, and tell them we'll get rid of it at all costs. Yes, sir. Also inform the military base, which is in charge of the planet, get them to send someone to deal with this immediately. Will do, sir. Out on the desert, the black smoke was now rising into the air more ferocious than ever. It looked like a signal was being cast, and could probably now been seen for miles out in all directions. Although Ben had told his friend to go ahead and run away, they both stood there. As the Dalki got out from the ship, they felt like their eyes couldn't leave such a powerful being for even a second. The Dalkis were a lot taller than an average human, but not too big that they looked like giants. This one, in particular, stood around 7 feet tall. However, their body frames were different. Just like humans, they walked on 2 feet and had 2 arms, but their muscle structure was magnificent. Nearly every muscle fiber on their body could be seen. Just like the humans as well. They wore beast gear to increase their power, and right now this one had only a set of bottoms and boots on, while his top part was open and free. The Dalki were a race that looked similar to dragons in human myths, only more human. They had scale-like features running from the side of their body running up to the top of their neck. Their eyes were slightly pointed and more oval-shaped, and their hands were shaped like claws with a tail sticking from its behind. As Ben looked at the Dalki, he noticed that it had a single spike coming from the back of its spine. This was good news, as they had learnt the fewer spikes they had meant, the weaker they were. Every time a Dalki went through a type of evolution, a new spike would appear on its back. Yet this one had only one, meaning it was the weakest a Dalki could be. Maybe we have a chance, Ben shouted. It's too late to run now, but if we face it together. As expected from a half-human, half-beast type creature, the Dalki were overall just better than humans in every way. They were faster, stronger, and even more intelligent. Ben knew they had no chance if they turned their back, so there was only one option. Ben reached for his club on his back and pulled it out. Are you ready, Hugo? He asked. After asking his question, no words were heard, and a few seconds later, a thud sound was heard. As he turned his head, he could see his friend's body lying there in the sand, dead. Ben didn't even know what happened. Out of fear, he charged in with his club held in his hand and used all his strength to smash down at the beast, but with a single hand, the Dalki grabbed the club and then crushed it to pieces. It came as a shock to Ben, for he had the ability of super strength. He was 5 times stronger than an average human, yet the Dalki was able to block his attack with ease. This place stinks, the Dalki said. Chapter 128, Going Back. The 2 girls continued to walk through the desert. There were no signs of footmarks in the sand, as the wind would quickly blow it away, so the only thing they could count on for where they were was the map and the trail of black smoke in front of them. Wait up! Aaron, slow down. It's really hot out here, Layla complained. While Layla was struggling with the heat and wanted to walk at a standard pace, it seemed like Aaron was power walking through the desert. It was to the point that if she was walking any faster, she would actually be jogging. I can't let them take our crystal. If they hand them in and we lose our points, then that means we could lose our place at number 1. So what? It's not where life's over. Even without those, we should still get a pretty good position. Why do you need to be number 1 so much? For the first time, Aaron had paused and stood still in the sand. Her fist was clenched, and just as she was about to say something, she bit her lip to stop herself. Come on, we're not too far off. By now, the black smoke had covered most of the view in front of them. It was hard to make out where it was coming from. But what they did know was that there was far too much smoke for it to be someone else's ability, and they were in the desert. There wasn't a lot of things that could be caught on fire, so just what on earth was making that much smoke, Layla thought. Then as they were walking, Layla suddenly sped up as she spotted what looked like a small black spot in the sky. As it got closer, she noticed it looked ball-shaped, and saw that something was dripping from the bottom of it. Hey, what is that? Layla asked. I don't know, it might be someone's ability or something, Aaron replied. Maybe you can catch it. Layla planned to do just that. Before the object could hit the ground or come towards them, she would try to stop it in the air, although Aaron was also prepared in case the object was too heavy for Layla to control. Finally, when it was a few meters in the air, Layla managed to stop it and slowly brought it over to their location. But a few seconds later, she forgot about everything and immediately dropped the object onto the floor. A thump sound was heard, and it rolled onto the sand towards them. With it, a trail of red was sinking into the sand. That was definitely a head, Layla said with her voice all shaky. I'm not seeing things, right? It was a head. Was it a beast, or maybe something else even? It could even have something to do with the black smoke, Aaron said calmly. How are you not affected by this? Come on, we need to get out of here. Our lives are worth more than some stupid crystals, shouted Layla. Let's get back to the well and tell the others. But Aaron stood there deep in thought. If it's an intermediate beast and I use my full strength, I should still be able to take it out, she thought. Now is not the time to be playing games. Look, Aaron. I like you, and usually I would just leave someone as crazy as you here, but I'm telling you we have to go. Layla continued, despite the silence. But then in the distance, a tall figure could be seen coming towards them, its tail slowly moving to the left and right. What is that? Layla asked. For the first time, Aaron didn't seem like her confident self. In fact, Layla had never seen her back down from a challenge, even when Vorden was facing off against one of the big four. Although she said she was weaker, she had never displayed a hint of fear. However, right now she was different. She had crossed her arms over her body, hugging herself and shivering in the desert heat. "Mommy, please save me," she said ever so quietly, that the only words Layla could hear was mommy. Now that the creature was even closer, Layla could finally see what Aaron could see. It had appeared many times in many textbooks as they grew up. Constant videos had been shown to them of their appearance all throughout their school life. It was a Dalki. But it wasn't alone. As it walked, it seemed to be dragging something along with it. "Oh, is that another two I see?" the Dalki said. He then looked at Ben's body, which he had been dragging with him. It now had no head, but the rest of its limbs were still intact. He placed his foot on the body and pulled on the arm, ripping it from its socket. "It's a bit closer than last time, but it's not as easy to throw." The Dalki aimed at the two in front of it, leaned back and speared the arm through the air. It left at an amazing speed and power that it seemed like the wind around it was having no effect. Seeing the arm coming towards them, Layla knew this one was too fast for her to slow down with her ability. They barely managed to dodge it, with Layla pulling Aaron away from the area. "Aaron, we're getting out of here." Drawing her hand back, she slapped Aaron across the face, leaving a red mark, as she spoke. But it seemed to have worked. Aaron was no longer shaking, and she knew the danger the two of them were in. "Ice path!" She created an ice path in front of her, and then formed blades below her feet. "Do you know how to ice skate?" Aaron asked. "No." "Then hold on." Lifting Layla onto her back, Aaron started to skate down the ice path at amazing speed. Every time they would reach near the end of the path, she would extend the ice in front of her. It was several times faster than the two of them running, and they were able to create distance between the two. The best thing to do would be to head to the shelter and get another ship, the Dalki thought. Those two girls were probably heading for the shelter. If so, it would be bad news if they warned everyone before I got there. I guess I better stop them. Unluckily for the two girls, if the Dalki knew they were not heading for the shelter, he perhaps would have left them on their own. Their destination was actually for the well, hoping to warn in the others. Vorden. Not only that, but the Dalki was actually blocking the path back to the shelter. They could go around, but it would take too long, and Aaron was afraid the Dalki had already set its eyes on them. The only option she felt like she had was to rely on Vorden. Chapter 129, My Family. After the droid had finished patching up Peter, it went back into the suitcase-like form that it previously had. Vorden placed it back in the bag and decided to carry both him and Peter over to the other building, which hadn't been destroyed in the struggle between Peter and Ben. There was no bed in the second building, but it was better than staying outside in the heat of the desert. Vorden was currently looking at Peter, who was bandaged from head to toe. The little droid had even performed stitches in areas that had an open wound. Although it wouldn't matter too much once they found someone with a healing ability. They would be able to heal Peter up properly, and then there wouldn't be any sign that he had received any damage. "Did we go too far?" Vorden said to himself. "Too far? You kidding me?" Ratten said. "You seem to be forgetting that this person basically sent us off to our death." "Ratten, don't you remember why we were created?" Vorden asked. Perhaps Peter was going through something similar to Syl, and it was only thanks to us that Syl was able to cope with it all. Have some sympathy for Peter. Just then Peter started to move a little in his sleep, until eventually he opened up his eyes, and slowly lifted the top half of his body off the ground. He touched his sides when he noticed he wasn't hurting as bad as before. "I would move slowly if I were you," Vorden said. "Most likely the robot injected some type of morphine or other painkillers into your body. You probably aren't feeling the pain right now, but the hurt is still there. Just lie down and rest for now." Peter did as he was told, and laid back down on the floor. Looking at Vorden's awkward face, Peter couldn't tell what he was feeling and started to talk. "I know you hate me. You have every right to, but I feel like I need to get something off my chest." Vorden continued to look away. Avoiding eye contact, he wanted to seem disinterested even though he was interested in what Peter had to say. "I didn't choose the school over you two like you might be thinking. I didn't choose the school. You see, I have an older sister, or maybe I should say, I had an older sister. My family wasn't as rich as you can probably imagine, but they wanted us to have a good life. They saved up every little bit of credits they could, and they finally managed to purchase a level 3 ability book for my sister, just before sending her off to the military. She was the hope of our family, and they wanted her to become a decent traveler. But in her second year of military school, she died on an expedition. It was a big shock to us all, but it was an even bigger shock for my parents. It seemed like their life started spiraling down from there. There was no way they could afford another ability book for me. They told me not to worry, not to try and work hard like my sister for fear I would perish as well. But I wanted them to lead a better life, so when I came here I promised myself I would fill the shoes that my sister once had. The only option left for me was to take the earth ability from the military, and to try and level up by being loyal to the military. The only thing I didn't realize was the crazy things they would ask me to do. As Peter finished his story, he let out a sigh of relief. It felt like a weight was lifted from his shoulders. Sounds like you had a good family, Vorden said. You should have listened to them. What do you think would happen if you were to die? Trust me, they are a lot happier with you alive, no matter what living conditions they were in, rather than you being dead. Peter then lifted himself from the ground and looked at Vorden. I realized that, and that's why I said I picked my family over you guys. I didn't mind becoming a builder or something, as long as I would be able to support my family. But then they started targeting me, threatening me on this expedition. I knew what happened to my sister, so I thought the same thing would happen to me. Was it Earl and his underlings? How do you know about Earl? Peter asked. I know what they had done to you, Peter, and trust me, they got what they deserved. I did a lot more than break their fingers, and they won't ever bother you again, Vorden said while smiling. When Peter heard those words, there was a strange look in Vorden's eyes, combined with that creepy smile. It was sending a tingle down his spine, and all he wanted to do was to get as far away as possible from Vorden. Ah, yes, I still remember those screams. They were lovely, Ratton said to Vorden. No, I mean they were a part of it, but it was someone bigger, someone near the top. Vorden then went over and grabbed Peter by the shoulder. Peter, tell me. Was it one of the teachers? Or even one of the sergeants, maybe? I saw them going into the second-year building, so I know it has to be someone from that department. Vorden wanted to make whoever was in charge pay for this. They had not only targeted him, but got others involved as well. He had heard that some military schools were bad, but clearly something was amiss in this one. It was different than his brother had described to him. So for a second, as he was unsure whether he should tell Vorden or not, he knew the second he did, Vorden would be involved in this, but at the same time it was too hard going through everything alone. Vorden also scared him. He wasn't sure what to do. Vorden looked at him in a strange way. This made Peter feel scared and made him start to talk. It was... Before Peter could answer, screaming could be heard from outside. Vorden, Peter, Quinn, Layla shouted at the top of her lungs. The two of them immediately headed outside, and could see Layla being carried by Aaron, who ice skated through the desert. When the two of them had finally reached their destination, Aaron collapsed into the sand, and Layla had fallen off her back. Are you okay? Layla asked Aaron. I just used up all my power. I don't think I can help in the fight, Aaron said. Aaron had used up all her strength to get her and Layla out of there as fast as she could. She had managed to create quite the distance between them and the Dalki, but she knew she hadn't outrun the enemy. She could still consistently feel the pressure right behind her. When they looked over one of the sandhills, they could see a figure coming towards them. What happened? Are you running from the people who stole the crystals? Peter asked with a worried expression on his face. No, it's a Dalki, Layla said. The fear was written on her face. Chapter 130, Fighting the Dalki. Further in the desert, Quinn was plodding away in the loose sand, walking back towards the water well. Beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead. They landed in the sand and dried up faster than he could take a single step. Luckily, he hadn't gone too far away from the well. The problem was that he felt very weak, and he started to feel weaker by the minute. This made him move slower and slower. Perhaps bearing the sun's heat was not such a good idea, he thought. Even though his stats were better than those of a normal person, he actually felt weaker than a normal person would. The only reason he could think of to explain this was that the sun seemed to be stronger on this planet than it was on Earth, and on the red portal planet where it was night for half the year. His MC points had now nearly fully recovered, and he couldn't wait to finally cast his shadow cloak. However, just before he could activate the skill, Quinn received a worrying message from the system. Long exposure to the sun has been confirmed. Your body has been weakened further. All stats will now be reduced by 80%. What is this? Quinn shouted. 80%? At that moment, Quinn had fallen on his knees, as his whole body gradually started to feel weaker. Moreover, he started to feel a slight tingle on his skin. It felt as if the surface was burning, and now his skin was incredibly itchy nearly all over. What is happening to me? System, help! Please explain, Quinn shouted to himself. You're a vampire now. The system replied. Don't you remember reading all those vampire fantasy books? Of course, if you stay outside and expose yourself to the sun for too long, there will be bad effects. What happens if I stay in the sun for too long? Quinn groaned with a worried look on his face. Well, your stats would continue to decrease further and further, until eventually, poof. The system said casually, as if this didn't bother the system at all, like it was of no consequence to it. Well, I can't take this any longer. I don't want to find out what poof means. Skill-activated shadow cloak. The shadow at the bottom of his feet began to slowly surround him, traveling from the soles of his feet all the way to the top of his head. Eventually, he was like a blur of shadow under the radiance of the sun. He became like a human figure made out of shadows. While this skill is activated, it's hard for other people to spot him, and it worked best within the darkness or among the shadows. In the desert, however, it made him stick out like a sore thumb. Quinn felt his energy slowly returning back to normal, and now he could use his body like how he could do it normally. Stats have returned to normal. His MC points hadn't fully recovered. Quinn wasn't bothered about this. He was returning to the safety of his group. Aaron and Vorden could protect him until his MC points fully recovered. There was no need for him to use his abilities in battle. So for now, he didn't worry about it too much and try to catch up to the others as quickly as possible. "A Dalki, are you sure?" However, before the others could even answer him, they suddenly saw a black figure flying in the sky. It was coming in their direction, landing right in the center of the well at an incredible speed. It crashed into the large metal machinery, causing it to break apart. Dust and sand kicked up everywhere, blocking the Dalki's landing place from view. When the specks of dirt that arose started to settle, the Dalki standing right in the middle of the wreckage could be seen. "What is this junk?" the Dalki said as he lifted a piece of metal that had broken off. "This is not a shelter." Then the Dalki looked up at the people who had led him to this place. He could see 4 students standing in front of him. "You should tell me where the shelter is now," the Dalki said, pointing to the piece of scrap metal besides Layla. Mimi?" she stammered. Aye, it's over there," she pointed, but she couldn't help but stutter her words as she was shivering in fear of the creature. "Thank you, but I'm afraid no one can know that I was here." He then straightened the piece of metal in his hands with his claws. Then, using his fingertips, he sliced the top half of it to create a makeshift spear. "I must not fail my mission," he said as he chucked the spear towards the students. Vorden immediately arrived in front of the group and conjured an ice barrier. "No, that won't be enough," Aaron said while still lying on the ground. She then lifted her hand and helped Vorden cast another wall behind it, making it as thick as possible, using the last bits of her power. The makeshift spear crashed through the first ice barrier. It slowed it down slightly, but then it began to pierce through and hit the second wall. "I need to help," Layla thought as she focused her mind, doing her best to slow down the spear's movements. Also, Peter rushed forward to where the ice wall was. "Peter, what are you doing? Watch out!" Vorden shouted. "I can help too," Peter shouted back. Just behind the second ice wall, Peter placed both of his hands on the ground, and in that spot, a piece of earth started to slowly rise, eventually creating a third barrier. The spear continued to go through each of the 3 walls until its head poked through the earth wall. Then finally, the spear had stopped moving. "Oh, looks like they finally started to train you Earthlings a bit, I see," the Dalki said. "Perhaps we need to start waging this war again before you Earthlings grow even stronger." "Sil, we need your help now," Vorden said. "No," Sil shouted back. "If you don't, we will all die." "You said you would take me to see Quinn. I don't even see any Quinn around here. Why would you lie to me? Are you lying to me like all the others?" Sil asked. "Just ignore the brat," Rayton said. "Let me take over. We don't have time." Vorden immediately left the chair and allowed Ratton to take over. The Dalki then rushed forward, and at that moment, Ratton placed both of his hands on the ground, and a trail of ice materialized, heading straight for the Dalki's feet. "Hey, ugly!" Rayton shouted at the Dalki, in an attempt to provoke it. "When that ugly thing stops moving, fire all the arrows you have at it," he shouted to Layla. Although Layla didn't like the sudden change of tone in Vorden's voice, she didn't have time to complain. The trail of ice eventually reached the Dalki's feet. However, it didn't even slow the creature down for a second. As the ice touched its feet, it continued to run forward, breaking the ice with sheer power. Layla didn't know what else to do, so she fired an arrow at it anyway. She tried to change the direction of the arrow with her powers to make it unpredictable, but it seemed like the Dalki was paying no attention to her at all. In the end, she aimed the arrow to go directly into the Dalki's thigh. However, the arrow simply bounced off, not even leaving a scratch on it. All Layla had was some standard steel arrows that were only as hard as regular bullets. It seemed that she would at least need beast arrows to inflict a wound on a Dalki. "Damn it!" Rotten shouted. "Let's have some lizard barbecue." Using both of his palms, he fired a huge stream of fire towards the lizard. Utilizing both of the abilities together, the flames grew large and larger until they covered the whole area where the Dalki was. They couldn't hear any more footsteps from inside the blazing fire. Because of this, the group thought that the attack was a success. But then the intensity of the flames started to decrease at an alarming rate, as if they were being sucked away by something. All of the flames were flowing towards the Dalki like it was a vacuum, traveling in one stream directly towards the Dalki's mouth. "Thank you for the meal," it said. "I haven't had anything this tasty in years." "It's hopeless," Aaron said. "It's too strong. We're all going to die." Aaron was shaking in fear the same way as she was shaking earlier, and even Vorden had a concerned look on his face. Skill activated Shadow Void. The area around them started to be encased in a dark shadow. The group looked confused as they had no idea what was going on. "Is this the Dalki's power?" Layla asked. "No, I've never heard of something like this." The Dalki himself was equally confused like them. Just what was it that was surrounding the entire area with them in it? Chapter 131, The Perfect Counter. The black shadow started to surround all of them. It slowly encased the group until finally the whole area around them was filled with purple shadows.
Damn it! We're all going to die!
Layla said. But then Aaron noticed that the Dalki was also looking around in confusion at the shadows, as if it was something unknown to it. No, look, it seems like the Dalki is just as confused as we are. That's probably why it's not attacking us right now. It wasn't unusual for someone to be afraid of the unknown, and right now the Dalki was seeing something it had never seen before. It got into a crouching position, and was prepared for whatever was to come. Its senses were telling it something was in the shadows with them, something other than the four in front of it. Then from behind a claw-like shape of red lines came flying towards the Dalki. It turned around. Sensing the power in the attack, it lifted both of its arms to protect itself, and it placed its arms in an X shape right in front of its face. The lines of power had hit it, but the attack hadn't done much damage. Just as it was about to look up, 4 more of the same attack came at it. It quickly held up its hands. It was strongly relying on its hard skin to block the attacks. Although the attacks didn't hurt the Dalki, for the first time in a long while, it had been pushed back from its position by an attack. When it pulled its arms down, it was surprised to see what looked like another student standing in front of it. "Oh, so it was you," it said. This young Dalki who had only met a few adult humans on its journey, but not a single one had given him any trouble, or managed to even make him move back with their strongest attacks. The same could be said for any beast that had attacked the Dalki. But here on this safe little planet, it had encountered a young human who had done just that. As soon as Quinn had released his first attack, his shadow cloak had disappeared, and this had revealed him to everyone. The problem was he was low on MC points. He had 90 when he first used the shadow cloak. By the time he had arrived, he only had 80 MC points left. Then when he had cast the Shadow Void skill, it meant he only had 30 of his MC points left, and he needed to use them wisely. He had also used Shadow Equip to put his equipment on his hands and feet. "Is that Quinn?" Peter shouted. "What's with this power? I don't understand." Then Aaron spotted that Quinn's watch. To her surprise, it currently displayed the number 6. His ability requires more MC than mine. Does this mean the Shadow Circle is doing? Was he hiding his strength this whole time? She shouted. "He must have had his reasons," Layla said. "But right now he's going up against an enemy I think even he can't deal with." Layla didn't know what to do. At this point her arrows were useless, and couldn't even be used as a distraction, because the Dalki would just ignore them. Aaron had run out of MC, and Peter was far too weak to be of any use. So right now the only one that could help them was Vorden. "Please, help Quinn," Layla begged. "You two have to fight it together." Vorden wasn't the one in control, but Ratton was. "How is the little one doing?" Ratton asked. "He is still sleeping," Vorden replied. "So it looks like I'll have to deal with this one," Ratton said. The Dalki then went and picked up another piece of scrap metal from the ground that was part of the well's machinery. Although the roof and area were covered in shadows, the same couldn't be said for the ground. The crumbled building and the broken metal pieces remained scattered everywhere. After picking up a piece of metal, it used its claws to once again turn the metal into a spear. "I'm assuming I can't get out of this bubble that you created, so I can't run away," the Dalki said. "Otherwise, why would you waste so much of your power creating it?" Of course, the Dalki doesn't know about Quinn's problem with sunlight. Actually, the sole purpose for Quinn to block out the sun is so he can fight at his full power. "Let's see how strong you really are," the Dalki shouted, as he chucked the spear-like object towards Quinn. It went lightning fast, and was similar to the one that required all 4 of the others to block before. "No, there's no way he can block that on his own," Layla said. "We have to help," she shouted. Peter stayed by Aaron's side while Vorden and Layla rushed towards Quinn, but the spear was going too fast, and they hadn't been able to take a single step before the spear reached Quinn. Shadow Control. Using his Shadow Control skill, Quinn was able to create a black circular shield. "That won't be strong enough," Aaron said, looking up from the ground. "It took all 4 of us to stop it before. Why doesn't he try to dodge it?" But for Vorden, seeing Quinn's action made something click in his head. The spear flew going at lightning speed until the tip had touched the black circular shadow. At that moment the spear looked like it had stopped in midair. However, Quinn and Vorden knew that it was only moving ever so slowly through the shadow. Once the spear slowed, Quinn moved to the side. He took the shadow away, and allowed the spear to continue moving forward and out of the shadow void.
"This is perfect,"
Vorden said. Quinn's shadow ability was nearly a perfect counter to the Dalki. The enormous amount of strength meant nothing. No matter how powerful the attack was, it would be slowed down. Because Quinn's shadows blocked attacks in a different way from how other abilities did. In a way, Quinn as a vampire was the perfect counter to the Dalki. Vorden continued to run forward while Layla took cover somewhere off to the side. It was clear that for the moment the Dalki was stunned by what he had just seen, and this was their chance. Vorden threw an ice spear at the Dalki. It shattered into a million pieces once it hit the Dalki's body. However, it did catch the Dalki's attention, which was what Vorden was aiming for. Knowing the Dalki was able to eat fire, it left Vorden only with two options: to use ice and telekinesis to fight the Dalki. "You are boring," the Dalki said. "I'm far more interested in that one." Ignoring Vorden's weak attacks, it dashed straight forward, heading for Quinn. Seeing this, even if Quinn was to use the windwalk ability on his boots, he wouldn't be able to outrun the Dalki. The only thing he could do was fight, but what could he use? The blood swipe, although powerful, did no damage, which was problematic. "Hey brat!" Vorden shouted. "Its skin is too tough. Use an attack that can hurt it on the inside." On the inside, Quinn thought. He now knew exactly what to do. When the Dalki was a few meters away, it leapt up into the air with its claws out and with both of its hands above its head, ready to smash down. Quinn quickly placed the shadow above himself, allowing both of its fists to sink into the shadow. MC 2100ths. The Dalki could feel its attack slowing down as soon as it touched the strange shadow-like substance, but by using its considerable strength it was able to pull its hands from the shadow. The problem was, with every physical attack, Quinn would lose MC points. He needed to finish this fight fast. The Dalki was quick on its feet and didn't allow its first unsuccessful attack to distract it. It threw out a straight kick at Quinn, and once again Quinn stopped it with his shadow shield. MC 10 100ths. His attacks are so strong I can only take one more, Quinn thought. Quinn needed an opening, and just defending wasn't going to do it. The next thing he was going to do was very risky, but it was the only option he had. As the Dalki threw another punch towards him, Quinn moved the shadow and wrapped it around the Dalki's fist. MC 100th. The shadow void started to disappear, and Quinn only had a few more seconds before the sunlight would hit him. Quinn could see the Dalki's other hand coming straight at him. He looked the Dalki in the eyes. Skill days. Even though the Dalki was a strong opponent and the skill was likely to fail, there was always a slim chance that it might work. Days successful, your opponent has been stunned, but for Quinn's next move he would need more time than the days would allow. He stepped behind the Dalki and prepared all the motions for the hammer strike. As he finished his movements, he added blood spray to the last part, turning it into the most powerful attack he had, Blood Hammer. As Quinn's fist hit the Dalki's hard back, vibrations and a wave of air had been sent out from around the two of them. The Dalki still hadn't moved from his spot, but after a few seconds, he fell down on one knee. This was Quinn's answer, an internal attack. "You are being hit by sunlight. AI stats have been reduced by 70%. When Quinn thought everything was over, a large fist had come out of nowhere, swinging out and hit him right in the ribs, sending him flying through the air. Critical hit. Your ribs have been broken. 12/65 horsepower is remaining. The Dalki stood up from the ground and smiled, wiping away the green blood from its mouth. "I'm not done with you yet, boy." Chapter 132 Blood Bowl. For a moment everyone's morale was increased. For the first time they had a glimmer of hope again, when they saw the mighty Dalki fall to the ground. They didn't know why Quinn was so powerful, or why he was hiding it before, and frankly they didn't care, because all of them only had one thought on their mind. "I want to live." After seeing that powerful attack from Quinn, they felt that they might survive this after all, but that happy feeling didn't last for long. A few seconds after the Dalki had fallen to the ground, it sent Quinn flying with a single swing of its fist. Quinn was flying right into the other building, the one that was still intact. As Quinn hit the building, his body crashed through the wall, and he fell to the floor. "Is he okay?" Peter shouted. "That guy can take a lot more hurt than that," Vorden said. "Trust me, I know from experience. Something like that isn't enough to kill him." Layla looked at the sky. She immediately realized there was something else they needed to be concerned about. As long as Quinn had a steady supply of blood, he would be fine. But right now, something was holding him back from using his full powers. Of course, she meant the sun. Now she realized why Quinn had cast a shadow surrounding them all, and how he was able to fight so well even though the sun was still up. Looking at the sky, she noticed that it was finally starting to set. The colors were fading from its bright yellow to orange. It would only be a matter of time before it would finally be night on this planet. "We need to get to Quinn," she shouted to the others. However, her cries were useless. No one moved forward, including her. She wanted to go in and help him, but stepping in against such a powerful foe was like committing suicide. Now that was impressive, the Dalki said with a smile on its face. Its teeth were now on full display. They were a little strange compared to regular human teeth. It looked like those of a crocodile. Each tooth was razor sharp, and they overlaid one another. "I heard there was something called martial arts the Earthlings use. I never believed it could be something useful, until just now. You actually managed to bypass my hard skin and hurt me from the inside." As the Dalki began to walk over to where Quinn was, something strange was happening on its back. The single spike on its back started to pulsate and glow with a slight blue color. "Did you know, the more a Dalki gets hurt, the stronger they get?" it said with an evil grin on its face. The others could tell that it wasn't bluffing. They could feel a strange energy coming off its body every time the spike on its back would light up. When the Dalki tried to take another step forward, it felt something akin to a force field that was pulling him back and slowing him down. This made its movements felt incredibly sluggish. Is it coming from the kid from earlier? But that's impossible, he hasn't moved since he tried those ice spears, the Dalki thought. Crazy boy, Layla yelled, looking at Vorden with both of his hands stretched out. What is this ugly dinosaur trying to do? In the black room inside Vorden's mind, both Vorden and Ratton were no longer in the seat Syl had taken over. Are you trying to take Quinn away from me? He yelled. The Dalki then turned its head slowly using its strength and saw Vorden standing there. The boy from earlier, but how did he get so strong? He wasn't like this before. You Earthlings are nothing like we were told, and you're not even adults, you're just students, the Dalki said. The whole situation was filling the battle-crazy Dalki with happiness. The others were amazed at how powerful Vorden's telekinesis powers were right now. But this was because he was using all the MC points from his other abilities, and had it all focused inside the telekinesis ability. At that moment, Quinn was just lifting himself off the ground. He was so badly hurt he had no choice but to use his blood bank. 100 millimeters of blood used. 50 horsepower has been restored. 63/65. Blood bank is now empty. As soon as the blood was consumed, his body started to heal almost instantly. The healing was much faster than when he allowed his body to heal on its own accord. But there was another problem. The ceiling of the building he was in had collapsed. It was letting the sun in, and it was hitting him right now, making his movements extremely sluggish and decreasing his power. Vorden, how long do you think you can hold him? Layla asked. But Syl didn't reply. His own name wasn't being used, and he didn't talk to strangers much in the first place. However, as powerful as Syl was, he was unable to completely stop the Dalki's movements. It continued to use its brute strength to power through the telekinetic field, and was now walking towards them. At the same time, she saw Quinn lifting himself off the ground, and the sun continuing to set behind him. Even if it turns to night, how is Quinn going to be able to fight such a thing? It's just too strong, Layla thought. Then she seemed to recall something Quinn had told her in the past, that he seemed to get stronger with each person's blood he drank. Layla didn't know the exact details, but anything they could do to tip the scales in their favor she would be happy to do right now. She knelt down to Erin's side and asked her for a favor. Erin, I know you're weak right now, but do you think you could make a bowl of ice for me? I know it sounds weird, but you need to trust me. Erin's was completely exhausted, you could see it in her face. It clearly wasn't just from using her abilities. The whole scenario was affecting her mentally as well. She didn't reply back to Layla, but lifted both hands, and ice started to form, eventually creating a small bowl of ice. The next thing Layla did, she didn't even bother asking for Erin's permission. She grabbed one of the arrows from her quiver, and used the tip to make a small cut on the palm of Erin's hands. The strangest thing was that Erin gave no reaction whatsoever, which proved that something was seriously wrong with her. Then using the bowl of ice, she allowed for the blood to drip into it. Once there was a good amount of blood, she continued to do the same using her own blood. Next up was Peter. I have no time to explain, Peter, but if you want to live, let me do this, Layla said with a strange look on her face. Peter had no intentions of going against her order, and allowed for his blood to be put into the bowl as well. The Dalki was continuing to move towards them, and the sweat was running down Syl's face. This stupid dinosaur's strong, Syl said to Vorden and Ratton. We know, but don't give up, just a little longer, Vorden shouted. Just hold on until the sun goes down. Syl, think of everything that ever annoyed you, pretend it's that stupid thing's fault, Ratton cheered. The words of encouragement from the two empowered Syl to continue fighting, and he was doing his best to hold the Dalki back. Suddenly Layla appeared by his side. I know you're busy keeping the Dalki at bay, but I need your help, it's for Quinn, she said. The bowl was almost full. Layla didn't know how it worked, or how much she needed, but she had to do something. Using the arrow, she created a small cut on the back of Vorden's leg, allowing it to slowly seep into the bowl. When the bowl was finally full, she started to make her way towards Quinn. Just what is that girl doing? The Dalki thought, but for now, it would have to ignore her. Right had a bigger, now he, pain in the backside, it was the boy who was controlling his movements. Quinn, are you alright? Layla asked as she came rushing over. Yeah, I'm fine. I was just waiting for the sun to go down. I'm not much use while the sun is out, but it looks like Vorden managed to delay him, Quinn answered. They both looked at the sun, and the faint bit of light that was left. As the sun continued to go down, strength was returning to Quinn's body. Here, drink this, Layla said as she handed over the bowl full of blood. What is it? Quinn asked. It's all of our blood. I thought it could help you in some way, said Layla. Quinn had yet to drink the blood from Vorden, Erin, or Peter, so right now the blood would give him 3 extra stat points. He was unsure in what, but right now he needed everything he could get to turn the tide. He took the bowl and gulped it down in one go. 65/65 HP. Blood bank has been filled. 2 points have been added into agility. 1 free stat point has been added. A row of messages had appeared giving Quinn a smile on his face, but the last one was the best of them all. You are no longer affected by sunlight. All stats have returned to normal. Chapter 133 Shadow Blood. After consuming the blood in the bowl, Quinn felt like a new person. His blood bank was filled, and his whole body was now fully healed. But best of all, the sun had finally disappeared behind the horizon, and it was now nighttime. I can't hold on any longer, I'm too tired. Syl whined. The struggle against the Dalki was too much for him. He wasn't fighting obsessed like Rayton, so he gave up control and left Vorden in charge once again. Vorden was the weakest of three, and only knew how to use one mind and one ability at a time. As soon as he and Syl had switched places, the pressure that the Dalki felt was immensely weakened. The Dalki could suddenly move one foot in front of the other again. The amount of force it felt being exerted on itself was like nothing compared to before. I thought this one was special, but looks like all he could do was delay me a bit, the Dalki thought. Quinn, seeing this happen, knew he was in trouble. He had gained 2 agility points, bringing it up to 18, and then with the boots this made 22. Seeing the Dalki head towards Vorden, Quinn felt like he had to quickly decide what to do with his free stat point. He put the free stat point into agility without hesitation. It now brought his agility stat up to a total of 23. Then, using all the speed he could, and activating his boots' wand walk ability, he rushed over to where the Dalki was. Regardless if Vorden was in trouble or not right now, he would have put his points into agility. The Dalki's strength was too great for Quinn to match, and although it was fast, it wasn't faster than Quinn. He could follow its movements. With the extra stat points and his boots active, he would be able to dodge the Dalki's attacks, although just barely. Moving at an incredible speed, Quinn managed to cover the distance from the building to where the others were in only a few seconds. As soon as he was in range, he cast another blood swipe. The attack ripped through the sand and was heading straight for his target. The Dalki pulled his head back at the last second, and the attack skimmed right past its nose. It turned its head and looked at Quinn, seeing that the boy was in perfect condition. But how is this possible? I'm certain you should be on death's door by now, the Dalki said. At the same time, Vorden had collapsed onto the floor. All of his energy and MC points had been used. It's up to you now, Quinn, he said. Good luck. The Dalki charged towards him, and as it did, Quinn could feel the blood and adrenaline rushing through his entire body. He was in a state of absolute concentration as he waited for the Dalki's attack. A swing was made for his head. Quinn ducked down and threw out a punch, performing blood spray at the same time, taking advantage of the close range. The attack managed to push the Dalki back a few steps away from him. 65th HP. The fight continued in this fashion, with Quinn avoiding each of the Dalki's attacks, and whenever it would get too close, he would use his blood abilities to push it away. Slowly but surely, his HP was starting to get lower bit by bit. 65th HP. What's he doing? Aaron asked. His attacks are too weak. He's not hurting the thing at all. Why doesn't he use the same attack as before? I think he's stalling for something, Vorden replied, now sitting on the floor with the others. But for what? I have no idea. Quinn had to be absolutely sure not to get a hit from the Dalki. Not only were his attacks crazy powerful, but if he got even a tiny scratch on him, the ability from the boots he was wearing would deactivate, which would slow him down a lot. But after dodging for a while, his boots had deactivated anyway, as the skill time then wore off. Another claw was coming at him, and it looked like he was about to get hit. He had no choice but to perform the flash step and appear directly behind the Dalki. Damn, I can only use the flash step one more time, any more and I'll get worn out, Quinn thought. But the Dalki was getting equally frustrated. You little Keenan, I will squash you. It lifted up both fists and smashed them into the ground, causing a crater to form and rubble to lift off the ground. It didn't seem like an attack made to hurt anyone. The rocks just lifted into the air and quickly fell back to the floor. It was actually just a way for it to let out a bit of frustration. At the same time, it had another effect on everyone. It once again showed the might of the Dalki. Quinn had taken a few steps back away from the Dalki and quickly opened up his status screen. MC points 4100ths. This was what Quinn was waiting for. He was waiting for his MC points to return, so he could use the Shadow ability again. Since it was nighttime, there was no need for him to use the Shadow Void skill. Unfortunately though, while the skill was active, his MC points would not return. This whole time, Quinn was doing his best to dodge, focusing all his energy into avoiding the Dalki's attacks, waiting for the right moment. Now he could finally use his Shadow abilities once again. In truth, he wanted to stall a bit longer to gain more of his MC points back, but continuously dodging was getting far too risky. When the Dalki looked up, it was surprised to see that Quinn was the one coming towards it. So you finally decided to attack, I see, it shouted. Quinn flung his hand out with his fingers held together, casting a single red line of aura. Then before it could move away from him, the shadow underneath his feet started to move. The shadow reached out and grabbed the blood aura, holding it in place, and now the other end of the shadow was attached to Quinn's hand. To the others, it looked like Quinn was wielding a large red and black scythe. The black. Shadows reached into his hand while the curved blood aura acted as the blade held tight by the shadow. The two opponents were still quite a distance away from each other, but Quinn still swung out the shadow scythe. Seeing this, the Dalki wasn't afraid. It was slightly confused actually, as the scythe wouldn't be able to reach him. Suddenly, as the scythe was swung outwards, it seemed like it was starting to extend. As Quinn swung it too, his side the shadows extended, and the red aura part managed to hit the Dalki right on its side. It was pushed back a few feet, and at the same time could feel a stinging pain. When he looked down, he could see a large cut had appeared where his ribs were, and green blood was starting to leak from the wound. This was what Quinn had been practicing the whole week in Logan's room. A way to combine his shadow skills, while also using his blood skills, and after countless trials and errors, this was what he had come up with. Chapter 134, Sacrifice. With Quinn's new attack, combining his shadow control with the blood swipe, had hit the Dalki's body. It had shattered and disappeared just as his normal blood swipe would. 4765 HP 35, 100 megacoulombs. There were only two problems Quinn still had to find a solution for. If the shadow holding the blood swipe was hit, or if he wasn't fast enough, the blood swipe would escape from there. Combining his shadow skills with his blood skills allowed him to create a more powerful combination skill. Connecting the shadow to his blood swipe allowed him to also add his own strength to the power of the blood swipe. The shadow made it possible for the attack to be flexible, moving it about freely. This would also add extra force and momentum into the attack, making it more powerful, and increasing the range of the attack beyond the 5 meters, that was blood swipe's natural limit. Shadow's grasp. The other problem is that when the attack hit, it would disappear, so he could only use it once. Of course, using the shadow for an attack also used MC points, but there was nothing he could about that. The Dalki's blood continued to drip from its side and fall into the sand, but now the spike on its back was pulsating faster and glowing brighter. Seeing the Dalki injured and bleeding made Quinn feel excited. He charged forward once again. "Come on, attack me again," the Dalki shouted. And Quinn did just that, this time casting a blood swipe up in the air before grabbing it with his shadow. From above right down on top of the Dalki. The attack was Falky had predicted. It could only barely get its arms up in time to block the attack that came at it from above. The attack was a success, and had caused the Dalki to fall onto the ground. Its forearms were dripping with green blood, but it ignored its wounds. It just stood up once again and charged forward. Is that Dalki an idiot? Layla thought. I'd always heard they were smart. Some minds even greater than ours, but why does it just keep running forward? At this point, even Quinn was starting to worry. His attacks were clearly working, but the Dalki was acting in a strange way. For now, there was nothing he could do about it. He went to attack once again with his shadow scythe. Only this time the Dalki managed to jump and avoid the blow. Did it just get faster? Quinn said. You seem to have forgotten. The Dalki said. I told you already, the more we are hurt, the stronger we become. The Dalki made a fist above its head and threw it down towards Quinn's face. Quinn had no choice but to move his shadow to block the fist attack, but the Dalki immediately used a kick to his side, which was too fast for him to be able to move the shadow to defend against. The attack hit, and he was thrown to the side. His ribs were broken once again. 365 HP. Blood bank has automatically been activated. 5365 HP. While in mid-air, Quinn's body started to heal, and his bones went back into place. Putting both his hands in the sand, he tried his best to slow himself down and eventually came to a halt. I can't win, Quinn said. Even with my full power, it's still too strong. Snap out of it, Quinn, the system shouted in his head. You only became a vampire a couple of weeks ago, and you think you can already take out an enemy like this. You will grow in due time, but the important thing right now is to survive. But how was he meant to survive? His blood bank had been used up. The only answer he could think of was he needed more blood. If he could get to where the others were, and he filled up his blood bank, maybe he could keep firing out his blood attacks till the thing died. The cooldown on his boots had reset, and once again he could use the windwalk skill. He rushed towards the Dalki who was coming toward him. As it did, Quinn could see the big smile on its face, as if it was enjoying the fight. He also noticed the horror on the faces of the others. I can do this! I have to do this! Running forward and not changing his direction, he went straight ahead. Then just as the Dalki was prepared to attack, flash step. He used his skill, allowing him to avoid the strike and go right past the Dalki. He continued to run straight ahead and was heading for the others. During the fight between the Dalki and Quinn, Layla made her way around the fight and joined with the other three. All of them were watching in silence, with awe on their faces. What is he doing? Layla thought. Should we run? Is that why he's coming towards us? I need blood, Quinn yelled. I can't fight the Dalki like this. I need more blood. Layla didn't ask any questions and immediately started to make another cut on the palm of her hand, and Aaron had already formed another ice bowl. Aaron didn't know what was happening, but whatever Layla had done last time had made Quinn stronger, and Quinn was now their only change to survive. But when they all looked up, their faces had dropped entirely. for the Dalki was already right behind Quinn. Not only had its strength gotten higher, but so had its speed. Everything about the Dalki had improved. It was too late for Quinn to notice, and the Dalki was already mid-attack. Quinn had never suspected the Dalki would grow so much during the battle, but it seemed like what it had said earlier was true. The fist flew forward and penetrated right through flesh and bone, going straight through his body and out to the other side. At this point, Quinn had finally noticed that the Dalki was right behind him. He was too focused on obtaining the blood Layla had gathered. He had failed to realize what was happening behind him. Bright red blood could be seen dripping onto the ground with a fist through his body. But it wasn't Quinn's body that was penetrated. The person who had been hit was Peter. "Quinn?" Peter said weakly, coughing out blood that filled his mouth. "Please, forgive me." His body fell to the ground and hit the soft sand. His blood continued to soak the sand, turning it red. In the moment Quinn needed help the most, the only one brave enough to step up and come to Quinn's side was Peter. However, it came at a terrible price. Chapter 135 Blood Ritual. As Quinn saw Peter's body hit the ground, a certain reality had hit him. He had seen people die before. In fact, he was even the case of many. But this was the first time that someone he knew personally had died. But what upset Quinn more than anything, instead of what happened to Peter, was another thought altogether. This thought was, look at all that wasted blood. Fortunately, though, that quickly changed as he soon realized what had occurred. "Peter!" he shouted. "When did he get over there?" Layla asked after hearing Quinn shout. "I was too busy looking at Quinn waiting for him back here," Aaron replied to her question. "The same goes for me. He must have started moving towards Quinn as soon as he saw the Dalki," Vorden said. "But why did this happen after what we were just talking about? You had a family that cared for you." The Dalki looked at Peter on the floor. "That's quite noble of you. A society should build itself on sacrificing the weak ones to preserve the strong. That's exactly how the Dalki does it. He was selfless, and his sacrifice allowed the stronger human genes to be passed on. It's a shame, though, since you will all be dying with him," Quinn thought. As the Dalki came closer to him, he had run out of trump cards. His MC had been used, and all he had left was his original skills. "I'll kill you," Quinn shouted. "Even if it means killing myself." Opening both palms, Quinn soon ran forward. When he felt that he was close enough, he shot out a blood spray from one hand. The Dalki would slightly flinch in response to this as his foot shifted back a little. 48/65 HP. Usually these attacks wouldn't inflict any damage. But although he got stronger the more he was hurt, that didn't mean his defense increased. He had been quite severely damaged by Quinn's Shadow Scythe attacks. Another spray of blood fired out again. "Hey, it seems to be working," Layla shouted out. "The robot?" 43/65 HP. Quinn wouldn't let up and rapidly fired out multiple blood sprays. But in contrast to Layla's words, Vorden wasn't too sure. He didn't know how Quinn's attacks worked, for he hadn't told it to. Also, he wasn't sure if he was imagining things or not. But every time Quinn used that attack, his face seemed to grow paler. 38/65 HP, Quinn shouted. "And once I'm done with you, I'll suck out your blood until you're nothing but a walking skeleton." He continued to shout out words of abuse, but he himself wasn't really sure what he was saying. Fortunately, a nice surprise came to him amidst his combat. Blood spray has leveled up. Blood spray is now LVL 2. As Quinn shot out the new and improved blood spray, the power seemed to push his arm back even more as the spray's range grew further as well. As it hit the Dalki this time, its wound seemed to be opening up as more green blood was leaking out of it than before. 28/65 HP. 23/65 HP. Now that the two of them were a distance away, the group ran up on Peter to check up on him. They then moved his body and allowed him to lay on his back. Surprisingly, even though he had such a big wound, he was still breathing. "What do we do?" Layla cried out. "He'll bleed to death like this, can't we use?" "No, the robot wasn't meant to patch up injuries like this," Aaron replied. "It might be best if we kill him here," Vorden said all of a sudden. The two girls looked at Vorden with expressions of shock. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. "Look, I know what Peter did against you two was wrong, but can't you just forgive him?" Layla shouted back in response to Vorden's words. Vorden shook his head as a reply. "You're mistaken, Layla. I already forgave Peter a while ago. I'm just saying this for his sake," he soon said. "Look at him. He's in pain. He's been bleeding for the last 2 minutes, and at most, he only has another 3 before he's completely gone. It'll be more peaceful to get rid of him now." But the group didn't have time to decide, for they were distracted by something else. Whenever Quinn would use the blood spray, a sound similar to a small shotgun would be heard, but the sound had suddenly stopped. When they looked over, they saw Quinn kneeling down on one knee while the Dalki was still standing, but green blood was oozing from the multiple wounds on his body. Quinn hadn't paid much attention to it, but he had unfortunately run out of stamina. With the increase of firepower in the blood spray, it also took up more energy to use it. Right now, it seemed that he had overexerted himself. Sweat was dripping all over his body while all of his muscles cramped up. He looked at the Dalki that was still standing, unbelieving that it was still alive after it had received so much damage. The Dalki soon started walking over while Quinn looked at it directly in the eyes. Days skill ineffective. And just like that, the last thing he could do had been tossed out the window. Damn it. If Peter can go forward, then at least I can as well. Vorden shouted all of a sudden as he charged in with what little power he had left. But all of a sudden, a large metallic object went flying right by Vorden's head, landing directly between Quinn and the Dalki. You kids get back. Get out of here now. That's an order. This sound echoed from the object that just landed, and all of them found out what it was straight away. It was a mech. Quickly soon after, another mech had landed right next to that one. It did not take for the Dalki and the mechs to be engaged in combat after that. The mechs had humongous strength, and were equivalent to that of the Dalki they were currently facing. The only problem was they were still clunky and not as agile, but the others noticed that it would take a while before the Dalki was able to destroy them.
Come, Quinn,
Vorden yelled, putting Peter on top of his shoulder.
Let's get out of here.
And with that, the two of them went over to where the others were by Peter's side. Right now. His face was much paler than before, and not to mention his eyelids were drooping as well. Quinn knelt down by his side and looked at him in the eyes. I'm sorry, Peter, you saved me. There were no tears in his eyes like the others, but there was a hint of melancholy in his voice. But then, just as he said these words, a voice was heard from the system. If you wish to save him, you must act quickly, the system said. I can save him? But these wounds are impossible to heal with no healer around. That is indeed the case. But if he was no longer human, and a supply of blood from each of he would be able to overcome this fatal wound. As long as his heart and the core of his brain is not damaged, then he will live. You have the choice, but you have to decide fast, whether to do so or not. Would you like to activate the blood ritual,